Chapter 1, The Birth of the Foundation. March 6, 2110. Zhongchang. Tonight is a rare good weather in recent days. The breeze is breezy and there is no cloud in the sky. It is suitable for a walk at night. Yes, but I still want to remind everyone that safe travel is the most important. Zi. The news, there will be a meteorite passing by. The location is unknown. Zi. A blue and white taxi seemed to be traveling extremely fast in the traffic. The elder brother inside was pointing the direction with one hand and the radio was tuned in the other. At an intersection, a 20-year-old young man named Ling Ye was waiting for a signal light. He took out his mobile phone to check the time from time to time, and he kept holding his hair. His urgency was overwhelming. At the same time, what no one noticed was that a white light was rapidly zooming in the sky, coming in this direction. The green light is on. Ling Ye rushed out for the first time, however, the sound of braking came from the right. Ling Ye turned his head subconsciously and looked at it. It was the enlarged front of the car and the dazzling white light. This was Ling Ye's last consciousness. What? Hit 120. A taxi hit someone. The taxi master just opened the door, someone was calling, someone ran to Ling Ye, someone turned to see what happened. Countless noisy sounds, but the chaotic scene was pressed the pause button in an instant, as if time was still. A ball of light from the sky slowly fell from high altitude and stopped on Ling Ye's chest. A few minutes later, it suddenly got in. It is a pity that Ling Ye, the protagonist, has no consciousness at this time. In a pure white space. Ling Ye was at a loss for himself. Where is this place? Is it heaven? What should I do? Also, it was obviously a pure white space, incredible, but Ling Ye didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and he could even feel the space up and down. After waiting for a few minutes, when Ling Ye was bored, a change appeared, and a ball of light appeared in front of Ling Ye from virtual to real. Finally, NPC appeared, and Ling Ye finally found the target. Rotating around the ball of light, it seems nothing special. So I asked tentatively, "Hello?" What Ling Ye didn't expect was that he really got a reply. "Hello, host." A mechanical voice came from the light ball. "Host." Ling Ye keenly noticed what the light ball called him. So he asked, "Why call me the host? Please watch a video first." Yep. After speaking, a light curtain was unfolded in front of the light ball, and the picture gradually appeared. Enlarged and bold, it says, "Save the world, boy." Well, this video is not your style. Ling Ye couldn't help but vomit. The video is a message from the previous host, and the playback starts. In the past, we called them gods or demons and prayed to them for salvation or forgiveness. After that, they continued to decrease, we continued to increase, and the things we feared continued to decrease. However, the things that cannot be explained, they have not disappeared, they still exist. Under the shadow, nothing can protect us, except for ourselves. The SCP Foundation was established to control them, contain them, and protect human beings. We struggle in the shadow of the world, only for the light to last forever. From now on, this is your mission too, boy. This video is not long, but the amount of information is huge, which can be considered a lot of things. Ling Ye went around in circles, thinking about the content. In fact, it is a bit strange. An inexplicable thing appeared and suddenly told me that the world was dangerous and wanted to save the world. But the problem is that this thing does look amazing. If it is true, do I have to try it? Ling Ye was thinking, because he was a little tempted to tell the truth, to save the world, which Junior has never dreamed of. Is this an accident in the cruel reality? However, before this, there are still some issues that need to be clarified, otherwise I really can't worry about it. Hey, Photoball, I want to ask some questions. This is my duty, host. Then the first question, why is it me? Ling Ye asked. The supreme leader of the SCP Foundation is the supervisor. No matter which world he is in, he is a unique existence. You mean, I am unique? 20 years of experience tells me that there is no doubt that I am an ordinary person, nothing special. Host, I believe in my choice, and please believe in yourself. Well, the second question, why did you come to me? Is it to save our world? Ling Ye was skeptical of the purpose of this ball of light. After all, it was inexplicable help. It always makes people suspect that they have ulterior motives. My original intention was to protect the world, but not limited to the host's world. Well, tell me in detail, how did you come and what you want to do? I'll listen to you with all ears. To be precise, I do not belong to this universe. In another parallel universe, this parallel planet, strange and unexplainable things are everywhere, threatening the survival of mankind. A person with noble ideals, leading a group brave fighters, formed the original SCP Foundation. Who is he? Ling Ye interjected. The information has been completely deleted and cannot be recovered by any means. He claimed to be a supervisor and mysteriously disappeared after the development of the Foundation. Well, please continue. After the overseers disappeared, the elders formed the O5 Council and became the O5 Counselors, overseeing all the decisions of the Foundation, and continuing to fight with those things. The Foundation calls it containment objects, which control the containment objects in the shadow of humanity. China is the mission of the Foundation. I understand this so-called SCP Foundation, then how did you appear? I originated from the Tinder project. The purpose of the project is to artificially synthesize containment objects and protect the Foundation's fire. My appearance means the failure of the original World Foundation. The world is already on the verge of destruction. I will lead the Foundation's Tinder, save the human beings in parallel worlds. In a story that sounds okay to me, well, I promised, whether it's really saving the world or deceiving, I'm a person like this. I really want to try something like this. Things. The last question, what help can you provide me to rebuild the SCP Foundation for a young man like me with no 3? Maybe this ball of light didn't choose the wrong host. Ling Ye was such a person, and promised that this seemingly sci-fi thing is not something everyone can do. After asking the question, Ling Ye's eyes came up with an introduction to the function of the photosphere. I will not strengthen the host itself. My specific functions are synthesized from Foundation technology and the original world containment. The weak artificial intelligence developed by the Foundation allows me to talk to you. The original number SCP-153 Unlimited Database, which can store all things that can be converted into data and has unlimited capacity. Based on this containment, I can provide Foundation technology, the characteristics of the containment, etc. Due to the compatibility of the parallel world, the containment of the original world, it is very likely to reappear. Knowing the characteristics of the contents in advance is of great help to the containment operation. Originally numbered SCP-231 World Radar, the contained objects can accurately locate the location of the contained objects in the database. Originally numbered SCP-247 Clones, the containment can create human clones out of thin air without materials, but they are all puppets, with only basic activity functions, and can be combined with SCP-153 to create humans. Note: 1. The traversal leads to the loss of some data, which can reduce the help provided to the host. 2. The cloning mechanism is designed with a mall mechanism to guide the host. Chapter 2, Me with Younger Sister. To be honest, Ling Ye thinks it's pretty good. In general, there are only 2 functions: cloned his own people, and understand the location and characteristics of the containment objects. It sounds like a great help to rebuild the SCP Foundation in the early stage, but it's really there. In the back, I'm afraid it's a little stretched, and violent troops are impossible. Then, I agree, let's start. Can you let me out? Ling Ye thought again at this time. In fact, the light ball itself is quite magical, but it didn't say it was a containment object, nor did the Foundation technology mention it. A bit strange. Of course, host. Ling Ye flashed before his eyes and retreated from that space. Returning to reality, Ling Ye found that his body seemed to be out of his control, he couldn't even raise his hand, and the noise around him made him suffer from a splitting headache, but this situation only lasted for a while. There is power to help Ling Ye recover, and his eyes can gradually open. I don't know if it is the cause of the light ball. At this time, Ling Ye's eyes seem to shine like thousands of stars, but again, it only lasts for a while. Ling Ye, who had regained his thinking ability, couldn't help but question his choice. Is that light ball helping me? Does it still have this ability? Then how many things have not been told to me? Before Ling Ye wanted to understand, the people around him began to gather around. Although the driver master was a little frightened and slowed down a few steps, he did not escape. He still smashed away the crowd, and wanted to come in to see Ling Ye's situation. However, without waiting for any movement from everyone, Ling Ye got up and sat up. This really shocked the enthusiastic people, and quickly took a few steps back. The driver's master looked like he had seen a ghost. He pointed to Ling Ye's trembling mouth and asked, "Little brother, you are, it's okay. Does he not know how fast he drives? How could this person get up by himself? It's a hell. The news tomorrow is absolutely, shock." This happened after the man was hit by a speeding car several meters away. Or be more blunt, Newton shed tears. A man can do this. At this time, Ling Ye just wanted to leave quickly. Not only was it a matter of the ball of light, he still had to deal with it, otherwise he wouldn't be in a hurry and accidentally get into a car accident. So Ling Ye put his hands on the ground again, slowly got up from the ground, patted the ashes on his body, then waved his hands to the enthusiastic uncle next to him and the driver who hit him, and said, "It's okay, nothing, or, everyone just leave, ha ha, ha ha ha." Ling Ye ha ha as he walked out, ready to at any time, and the trivial matter was reduced. The driver's master with a contradictory expression and the strange onlookers did not know what to do. Just when Ling Ye thought that he could get rid of it smoothly and walked out, he put a hand on Ling Ye's shoulder, and then a strong voice came from behind him, "Little brother, it's not good to walk this way, it will cause trouble to the police uncle." Ling Ye just wanted to refute something. He turned to see the big brother in police uniform with a hand on his shoulder. The yellow light was so dazzling. Ling Ye wanted to cry without tears, so he could only say, "Yes, yes, yes, how can you trouble the police uncle? Cooperate and cooperate fully." As a result, Ling Ye's hours were gone. Just in case, the hospital and the police station all went to the hospital, and they missed what they wanted to do. "I hope my sister won't kill me," Ling Ye prayed. The final result was nothing. Ling Ye didn't ask for any compensation. They were struggling people. Why bother with each other? In this way, Ling Ye walked out of the police station's gate at 11 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he walked down the stairs, Ling Ye saw a familiar figure in the dark, his face suddenly became bitter, and he hurried 3 steps and ran over in 2 steps. "Ah, why did you come, Xiao Yu? Just wait at home. What's the matter, go back and talk." Ling Ye approached, hurriedly trying to confuse today's matter. However, seeing her beautiful sister just looking at herself, tears gleaming in her eyes, and she insisted on pretending to be unmoved, Ling Ye suddenly felt relieved. "I wanted to reach out to touch my sister's head, but was arrogantly avoided." Ling Ye had to withdraw his hand in a slanderous manner, and lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, I worried you." "Hey, there's more." Ling Yu turned her head, not looking at Ling Ye, puffing up her small mouth to show that she was still angry. I won't have it again. I will never have it again, I swear." Ling Ye swears and promises to coax her well, otherwise it will be dangerous. Ling Ye shuddered when recalling how Xiao Yu had taken the kitchen knife before. "Well, I will forgive you this time. Ling Yu lowered her head and said in a low voice, but Ling Ye still heard it. Ling Ye immediately understood. It seems that my lovely sister is still worried about me, so forgive me for being so simple. Then, go home. Ling Ye felt that the incident had just turned over, and it was too late, so he wanted to go home first. There were a lot of things encountered tonight, and he needed to sort out his thoughts. However, Ling Yu still stood still, her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. What's wrong? Ling Ye was a little strange. Suddenly, Ling Yu hugged Ling Ye, crying and said, "Brother fool, don't make people so worried, brother fool, 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 fool." Ling Ye sighed. Originally, he wanted to turn over this incident in as easy a tone as possible, but he didn't expect. "Good, it's okay, my brother is an idiot, and I won't worry about you again." Ling Ye gently touched his sister's head, even though he agreed to the light ball's Ling Ye, what he said was just a lie. But if, as the light ball said, there are so many terrible things on this planet, only in this way can she better protect her. The two of them hugged quietly for a while. Suddenly, Ling Ye gently pushed Ling Yu away and took out a necklace from his pocket. "Today is your birthday, although there was a little accident, but fortunately, this thing is not broken, and I didn't miss it in time. Happy birthday, Satsuki." "Brother fool." Ling Yu grabbed the necklace, made a cute face at Ling Ye, and ran outside. Ling Ye smiled helplessly and ran after him. "Host, Zhang Cheng's first containment item has appeared, please contain it as soon as possible." The mechanical sound of the light ball rang out of time. He took Ling Ye to the other side of this world. "Really, I blame this world, what if peace had been forever?" Ling Ye watched Ling Yu's running figure and muttered. Chapter 3, Super Hacker. After finally getting home, Ling Ye was really tired after experiencing so much today. Ling Ye hasn't been so tired for a long time since his parents passed away. After setting up her younger sister, Ling Ye returned to her small space, closed the door, and then threw herself on the bed, closing her eyes and resting her mind. But within a few seconds of closing his eyes, Ling Ye opened his eyes fiercely again. "That's it, I regret it, or let the world be destroyed." Ling Ye was talking about self-defeating and abandoning himself, but in his heart he began to think about how to rebuild the SCP Foundation. "Then the question is, how can I build a foundation without money?" Ling Ye said in distress. "By the way, are there no novice tasks, or show me them all, light ball?" Reluctantly, Ling Ye could only see if there was any way to solve the starting problem from the system. The same screen as in the white space appeared in front of Ling Ye. At the same time, the sound of the ball of light sounded. The currency unit of the mall is a science and technology point, and the containment and research on it can obtain technology points for a long time. In addition, at each stage of the foundation's construction, additional one-time technology points can be obtained, and the host can simply be understood as an achievement. "You don't need to say this more," Ling Ye couldn't help thinking. The specific list is as follows. 50 technology points for basic mobile task forces, except for special types. Tactical reaction team, 5 people, 30 technology points. Agent, 5 people, 10 technology points. 10 technology points for junior researcher, not worthy of having a name. Intermediate researcher 20 technology points, named Dragon Set. Senior researcher 50 technology points, extremely scarce talents. 50 technology points for basic site operators. Site director 100 technology points. Division head 500 science and technology points. D-class personnel are free, a puppet without human rights. Note, the mall is not unlimited, and the traversal has resulted in the missing of some samples, which cannot be exchanged. This. Ling Ye was a bit speechless. Although he was mentally prepared, the mall had too few functions, so he just cloned. It's so embarrassing to be called Shang Cheng. It's not written like that in the novels I read. Wait, do I have to raise them after being cloned? Ling Ye suddenly realized the problem of eating and asked Guang Kaiu. Yes, they have the will of a Foundation soldier, please be kind to them. No, it's difficult enough for me to raise myself, Zio Kaiokyu, look at my condition, I can't eat 3 meals a day, and egg pancakes are not willing to add intestines, and I use instant noodle boxes as a bowl. Or, let them go out to work and support me? Oh, it makes sense, a good idea, I'm really a genius, I think I can do it again. Suddenly, Ling Yi's inspiration flashed. With direction, he might be able to get rid of poverty and become rich immediately, Ling Ye thought excitedly. Xiang Guangkaiu asked, how many technology points I have now, let me see how to convert it to a more cost-effective point. The host currently holds the technology point, 0. The system's ruthless answer broke Ling Yi's delusion. What, you say it again, 0. Isn't there any novice benefits, big gift packages, initial NPCs, etc., are you asking me to catch the containment by myself? I'm afraid it is not too long. Or, is there something that can be contained in such a simple way near me? If so, I will be on the spot, well, go and see what kind of cuteness it is. By the way, Ling Ye suddenly remembered the reminder of the light ball at the entrance of the police station, and hurriedly asked, little light ball, what is the containment item you mentioned earlier, let me see the information. Yes, host. Containment object code, Super Hacker. Item level, Safety. Features, Super Hacker is a desktop computer with a fantasy-like GUI 4060. It can run without electricity and network. Anyone who uses it will become the most powerful hacker at the limit of human beings, regardless of whether it has a computer or not. Cognitive concept. The most powerful hacker that humans can be? Ling Ye was aroused and asked, specify how strong this hacker is. Without any auxiliary equipment, even a top-secret institutional network with a separate network system can take time to control. The user only needs to think, and the super hacker will let you know what to do. Hiss. Ling Ye took a breath, just 2 words, NB, and it was completely prepared for the current foundation, after all. First, the people Ling Ye summoned were all black households. With this containment item, you can invade casually and solve the problem easily. Second, it was Ling Yi's own identity. He should be a behind-the-scenes man, but now the foundation is at its weakest stage, and there is no way to protect Ling Yi's information. In that case, this containment item is simply one of the most suitable for the start of the game, right? It makes people feel that there is providence in the dark. Great, let's go to this place after work tomorrow. Ling Ye looked at the flashing dots on the light ball screen, relaxed, and slowly fell asleep. Fighting with Zhou Gong. Early the next morning. Even though he had experienced so much the day before, Ling Yi's biological clock made him get up on time. The work of real estate agency during the day and cashier at night was not easy. In a short period of time, Ling Ye developed light sleep for 4 hours a day. Habit. Ling Ye yawned, still a little confused, scratching his hair and walking to the bathroom instinctively. I didn't notice that the light in the bathroom had been turned on, and with a click, he pushed the door and walked in. How could it happen that a well-known welfare scene can happen, and everyone who wants to be crooked faces the wall? Inside was her younger sister Ling Yu, who was brushing her teeth. Seeing her dazed brother, Ling Yu said slurredly while brushing his teeth, "Brother, look for Sang Hao, good morning, ... Good morning, Satsuki, can you let me wash my face first?" Yet. Ling Yu briskly jumped to the side, the vitality voice made Ling Ye sober a lot. Her cold water made Ling Ye really sober. "Breakfast is ready, brother." Ling Yu looked at Ling Ye with an inviting expression. However, Ling Ye ignored it. "Have you already eaten it?" Ling Yu puffed up her cheeks when she saw this, and said angrily, "No, waiting for brother stupid." "Well, go ahead after you wash, don't wait for me." Ling Ye glanced at his sister and continued to wipe her face. First of all, it must be emphasized that Ling Ye is not a straight man. Although such scenes happen almost every morning, my sister is really cute. She feels cute after seeing it many times. It is also Ling Ye's true feelings. But the creature like my sister is so weird and cute, so what, not what. Moreover, after seeing the scene of her cute sister after she has turned black, Ling Ye has strengthened this idea even more. Your sister, don't spoil her too much. This is the way Ling Ye summed up getting along with her sister over the years. Chapter 4, Hell Start. Bye bye, be careful on the way to school. You too, brother, bye. After watching her sister leave, Ling Ye tidied up everything at home and was ready to go to work. The gas is turned off and the door is locked. Okay, no problem, let's go. Ling Ye, who was walking downstairs, suddenly thought before leaving the community, is the window closed? The look polished by life is at a glance. However, on the crowded bus, Ling Ye looked at the retrograde house outside the window, and began to worry about how to save the world again. Human clones, or people with their own thoughts, Ling Ye doubted whether he could control them. The clone is absolutely loyal to the Foundation, and the host need not worry. The mechanical voice sounded from the bottom of my heart. Damn! Ling Ye couldn't help but utter a sound, causing everyone around him to look over. Ling Ye could only look down at the phone to ease his embarrassment. You can hear my inner thoughts. Ling Ye roared in his heart. Yes, host. I feel very unsafe. I am absolutely loyal to the host. How do you make me believe you? I am absolutely loyal to the host. It is still a repeated sentence. Seeing this, Ling Ye stopped entangled with this question, and turned to think about the first sentence of the light ball. As expected, there is no good thing about the world falling pie. The clones are absolutely loyal to the Foundation, aren't they absolutely loyal to me? It's really rare. Without knowing it, Ling Ye arrived at the station. Ling Ye devoted himself to his work, but still had some absent-mindedness. There was still a problem with building a foundation. Money. Without money, he couldn't do anything. But in his own situation, it would be good to maintain a living. Fortunately, Ling Ye had almost no guests today, so he was relatively idle. Even if he was not at work, it would not affect him, but he was still reminded. Finally, when it was time to get off work, Ling Ye had already asked the cashier to change shifts, so he could rush to the SCP super hacker's location to see what was going on. Following the direction and distance of the radar, Ling Ye compared the map to estimate the location. There was no mark on the map at all, showing that it was just a wasteland. However, when the radar following the ball of light reached the place, Ling Ye was stunned by what was in front of him. Rubbish. Looking at it was all rubbish. This was an abandoned garbage dump at all, and the mountains of could not be seen at all. Although the radar positioning of the light ball was still accurate, when it was placed in this mountain of garbage, Ling Ye didn't know what to do with it. He still has life and work, and he doesn't have so much time to find rubbish. Hey, this time I came back without success. Go back and find a way. Ling Ye shook his head helplessly, turned and left. In order to avoid suspicion, Ling Ye returned home at the time he usually finished work, took the key to open the door, and the house was completely dark, and she was already asleep. After washing hastily, Ling Ye threw herself on the bed again. I really didn't have this ability. After daily self-defeating for a while, Ling Ye began to use his little brain to think of a solution again. Didn't you say that achievements can also get technology points? Let me see what achievements are. Ling Ye can only see if the last straw is useful, otherwise it will really start in hell. The list is as follows. 100 technology points for the first containment. The first public site 300 technology points. The first secret site 500 technology points. Globalization stage, expandable. Legalization stage, expandable. 100 technology points for the first security level containment object. The first reliable level containment object with 200 technology points. 2000 technology points for the first hard level containment item. The first disaster level containment item none. There are not many achievements, and is the gap between the containment items so big? The reliability level is 200 technology points, the difficulty level is directly up to 2000 technology points, and the last disaster level is not at all. It is dangerous enough to give technology points. Doesn't it mean that Minghua means it? Ling Yi's first reaction was, although there are many rewards, the difficulty must have increased geometrically. Be careful when you encounter them in the future. But the problem is that there is still no way to achieve a breakthrough of 0. Is it really necessary to risk my life to do it? My mission to save the world will not have begun, and I will fall on the first containment object. Ling Yi's legs kept shaking, showing that he was a little irritable. What to do, what to do? Wait, I don't know if this is okay. Ling Yi suddenly thought of a speculative way. There is no way, the dead horse is a living horse, doctor. Give it a try. Little ball of light, I officially name you SCP-001, code name, just call it. Orb of origin, I will call you 001 from now on. Little ball of light is too ugly. The system stalled for a while before making a sound. SCP-001 file is being created, access permission level 0, public, to 5, absolutely confidential, please set. Remarks, Level 0 public, non-Foundation members can also inquire. Level 1 to Level 4 are authorized to inquire by the corresponding authorized personnel. Level 5 top secret, only supervisors and O5 counselors can inquire about strategic decision-making levels. Of course it is a Level 5 secret. By the way, I have another question. Does this O5 council have to exist? Ling Yi thought suddenly, thinking that the last world was the O5 Council that appeared only after the disappearance of the Overseer. It doesn't seem to be right now. Need it. You are the supervisor, and everything about the Foundation is up to you. 001's answer made Ling Yi more clearly understand the meaning of the name supervisor and the reality of how much power he has. Please continue to set the item level for SCP-001 Orb of Origin. Remarks, Safety, easily contained. Reliable, need certain resources to contain. Difficulty, extremely difficult to contain. Disaster, enough to destroy the world. Hey, no wonder there is no reward for the disaster level. This span is too big, the world is destroyed, but since I am a supervisor, I want to create a new item level, 001, name, control. SCP-001 is included in the control level. It is a containment item that can be fully grasped and controlled by the Foundation. Received, the file is being created, the file is created. Next, I don't need to build the file myself, you just need to file it automatically according to the situation, 001. Yes, host. So, that's it next, thinking about it. The voice that Ling Yi was expecting to hear sounded. Achievement First Containment Object completed, get 100 technology points. Control level containment, no technological points. Hey? You didn't give me technology points for the corresponding level, so at least reward me with a little creative point. Ling Yi didn't expect that he had lost 50 technology points for nothing, and I was so sad that one half of my wealth. Can I change you into a disaster class containment item, 001? Ling Yi felt a little unrealistic, but still asked shamelessly. No, reasonableness is the prerequisite for everything. Chapter 5, Call. That's right, that's fine, but my second attempt is 80% okay. My house is my first public site, named Site 03. Ling Yi told the system his second thought. As for why it is 03, where are 01, 02, whatever it is, a little more mystery is always good, and it is also good to bluff someone. At this time, 001's voice sounded on time. The conditions for Foundation members to settle in are met. The conditions for ownership of basic site facilities are met, and the site is successfully established. Achieve the completion of the first public site, get 300 technology points. Perfect. This is the start of 400 technology points. You can do a lot of things. However, Ling Ye still has a problem. Will the condition of having basic site facilities be too loose? I will not find someone with only one bed. The basement is fine too. The rest of the time has to be planned. Now that we have these 400 points, the next step is the question of money in the final analysis. The technology points are used to summon clones, but the clones that are summoned must have a base. There are also food and clothing issues. Ling Ye sat on the edge of the bed, frowning, hesitating for a long time, finally sighed and made up his mind. He got up and walked to the bookshelf, pushed open the book in front, revealing a black box. Ling Ye took it down and patted the dust on it. A little hesitantly, he opened the box and took out a bank card. After putting the box aside, Ling Ye started playing with the card, still hesitating infinitely. This was left by the deceased parents for herself and Satsuki, not many, but there were still tens of thousands. Ling Ye has never touched the money here, but just prepared it for emergencies to give her life an extra layer of protection. Now, for the so-called SCP Foundation. In addition to entanglement, if there is only oneself, there will be no problem, but Ling Ye will not want her younger sister to be affected. Hey, forget it, borrowing money is also a way? Let's talk about it. In the end, Ling Ye still implemented her principle. Just when he was about to put the card back, a soft voice suddenly came from the door. Yes, brother, I support you. Ling Ye looked towards the door after hearing the sound. It was Ling Yu, hiding behind the crack of the door, showing a little hand, and said in an angelic voice, Yes, brother. Ah, I'm dead, how can my sister be so cute? Xiao Yu, this. Ling Ye wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. After all, is it a good thing to let my sister know now? But Ling Yu just shook her head, interrupted Ling Ye, and said, It's okay, brother, no matter what it is, I will support you. Then he stuck out his tongue and ran back to his room shyly, in Ling Ye's eyes. As the sound of closing the door sounded, Ling Ye also recovered, and smiled at the unmanned door and said only one word, Ah. Friendly communication with Zhou Gong. On the second day, Ling Ye chose to take a day off. Compared with finding a house, he could only do it during the day. Moreover, as a real estate agent, Ling Ye knew exactly what the house he needed and had already had a goal, so go today. Just rent it out. It was still an ordinary morning, after Ling Ye sent his sister out. He didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the place. After spending a while, Ling Ye came to an old community with no monitoring equipment and the guard was just an old man. After walking in, Ling Ye came to a small 6-story building. It was very ordinary, no different from other buildings in this community. Ling Ye pulled the unit door, and it really broke. Then, Ling Ye walked to the downward staircase on the right-hand side and entered the basement. Yes, this guy is really going to find a basement, and he also prepared 3 reasons to convince himself. 1. You can know the standards of the photosphere for infrastructure. 2nd, the basement is definitely more concealed than an ordinary house. 3rd, and the least important one, cheap. The members of the Foundation are all warriors who have experienced many battles, so living in a basement is nothing. Half an hour later, Ling Ye completed the task perfectly and rented the basement. As a real estate agent, that's great. It's a good idea what kind of house is worth. The landlord didn't procrastinate at all. Ling Ye originally thought he would be able to clean up in the afternoon, and was still thinking about what to do during this time. The landlord took a box and left directly. Ling Ye has officially become the master of this place, so let's start calling. Ling Ye has been gearing up for a long time. Expand the mall for me again, 001. Ling Ye said with a little excitement. Received. The specific list is as follows. 50 technology points for basic mobile task forces, except for special types. Tactical reaction team, 5 people, 30 technology points. Agent, 5 people, 10 technology points. 10 technology points for junior researcher, not worthy of having a name. Intermediate researcher 20 technology points, named Dragon Set. Senior researcher 50 technology points, extremely scarce talents. 50 technology points for basic site operators. Site director 100 technology points. Division head 500 science and technology points. D-class personnel are free, a puppet without human rights. I have 400 points. In fact, I can change to the highest ranking task force with 50 points to be a thug, but I don't seem to be in a hurry. The researcher is a bit far away from me. There is no place for him to study. Ling Ye said to himself. It's decided. Come out with a 100-point supervisor, and then 2 groups of 10-point agents. Ling Ye patted the table and decided, as for the reason. Director, he should be quite versatile, and he can help me with ideas. As for the agents, although the fights are average, they are definitely better than me. The most important thing is that they can go out to work. Yes, this guy hasn't forgotten the matter of letting the elites of the Foundation help him work. Hey, the task force is too big to be used for small jobs. The agent is good, economical, and the quantity is large. That's it. Ling Ye felt that there was no problem. It was all because of lack of money. Go ahead, 001. Received, sample selection, cloning, memory implantation. The waiting time was very short, and Ling Ye felt only a few minutes. The last sentence of 001 has just finished. Ling Ye's chest suddenly lit up. Yep. Ultraman, Iron Man. Before thinking about it, the light on his chest stretched forward. The light in front of Ling Ye slowly constructed 11 people. Ling Ye felt that the word construction was quite accurate. Anyway, the scene was very sci-fi. It was the first time to experience such a scene personally, and Ling Ye felt that this wave was definitely not a loss. The light quickly faded, and a middle-aged man in the front appeared. His figure was fairly strong. Anyway, he was a bit stronger than Ling Ye. The Asian face should be a Chinese. This face looks very reliable, in Ling Ye's heart. I commented on the man in charge at the first glance. But Ling Ye found a problem. This person is not wearing clothes. Ling Ye looked back again. Good fellow, all tall, short, fat and thin, all of them were men. Their faces were much more unified, just one word, ordinary. But it's also good, the agent needs to be so relieved. And as expected, I didn't wear any clothes. My lord, my name is Mu Fan, here to report. Come and report. The agents behind also shouted in response to Director Mu's words. Chapter 6, The Truth. Ling Ye looked at them with a good momentum, but his eyes were a little bit spicy. After controlling his eyes and not looking down, Ling Ye also found that so many people were watching him, and they were not as nervous as imagined. I have the potential to lead. Of it. After the narcissism, he said, very well, Director Mu, and agents, you are here to stand by first, and wait for me to come back. Don't worry, soon. Ling Ye picked up the money and ran towards the ground floor not far from here, and questioned 001 as he ran. You make it clear, 001, I have no clothes so I can prepare in advance, so where is my majesty? I am host, it's common sense to clone people without clothes. Ling Ye had nothing to say, he was stupid. Suddenly, Ling Ye realized another problem. Do those clones know that they are clones? Do they know who I am? Do you know how their original world is? You can choose the level of memory implantation, the host. The default is to block information, and they only understand their memories of fighting and living. Hi. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? You have no questions. I was wrong. You are really a weak artificial intelligence. Fortunately, the default is still reliable. That's it, and there is no need to change it. Lingye didn't expect to make such a big mistake. As expected, he is not professional enough. Not long after, Lingye ran to the small stall selling clothes, and the uncle was sleeping. Lingye just couldn't manage that much. Uncle! I want to buy clothes. Lingye leaned forward and shouted. Well, who? The uncle shivered and slowly opened his eyes, but he was still a little confused. After a while, the uncle finally saw Lingye standing opposite. Big brother, buy clothes, come and take a look, although we are a street stall, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. The uncle immediately entered the state and began to fool Lingye. How many men's clothing and models are there? Lingye didn't want to listen to the uncle's talk, and went straight to the topic. Big brother, there are more than a dozen pieces here, all models are available, and there are many styles. There are 30 pieces for the top and the bottom. Don't take one. Well, I want it all. Lingye squatted down, as if it wasn't enough, and had to run a few more shops, and then calmly said the words that made the uncle look daunting. What? You say it again. Men's clothes, I want all, how much? Lingye could only repeat it. Hey, big brother, knowing the goods, at first glance, you are the boss, don't worry, you want so much, I will charge you one piece. The uncle took out the bag, stuffed it quickly, sent Lingye away with a blushing face, and wanted Lingye to come again with a look of expectation. Lingye smiled and should be, but what she thought in her heart was that she should never come again. Finally ran a few more shops, the same process, the same stall owner. Lingye said that he couldn't stand it a little, and it was about the time, so Lingye hurried back to his home. After going out for less than 20 minutes, Lingye walked in and handed the clothes to them. Let's change your clothes first. In fact, after Lingye left, they found that they were not wearing any clothes. They were really embarrassed. They probably guessed what Lingye was going to do, and now they finally came back. But discipline made them afraid to move. Lingye gave a special order. After getting permission, a group of talents hurriedly put on their clothes. Lingye was sitting on the table, pretending to drink water to hide his embarrassment, but the noise of changing clothes kept coming from her ears. Damn, can I think of a group of big guys changing clothes? Lingye is really a bit unable to sit down. Fortunately, the agents even change clothes very quickly. When Lingye heard the sound of changing clothes disappeared, he turned his head mechanically, and everyone had lined up again. Site 527 Site Director, Mu Fan, come to report, my lord. Mu Fan introduced himself again. The Special Agent Team of Site 173, the Captain, Wang Pei, come to report. Same as Site 173 Agent Team, Captain, Lin Mingzi, come to report. Within a little time of the introduction, Lingye observed the two captains. Wang Pei was a big man in the true sense. He was even more than Mu Fan. The three Lingye couldn't compare with each other. With this momentum, 80% of them were reckless of. Lin Mingzi's words are similar to Lingye's figure, but he feels a bit cold, and he was somber and gloomy just now, not easy to get along with. Withdrawing his mind, Lingye looked at his first power in front of him and said, I am O5 Counselor, Bai, welcome your visit. I believe you have a lot of doubts, and I will answer them. Lingye made one. With a sign of please, he sat on the chair. Lingye's words shocked Mu Fan and the agents in front of him. The agents were still in shock, and Mu Fan was the first to react. In a questioning tone, he asked, how can the O5 counselor be allowed to appear here? We are not qualified to see you. Ling Ye smiled and asked, then do you know why you are here? Without waiting for them to answer the question that they definitely couldn't answer, Ling Ye gave the answer. Our world is destroyed, and the Foundation's goal of saving mankind has failed. This. Mu Fan couldn't believe it. Ling Ye raised his hand to signal Mu Fan to keep quiet, and then said, there is nothing impossible. I think everyone knows what the Foundation has been facing. However, we are lucky. The Foundation is capable. The restart time is back to the beginning of everything, the era when there was no Foundation, the era when the contents were still in the dark, that is, now. Are we back in the past? Mu Fan said in a questioning tone, but understood in his heart. Yes, right now, you are the first batch of power for the Foundation's rejuvenation in the country of rabbits. This is the qualification for you to see me. Ling Ye answered the initial question. Mu Fan didn't see any flaws in this explanation that was only a little bit different from the truth. The only problem was that this ordinary young man in his early 20s turned out to be an O5 counselor, which was really incredible. But his memory tells him that this is true. He is facing an O5 counselor. I can accept the reality. However, I also have to see if you can lead us. Mu Fan has no expression on the surface and is right in his heart. Ling Ye thought. As for why Ling Ye didn't tell the truth, there was only one reason. He didn't want to reveal the identity of the supervisor. Why 001 would find you? Such a question is too difficult to answer. It would be better to simply compile a truth. This is Ling Ye's idea. So far it looks good, there are no major loopholes. However, the identity of the O5 counselor is still a top secret level. You can call me Minister from now on. Ling Ye added. Yes. Everyone stood at attention and saluted. Chapter 7, Plan. Ling Ye had the idea to dissolve the O5 Council before, but in the end it was still not cancelled. Whether it was a cover for his identity like this, whether he really needs new O5 counselors in the future, these are irreplaceable reasons. But the mystery of the O5 counselor can't be reduced. Ling Ye can only appear under his hands with his true colors. I don't know when the technology to perfectly eliminate the traces of himself will be available, so let's do it first. It's okay to be the least mysterious O5 counselor in a foundation. After dealing with all the problems, Ling Ye had time to notice that a dozen people were a little crowded in this small room. Director Mu stay, and others will be on guard around them. Ling Ye ordered. Yes. After speaking, the agents observed no one and left quickly, hiding in the surrounding area. When everyone left, Ling Ye told Mu Fan to sit down. Although the original site no longer exists, I'll call you Director Mu. No problem, Minister. Okay, Director Mu, I have a plan here, please take a look at it first. Ling Ye handed over his plan. Ling Ye took the time to write it casually, and there was only a general policy in it. Mu Fan quickly read it again, frowned slightly, and said without evasiveness, as a strategic policy, there is no problem. The specific implementation plan can be discussed in detail. Of course, this is also the reason why I handed you this plan. The foundation is not mature yet, so do I. I really need your help, Director Mu. Ling Ye stared at Mu Fan and said. This is my duty. Ling Ye frowned upon hearing this answer. Ling Ye didn't feel that he was completely trusted, but it was just human nature. He must feel that I, O5, was completely coming in through the back door, and this would be of no benefit to the next actions. I have to think of a way. Director Mu, please give me your advice. This is a very serious request. I hope you can understand. Ling Ye decided not to delay, and went straight to the point, and A went up. Mu Fan hesitated, opened his mouth but said nothing. Upon seeing this, Ling Ye continued, I know very well that I am not qualified now. You are listening to my orders completely because of your loyalty to the Foundation. To be honest, when the foundation told me that they came from the future and I will be an O5 member in the future, I was a little confused, but maybe I was born for the SCP Foundation and I am willing to take this responsibility. This is why I am now an O5 member of Parliament, standing here to talk to you. Now, I will take the liberty of ordering you with my future authority to help me rebuild the foundation. How, Director Pastor? Ling Ye stretched out his hand, just looking at Mu Fan. Ling Yi's own life experience clearly touched Mu Fan, the young O5 counselor, and the future O5 counselor, so maybe we can put down those doubts for the time being. Mu Fan solemnly got up and lowered his head deeply. No, I should apologize most sincerely for my presumption, Mr. Congressman, please advise. Mu Fan also stretched out his hand and held Ling Ye together. The initial establishment of trust was successful through Ling Yi's mouth. The next step is to deepen mutual understanding and trust through actions. So, Minister, back to reality, how much money do we have now? The two began to discuss the issue of rebuilding the foundation. To tell the truth, Ling Ye was really lacking in confidence. He slowly raised his hand, and then slowly stretched out 5 fingers, saying, about 50,000. So the scene fell into an awkward silence. Although Ling Ye also knows that 50,000 yuan is a bit too little for major things, but there is no way. This is basically all of Ling Yi's assets, not only on the card, but also Ling Yi's small savings. Of course, Ling Yi's savings that belonged to Ling Yu would not move anything. Cough, cough, in this way, maybe the SCP super hacker can help us a little bit with the known containment. Ling Ye said a little embarrassed. I did see this name in the minister's plan, but what is his specific information? In order to prevent leakage, there will be no obvious paper and electronic data storage. Simply put, it can make people become the world's #1 hacker. Mu Fan nodded to express understanding. At the same time, he thought in his heart that the SCP Foundation is still the same as in the past. Even if it is now, the O5 Council has countless secrets and is carrying out countless unknowable plans. Hey, responsible for implementation. The task is just fine. In fact, Mu Fan thought a little bit too much, so Ling Ye was the only one to protect the secret of the light ball, but it was not a bad thing to let his subordinates consciously use their imagination. So, Minister, are you planning to use super hackers to raise funds by some extraordinary means? Yes, but this is not a long-term solution for the Foundation. A sustainable industry is the real top priority for the further development of the Foundation. Ling Ye expressed his views. There is nothing wrong with your idea, we can start implementing it. Mu Fan stood up and said solemnly. Unlike seeing directly from the plan, Mu Fan sensed Ling Yi's potential from Ling Yi's words, and understood what to do is the right thing. It was trust +1. Well, I won't participate directly in the containment of super hackers. The command will be handed over to you, Director Mu. This is his location, an abandoned dump. Received, promise to complete the task. Well, this card is a little bit of funds, and the password is on it. Use it before the super hacker works, then I'll go. Minister walk slowly. Mu Fan reached out and took the card in Ling Yi's hand. On the swaying bus, Ling Ye had a lot of thoughts. He didn't know what the leader played for the first time, and what they would think of me, a young and excessive O5 congressman. The most important thing is what will I do later, quit my job and devote myself to the work of the Foundation? Then, how did Xiaoyu explain and tell her the truth directly? It's really a difficult choice. What to do is to think about it. On the other side, Mu Fan and the agents on the street. A group of big men walking together is a bit eye-catching. Mu Fan only took Wang Pei and Lin Mingzi, the two captains by his side. Wang Pei looked a little ugly, and said, Old paper understands that O5 counselors are very mysterious. It's okay to be a young man, but he is too ordinary. Once he is aura, there will be nothing. Lin Mingzi followed silently beside him, he also had the same question in his heart, but the silly man asked, he could also listen to director Mu Fan's thoughts. Mu Fan glanced at the two of them separately, and simply said, "This is the decision of the Foundation. There is no need to question this. Therefore, I believe the decision of the O5 Council is fine. You find it strange that the level is not enough. For now, just take it seriously." "Yes," the two captains said together. With Mu Fan's affirmation, there shouldn't be any problems, and the two of them are also temporarily relieved. "Okay, it's this one. It doesn't look like an ID card is needed. Let's go." Mu Fan took the two of them through the village in the city and easily found a place to sleep. Although the basement is large enough as a site, the newly rented one has nothing, so I can only find a place to sleep. Chapter 8:008 Containment Successful. In the afternoon of the next day, Muffin and his party drove to the location of the SCP super hacker, followed the map given by Ling Yat, and found this remote place, but the general map is completely unmarked, showing that this is just a wasteland. However, this also means that there is no one in charge of this garbage dump, and the chance of encountering unrelated people is greatly reduced. This is the only good news worthy of comfort. When Muffin really saw the junkyard, although he was prepared, he was still frightened by the things in front of him. There was too much rubbish, and the unprepared agents next to him reacted even more. Mu Fan took everyone to the marked place and said, "That's it, about 10 meters in radius. Let's start. Find the hacker, pay attention to the host, and set off." Unexpectedly, the first task of old paper was to pick up trash. Wang Pei yelled a little unhappy. Lin Mingzi next to Wang Pei gave Wang Pei a glance, did not say anything, put on his gear, and said to his team members in a slightly hoarse voice, "Start to act. Move the old paper, boys." As a result, the group began to scoop up rubbish. Then, I searched for it for a whole week, wandering in the trash sea. On a mountain of rubbish, Wang Pei's figure was picking up rubbish, a beggar alive, and his numb movements were repeated mechanically. Wang Pei didn't think about anything anymore. Looking at the remaining rubbish, he felt that he would pick another one. It's possible every week. How long will I have to look for this NM? Wang Pei wailed in his heart, as well as mental torture. This also has to be done. At this time. Found it! Found it! An agent not far away exclaimed excitedly. Mu Fan hurriedly jumped off the garbage dump and ran over, and everyone else quickly surrounded him. Even Lin Mingzi's face was filled with surprised smiles. "Go get other equipment and experiment," Mu Fan said after checking the appearance. Yes, the two agents turned around and ran to the car quickly. After the assembly was completed, the experiment was carried out. The moment an agent hand touched it, countless knowledge was transferred to his mind. He wanted to let go, but he couldn't do it at all. He could only moan in pain, and after a quarter of an hour, he could fully adapt. At the same time, knowledge and skills were completely mastered by him. A world's first hacker was born. Upon seeing this, Mu Fan understood that they had not found a mistake. Said, "Leave the computer." Sure enough, the agent who left the super hacker completely forgot in an instant, leaving no impression at all. "Yes, the containment is successful, let's go," Mu Fan ordered. At the same time, a voice came from Ling Yat, who was far away at home. The SCP-002 super hacker was successfully contained. Item level, Safety. The achievement of the first safe containment object is completed. Get 100 technology points. Safe containment. Get 50 technology points. It seemed that the task over there was finally completed, and it took a little longer than expected. "Hey, don't be distracted." "Yes. My sister." When the cute voice of the younger sister came, Ling Ye was so frightened that she quickly took a pose and continued to wait for her sister's trial and humiliation. "What happened?" We have to start from the beginning. During the week when Mu Fan and the others were looking for a super hacker, Ling Ye naturally wanted something to do. He asked 001 to display all the contained objects in the current record, especially those located in Zhang province, and carefully studied their characteristics and countermeasures. I often have discussions with Mu Fan on the future development of the Foundation, learning from Mu Fan's experience. All of this led to a problem, and Ling Ye could invest less and less energy in his work. The inconvenient reality eventually spurred him to make up his mind, quit the 2 jobs he was doing, and then devoted himself to the Foundation. However, when Ling Ye was thinking about how to explain the reason to his younger sister, he was exposed. Obviously it should be working time, but eating ice cream in front of the convenience store, and being seen by my sister, this was the most embarrassing day Ling Ye encountered. Yes, it was today. Yo, Xiaoyu, listen to me explain. Ling Ye saw his sister's unkind eyes, and quickly wanted to explain, but did the ice cream in his hand be convincing? Force. Go home. My younger sister turned around and left with only 2 words. No matter what Ling Ye said, she ignored Ling Ye. When I got home, my sister's terrible side was revealed. With his hands on his hips, he stared at Ling Ye like this, "Brother, do you know how to do it?" Xiaoyu, listen to me first, no. Ling Ye tried to explain. Brother. Yes. Ling Ye had no choice but to pose, a standard kneeling posture, looking at his sister full of grievances. Let's talk about it, brother. I resigned. Ling Ye raised his head and glanced at his sister's reaction. There was no response, and he was waiting for Ling Ye's later text, but this alone was full of pressure. Ling Ye swallowed nervously and said, I found a new job and the pay is very good. Liar. Ling Yu whispered. Okay. Brother lied. Every time my elder lied, he would look to the right. My elder lied to me. Ling Yu suddenly asked Ling Ye loudly, leaving Ling Ye speechless. The 2 fell silent, but Ling Ye's mind was running at a fast speed, wanting to find a good reason, a perfect reason. Forget it, brother doesn't need to explain anything to me anyway. Ling Yu said angrily, turning back to her room. Seeing his sister like this, Ling Ye quickly got up, took her sister's hand, and said, How come, Then elder brother will not hide anything from me, right? Ling Yu turned her head and smiled at her elder brother. It is the smile of Jue Tong. Chapter 9, Containment Information. Okay, brother, let's be honest. Ling Yu tilted Erlang's legs and sat on the sofa, smiling at Ling Ye. Yes. Ling Ye grinned bitterly, she couldn't fool around, so she could only take a gamble. Actually. Xiaoyu, you know Shimu House. Well, it's my brother's friend, my brother has introduced it. Ling Yu recalled a little, and said. Ling Ye saw that there was a play, and made up, yes, it's him, isn't he going to start a business recently, he must get me, so. Hey? Really? Ling Yu asked with a very skeptical attitude. It is true, there is absolutely no falsehood, Xiaoyu, I can call now, and you can ask. Ling Yi's nervous cold sweat flowed down. Ling Yu thought about it for a while, and said, forget it, it will cause trouble for others. Ling Ye breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and passed by. Why did the brother hide from me? Suddenly, my sister's voice came again. This. Ling Yi's hesitation was obviously not right. Why, brother? The younger sister's voice began to become cold again, and the degree of blackening deepened. Of course, I'm afraid that my dearest sister is worried, I want to make a little achievement before showing it to my sister. Ling Ye made a decisive decision and opened his mouth. Ling Yu's face flushed unexpectedly, and then, in order to hide her shyness, she said, Oh, is my brother holding such a perverted thought? I understand. Sure enough, there was still no way to calm down. Ling Yu's heart was very shaken. She dared not look at her brother anymore, got up and ran back to her room. Luo Huang fled. Luo Huang fled. Ling Ye looked at the door of his sister's closed room, and suddenly felt that he was so mean. But the first time I saw my sister's expression like this, it seemed that it wasn't a loss. Ling Ye didn't realize it, he was one step closer to the path of perversion. Ling Yu, who shut herself in the room, leaned against the door, gasping for breath, trying to calm her mood, but it was of no use. But at the end she covered her chest with her hands and murmured, "Brother fool!" And the fool brother at this time. Ling Ye sat paralyzed on the sofa. Although Ling Ye was a bit ashamed to say that sentence, fortunately, the effect was so obvious that there was no problem in a short time, and he still asked Mu how to make a serial confession. "Sorry, Satsuki, I will tell you the truth soon." After working on his sister's question, Ling Ye was ready to see the super hacker. After a brief cleaning, he was about to go out. Ling Ye looked at the door of his sister's room, and let's say hello. "Satsuki, I have something to go out for a while." There was no reply for a long time, and it seemed like a quarrel. Ling Ye was a little panicked in this atmosphere. After a while, there was a voice from the room, "Well, be careful on the way." The voice was so low that Ling Ye almost didn't hear it, but just got a reply. Ling Ye's mind was temporarily attracted by the foundation. My sister could only put it back here, so she chose to go out and walk to the basement. "Go with." On the way, Ling Ye said to 001, "Set the basement I rented to Site 04. After doing this little thing, Ling Ye started to close his eyes and think about the next plan. Basement. Ling Ye's figure walked in and looked around. The basic facilities are all sound, but the price is that there is not much money in the card, but the days of hardship are over today. Mu Fan and the others haven't come back yet. Ling Ye didn't see anyone in the facility, because there was nothing important, and there were no people left behind. Ling Ye could only wait for a while. It didn't take long before Ling Ye heard the arrival of Mu Fan and his party. Mu Fan was the first to come in and saw that Ling Ye was not surprised. This was agreed. The day the super hacker found it was an important node for the Foundation's development, and it had to be discussed once. "Minister." Mu Fan motioned to Ling Ye. "Is everything going well?" "Finally, the hard work has paid off." Mu Fan said with a wry smile. He didn't want to do it again. "Well, in short, Lin Mingzi, first put SCP-002 in the pre-prepared room and do a good job of protection. Director Mu and I need to discuss some things." "Yes." Seeing the agents start to work, Ling Ye and Mu Fan walked into Mu Fan's room, which is also a conference room. Without much chattering, the two entered the state directly. "Director Mu, first of all, this place has officially become a Foundation-approved facility, codenamed Site 04, which temporarily assumes the containment function. You are the director." "Understood." Mu Fan knew that this was going to happen sooner or later, and did not express too much emotion. "Next, it will be a super hacker. 002's current task is to solve your identity problems and provide funds for Foundation development. As far as 002's characteristics are concerned, they are all very simple tasks. Director Mu, what do you think? I will arrange a special agent to contact 002 and personally supervise it. If he needs to use 002, he must have the permission of you and me." "No problem. Next, Director Mu, you need to look at this first." Ling Ye handed Mu Fan a page of information. Mu Fan received the information on the contents of the contents. Code, Dimensional U-Disk. Item level, Safety. Features, the appearance is an ordinary black USB flash drive with unlimited memory. Excellent cultural and entertainment works that do not exist in this world are stored inside, and new works will appear from time to time. Code name, Tickle Monster. Item level, Safety. Characteristics: the target is a huge, irregular shape, orange-yellow, viscous translucent viscous object with a playful temperament similar to that of a dog. Touching its surface will immediately cause a kind of spiritual pleasure. Code name. Item level, reliable. Characteristics: a creature with a different appearance from any known species. It is described as very fierce like a puppy, has the ability to foresee the harm to children and the spiritual influence to soothe traumatized human children. Code, half cat. Item level, reliable. Characteristics: a fold-eared cat with only the front half of the body. The cut surface is black, and the inside is not visible. Its movement is the same as a normal cat, but it is extremely flexible. These are all the containment items that have been recorded by the Foundation and have appeared in Zhang Province. Of course, due to the passage of time, the Foundation's data has been lost, and there may be some omissions. In Mu Fan's gap when looking at the information, Ling Ye explained. Mu Fan looked carefully, and after reading it several times, he put down the information and said to Ling Ye, "Minister, on the whole, these containment items are not very dangerous." Well, because based on the Foundation's data, the danger level of the containment has increased over time. It's like someone is operating it. Mu Fan frowned. Yes, looking for them is also one of the Foundation's previous plans. Ling Ye said directly without concealing this. Chapter 10, Ready to Work. In fact, this was not made up by Ling Ye. When he was fine, Ling Ye would ask 001 about the situation of the previous generation of foundations, as a reference for himself, and avoid unnecessary detours in advance. This plan is in it. This also caused Ling Ye's current problems, so when the time was right, the plan would probably be reopened. My level should not be allowed to know this plan. Mu Fan asked Ling Ye. Ling Ye shook his head, and said, "It's just something that happened in the past. As the veteran of the restart of the Foundation, you have this qualification." Seeing that Mu Fan seems to still have a problem, Ling Ye said directly, "Let's do this first. The most important question now is how to deal with these contained objects." When Mu Fan saw this, he no longer entangled with this issue, and seriously thought, among these containment items, the most helpful to the Foundation is this dimensional USB flash drive. Based on it, we can easily develop rapidly in the field of entertainment and contribute to the Foundation. The first industry will be established, and then it will be more comprehensive, and sustainable development will not be a problem. Well, then the containment priority level of the dimensional USB flash drive is the first. Also, according to the estimation of the Foundation, this containment item is likely to be held by someone. Ling Ye's idea is similar to that of Mu Fan, and he agreed to Mu Fan. Fan made his judgment and expressed his guess in the name of the Foundation. The main reason is that the location shown by 001 is constantly moving, so apart from someone carrying it, Ling Ye really can't think of any other possibilities. Understand, as for other containment items, there is no obvious harm and will even bring benefits to people. You can put them away first. However, considering that containment items like half-cats may have a huge impact, I don't want to tickle monsters are as easy to contain, so, considering all things considered, the priorities of the remaining contents from high to low are, half-cat, tickle monster, yin, there is no problem. Ling Ye continued Mu Fan's words. Yet. Mu Fan nodded in agreement. Then, it's so decided, Director Mu, if you lead someone on the task of super hacking, the others will all be sent to collect the intelligence of the dimensional USB disk. Ling Ye stood up and arranged the task. Yes. The two left the room and gathered all the agents. Minister. All the agents greeted Ling Ye. It was a very new experience for Ling Ye. Just one word, cool. Okay, the assembly is complete, and the decision will be announced. From now on, this is officially Site 04, and the site director is held by Mu Fan, and the remaining positions are temporarily vacant. It was basically in everyone's expectation, so the reaction of the agents was similar to that of Mu Fan. Next, is the assignment of the first task. Hearing that there is a task, the agents can start their own duties, raising their ears one by one, afraid of missing something. The two captains are especially concerned. This is a piece of information about the contained objects. Your purpose is to collect relevant information. Ling Ye shook the information in his hand and said. Secondly, integrating into this city. At this stage, we need to establish an intelligence network around Site 04. The specific management is in charge of Mu. Is there any problem? Ling Ye then ordered. No. Okay, let Director Mu come for the next specific tasks. Ling Ye stepped back and let Mu Fan out. Mu Fan's expression was serious, and he didn't say anything, and immediately began to arrange the next task. I arranged it directly. One group sent a person to follow me, and the others were led by Wang Pei to find jobs or set up a small stall. Funds could be applied to me. The second group was led by Lin Mingzi in charge of collecting information. Captain Lin, this it is the location of the target. After understanding it, destroy it directly. Pay attention to keep the action secret. Now start the action immediately. Yes. Lin Mingzi decisively took the order. In contrast, Wang Pei was a little bit dissatisfied. This job hunting is nothing. Normally, it should be the work of a spy. But Wang Pei couldn't disobey the order. Although he looked dissatisfied, he still accepted the order. A few days later. Unexpectedly, the process of collecting intelligence is so long. I thought it would be the result of the third day. Ling Ye lay on the table without the image of a supervisor. To be honest, Ling Ye has no idea about intelligence collection, but it's been more than a week, which is really beyond Ling Ye's expectation. The good news is that the working group led by Wang Pei is still going well, although the job search is a bit low for the time being. We can't be too hasty. Of course Ling Ye hadn't been idle these days, and Mufan had perfected the containment plan for the next containment objects, but in the end it was all on paper. There was no real step forward, and he didn't know what the result would be. And most importantly, to deal with all kinds of unexpected problems and trials of my sister. When Ling Ye felt that his worried head was about to fall, the turning point finally came. Mu Fan called Ling Ye and said, Minister, the intelligence work is complete. Okay, I finally waited. Ling Ye immediately got up from the table when he heard the news. This is really good news. Ling Ye was a little excited. The owner's name is Long Tianao, who is the owner of Tianao Media Entertainment. A month ago, he relied on the dimensional U-disc to rise suddenly and became famous. This is his address and travel rules. Also, this person has hidden rules in just 1 month. After several women, and repeatedly spoke generously in public, it seems that the chance to have the shelter made them blind and arrogant. It should not be difficult to deal with. Mu Fan briefly reported the content. It's a scumbag, then there is no psychological burden. Although Ling Ye would contain USB flash drives even if he was a good person, he might take the action of absorbing it into the Foundation. How do I get the USB flash drive? Ling Ye was thinking. Then you can only steal it. Ling Ye asked Mu Fan. No problem, this is the most effective method. Mu Fan also nodded in response, expressing his approval. The robbery might attract the attention of the authorities, and it would be more than worth the loss. It is safer to steal, but there is still a problem. How should Long Tianao deal with it? Ling Ye asked Mu Fan this question. In order to prevent accidental exposure, I can only clean up my hands. Mu Fan was silent for a while and mentioned. This time it's Ling Ye's turn to remain silent. Killing for containment? This option is placed in front of Ling Ye for the first time. If possible, Ling Ye certainly doesn't want to kill for this reason, but the current Foundation does not. Any surplus resources to deal with the unstable factor of losing the USB disk, so in fact, there is no choice at all. Don't leave clues. Finally, Ling Ye said. Don't worry, Minister, this is the specialty of our agents. Chapter 11, You Disc at Hand. The next day, on the eve of the operation, Ling Ye thought he would be nervous and couldn't sleep, but it turned out that the sky was big and he slept the most. But it is definitely a lie to say that it is not nervous. Ling Ye can quickly adapt to his status as a supervisor, but his actions are like facing an exam. No matter how many times, he will feel nervous before the exam. Ling Ye walked outside the door and thought, this is my first exam. Come to Site 04. Sure enough, everyone had assembled, waiting for Ling Ye to appear. Very well, then according to the plan, Lin Mingzi, lead your team to steal the USB flash drive. The others and I will gather in the abandoned building in the suburbs. Be sure to bring 002 to the meeting place before 11 o'clock in the evening, and set off. Ling Ye walked to the crowd. No more nonsense, directly ordered. Yes. Ling Ye and Mu Fan walked ahead and confirmed, what's the task of the super hacker, Director Mu? The identity problem has been solved, and the funds are still being collected by extraordinary means. In order to keep it confidential, the progress will be a little slower. Mu Fan knew it well and immediately answered Ling Ye's question. No problem, confidentiality is the first principle. When the two talked, Lin Mingzi led the team behind, and before walking out of the alley, he said to his subordinates in a slightly hoarse voice, this task must not be lost. I will get 002. The two of them are outside the room to respond. People don't need to act with us. They lurking in our retreat path ahead of time, and after we succeed, we will observe whether anyone is following them along the road. Before they could answer, they interrupted them with a direct action, and the agents had to look at each other and follow. Agents who are not good at communication, or the term high-cold is appropriate. Ling Ye heard the voice behind him. Speaking of it, Ling Ye could clearly hear Lin Mingzi's voice very few times. He didn't usually speak. Even if he speaks now, the way of speaking perfectly matches Ling Ye's impression of him. After the two passers-by separated, Ling Ye and his party were rushing to the outskirts by bus. In fact, taxis are not bad, but in the future, if someone wants to investigate, the risk is much higher than that of buses, so you should be at ease among the crowd. As for buying a car, it can only be said that time is pressing and there is no time. The big man Wang Pei next to him looked murderous, and the people around him didn't dare to approach him at all. Mainly because of the task of their group. He went to the construction site to move bricks. Even if the task this time was still paddling, is it doubting his own ability? I want to say, go to his house and press the doorbell, go in and get that or something. You can't just do it directly. Ling Ye looked at Wang Pei and probably knew what he was thinking, but your physique looked like a warrior, and he was really worried. When you encounter an offensive containment object, it's time for you to take action. Let me feel wronged, brother. Lin Mingzi's group on the other side was much more comfortable. When they arrived at Long Tianao Company downstairs, several people directly sat down at the opposite coffee shop, drinking coffee while slowly monitoring Long Tianao's movements. Time flies. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mingzi's team had followed Long Tianao to the outside of the villa area. Lin Mingzi glanced at the phone. Brother Tianao returned to his villa on time, with a woman, or two. If Ling Ye were there, he would have exclaimed, multiplayer sports, too envious, oh no, too damnable. What Lin Mingzi thinks about this this will make Long Tianao exhausted and make it easier to start. This level of defense is a bit easier for Lin Mingzi. There are loopholes in the villa area, not to mention the villas inside. Is it just a nouveau riche after all? Lin Mingzi shook his head. Then Lin Mingzi sat down on the ground and began to wait. The agent next to him also sat down. Legs will be numb after squatting for a long time. 2 hours later, it was estimated that it was almost finished. You too should be alert to your surroundings separately. After speaking, he walked out of the grass with his face masked. Carefully avoiding the surveillance and lights on the avenue, Lin Mingzi quickly touched the outer wall of the villa, turned over, and jumped in. Then he touched the back of the villa, took out the all-purpose chewing gum, chewed while waiting before, blocked the monitor, leaped slightly, stepped on the eaves, and at the same time grabbed the railing of the second floor with both hands, and then pushed it hard. When I mentioned it, I turned over the balcony, which happened to be Tian Ao's bedroom. Lin Mingzi observed it, and he was still in intense exercise inside. He was so involved that he didn't even hear the sound of opening the door. Lin Mingzi tiptoed to the side of the bed, looked at the unsuitable picture for children, twitched the corner of his mouth, and saw that there was a USB flash drive on the bedside table, which was 002. At this time, one of the women accidentally saw the stranger by the bed, and just about to scream, Lin Mingzi directly slapped her left and stunned her, and then stunned the other woman with his right hand, and then took advantage of the arrogance of this guy to force what happened. At that time, one punch down, all resolved. After waiting for something to fall asleep, this is called sneaking. Lin Mingzi obviously didn't know that the way he sneaked in had failed Ling Yi's trust in him. Take out the conversion cable, connect the USB flash drive to the mobile phone, and finally confirm that it is correct. Sent a message to Ling Yi, "Things have been received, thank you for your generosity." After that, the scene was set up. It was very simple. Turn on the gas, set a fire, and everything would be okay. The super hackers were left with monitoring. On the other hand, Ling Yi saw the text message. In fact, only the first half of the text message was useful to convey whether it was successful or not, but in order to deal with possible, future, and uncertain risks, Ling Yi took great pains. Perhaps it was unnecessary, but caution is the best. As for now, the U-disc hasn't been in Ling Yi's hands, and everything is still uncertain. Keep waiting and watch the changes. Back to the second group. The accident that worried Ling Yi did not happen, and Lin Mingzi directly ordered the retreat after meeting the team members. Return to the streets of the city in batches and take a taxi to the meeting point. Ling Yi didn't know, otherwise he would definitely ask, why not take the bus? First of all, there is no bus at this point, and secondly, this group of false identities are not afraid of tracing after exposure. Yes, in fact, only Ling Yi is afraid of being investigated. He is still a weak chicken. The key is to protect himself, but this system is not like other golden fingers to fly by himself, at best it is a silver finger. Everything depends on your own pain. Who can understand? 11 o'clock in the evening. Ling Yi received the dimensional USB flash drive from Lin Mingzi and listened to Lin Mingzi's mission report. It turned out, are my subordinates all violent? Ling Yi felt that he recognized this group of people. However, the successful containment of the dimensional USB disk was only the completion of the first phase of the plan. The voice of 001 also sounded at this time. The SCP-003 dimensional U-disk was successfully contained. Item level, Safety, has been entered into the database. Obtain 50 technology points. By the way, before 001, it was said that containment and research can obtain technology points for a long time. This should be it. Ling Yi suddenly remembered, is the security level 50 technology points? And probably. There are no research points for the contained objects in the database. Why didn't I hear the 002 reminder last time? Ling Yi thought about it, and suddenly thought of his sister's kind expression. Ling Yi understood. Chapter 12, People are working part-time, update them. Chapter 13, Second Stage. All in all, it is a good thing, with 50 more technological points. 001, how many technological points do I have now? Ling Yi had to look at his assets. Host, you now have a total of 480 technology points. 480 technology points, quite a lot, but when it is still not available, there are almost enough manpower now, and it is very troublesome to place more people. Ling Ye took a deep breath. Next, it was the reason why he came to this abandoned building in the suburbs, choosing the site for the company to be established, or in other words, choosing the site for a formal site. The current 03 and 04 sites were all set up when they were poor and white. It was necessary to start a complete site. But think about it carefully, when I was poor and white, it was almost a week ago. The reconstruction of the SCP Foundation was much faster than I thought. Ling Ye thought to himself, and on his feet, he started field investigations with the agents, hoping to find a perfect location to build the site. Because of the rich experience of Mu Fan and the agents, even if this area is not small, Ling Ye and the others decided on the location before it got dark. This is an abandoned 2-story small building on the edge of this area. It is sparsely populated, but not so isolated from the city. There is also a small basement, which can be said to meet all the conditions. The part on the ground serves as a disguise for the company, and the basement can be expanded into a complete underground site. Not far from the city, but still in the suburbs, means that the site selection will not be too eye-catching, and there are no people, reducing the possibility of exposure. If you really choose the center of this area, anyone will doubt what this company wants to do. So, the next step is to see specifically how to get the right to use this house. Someone still needs to contain the remaining contents. The manpower is obviously insufficient, and it is time for the second clone call. After the selection, Ling Ye and his party did not stop much, and went straight back to Station 04. Meeting room. Ling Ye and Mu Fan are still discussing. Minister, as far as I know, the right to use this land was bought by a company called Zhongcheng Real Estate, but they only bought the land, but there is no trace of construction. I don't know why. We need to investigate further. Mu Fan reported to Ling Ye the information he had found before. As long as they are willing to sell, it is better for private individuals than the official, there should be no problem. Also, Minister, on the issue of manpower. Leave this to me, it will be resolved soon. In fact, even though Ling Ye didn't say anything, Mu Fan and the others still had speculations about how they appeared here. Cloning also thought about what other magical containment objects might be possible, but they didn't directly admit it, they were just guesses after all. Of course, Ling Ye didn't intend to explain this thing, everything was left to them to guess, this was in line with the supervisor's compulsion. Well, let's do it, Director Mu, I'll leave the construction of the site to you. I'm in charge of the containment. It's more efficient, isn't it? Ling Ye supported his chin with both hands and thought for a while. No problem, Minister, the work of the site can be handed over to me, but the containment work is a bit dangerous. This. Mu Fan didn't want Ling Ye to be surprised. There is no threat to the known containment items. Even if I encounter some unknown containment items, of course I will protect myself as the first priority. This. It's better to say that this stage is the safest stage. One day in the future, even if I hide in the safest fortress, I don't know if there will be a disaster-level containment object to greet me. Ling Ye, seeing that Mu Fan was still worried, he continued to persuade. Besides, you may not know that as an 05, I still have some special abilities, which can be of great use when accidents happen. Ling Ye finally added one more point. Finally, Mu Fan nodded, Ling Ye's reason was that he really moved him. As for the special ability, Ling Ye said, of course it is summoning. In case of any situation, summon it directly on the spot. I don't know how many big guys appear out of thin air. You can also recruit D-class personnel to die infinitely. I didn't expect 001 to be able to play with crowds of people. Then, it's so decided. Let's start our respective work, Director Mu. Ling Ye finally made the final decision. Yes. Ling Ye walked out of the meeting room. The next step is to face the containment objects. By the way, before that, you have to summon it. If you think about it, what should be summoned this time? 001, open them all. Yes, host. The list is as follows. 50 technology points for basic mobile task forces, except for special types. Tactical reaction team, 5 people, 30 technology points. Agent, 5 people, 10 technology points. 10 technology points for junior researcher, not worthy of having a name. Intermediate researcher 20 technology points, named Dragon Set. Senior researcher 50 technology points, extremely scarce talents. 50 technology points for basic site operators. Site director 100 technology points. Division head 500 science and technology points. D-class personnel are free, a puppet without human rights. Lingye looked at this list and thought. I asked 001 before. Lingye knew that he still had 480 technology points, so he was relatively wealthy. Then, it will be in place at one time, and Lingye made a decision. Mobile Task Force, yes. 2 more teams. Tactical Response Team, yes. Agent, yes. Researcher, just forget it, there is no such condition now. The basic operations staff of the site are not in a hurry, so let's wait for the new site to come out. 001, is there a mobile task force with network expertise? Searching. Eligible mobile task forces are as follows. The technical support team, with a size of 5 people, is good at protecting the computer security of the Foundation. 80 technology points. The debugger team, with a size of 5, is good at handling network-related anomalies. 80 technology points. Well, I'll forget it all. Although the super hacker seems to be a professional of the debugger team, but the danger of the super hacker does not seem to be dangerous enough for them to be dispatched. Lingye thought. After a short while, he made up his mind. As for the technical support team, we still have to lay a good network foundation to protect our own safety. Next is a basic mobile task force and a tactical response team. In this case, there are 350 technology points. Lingye waved a big hand, and replaced agents with 150 technology points to expand the scale of the Foundation, and leave the rest for emergencies. Received, cloning begins. Chapter 14, Sick Sister. After Lingye was responsible for the cloned person, the next miscellaneous work was handed over to Mu Fan to handle and arrange. The new site didn't know how much time, and couldn't be anxious. Now, Lingye has to deal with one item. The most important thing can be said to be an important thing related to Lingye's life. Looking at the time, it seemed that he could catch up. Lingye walked out of Site 04 and walked to the Foundation car purchased by Mufan. Of course, Lingye had a separate car. A black SUV seemed to be very safe, but bulletproof and other functions are still troublesome now, and I can't handle it at all. I can only wait and talk about it later. But when Lingye walked to the car, he suddenly remembered a question. He still didn't tell his sister about his affairs. If the car drove past, well, forget it. At this time, a Foundation agent came over and said, "Minister, do you need us to you?" Lingye considered it for a while, and it was definitely not a problem to her to safety, but this time it was to see her younger sister, so Lingye said, "I don't need it this time." The unknown agent asked nothing, and said, "Yes, Minister." That's right, after reading this, you should understand that Lingye is going to coax her little sister. After all, she has been busy with Foundation affairs for almost a week and she hasn't taken care of her. Although she didn't have much time for part-time work before, Lingye's concern for her younger sister was not abolished at all, so it was okay. As for what's different this time, it is that for Lingye, an ordinary person with no special skills, rebuilding the Foundation is much more difficult than imagined. As a result, Lingye's mind was taken away, and some ignored her younger sister. In fact, it is said that it is neglecting, that is relative to the brother and sister, in the eyes of others, this brother and sister is still the kind of relationship that is too good. Ling Ye shook his head. He didn't want that much anymore, so he should pick up his sister from school, as he would not be able to catch up immediately. Thinking of this, Ling Ye speeded up at his feet, stopped a taxi, and rushed to his sister's school. In the taxi, Ling Ye looked at the comm master in front, with a look of admiration, and asked why. Seeing the car that was constantly being left behind, Ling Ye couldn't help sighing, "Old driver. This master is definitely not a talkative type." Ling Ye thought he could think about something quietly, but suddenly, the taxi seemed to have turned on the switch, and it began to drive in from left to right, tossing and turning, without stopping at a sudden stop, and constantly leaving cars behind, and then being greeted by a friendly horn. But the most powerful thing is that you dare to believe that this master has not violated traffic laws. In short, he is constantly rubbing on the edge of breaking the law, but he just doesn't get in. Hey! After this little episode, Ling Ye finally arrived at his sister Xiaoyu's school. "Thank you for being able to arrive safely." Ling Ye looked at the taxi going away and exclaimed. After calming down, Ling Ye checked the time again. Thanks again to the taxi master for his efforts, Ling Ye arrived 20 minutes earlier than expected. For the next time, Ling Ye stood quietly by the school gate, waiting for the school bell. After school, the two girls walked out side by side. "Xiaoyu, you don't seem to be in a good condition today, are you okay?" One of the girls asked with a worried expression on her face. It's okay, just rest early today." Ling Yu shook her head lightly, indicating that it was all right. "If you have any questions, you must call me, Su-K-style service, on call." Seeing the exaggerated performance of her best friend, Ling Yu's mouth couldn't help raising her mouth. "Well, I will definitely call on you as much as possible, K-mai." "Ah, Xiaoyu, look for a fight, don't run." The two girls made a fuss all the way to the school gate. Ling Ye naturally spotted these two noisy little girls at the first time, and without going forward, he smiled and watched them play happily. Ling Yu, who is addicted to games, hasn't discovered her brother, knowing Su-K's yet. "Ah, Xiaoyu, that man is your brother, look at him, look at him." When Ling Yu heard the words from her brother, she was startled, and then followed her girlfriend's fingers and looked in that direction. She really was her brother. "My brother is still waving at himself." Ling Yu suddenly felt a little at a loss. Su-K nodded secretly when seeing his girlfriend. "It seemed that it was time for me to perform." "Yeah, Xiaoyu, I suddenly remembered something, I can't go back with you, goodbye." After speaking, it disappeared, and Ling Yu couldn't stop it. "But I didn't want to stop it." Ling Yu muttered to herself with her head down and a little embarrassed. Warm reminder, different from tweaking. Ling Ye saw that his sister noticed her, and walked towards her. Looking at her younger sister who bowed her head and didn't know what she was thinking, Ling Ye said softly, "Let's go, I'll take you home." "Yet." Ling Yu raised her head blushing and gave a little bit, and then she felt a little dizzy and couldn't see her brother clearly. Ling Yu's body was swaying and she was about to fall down. Ling Yi's eyes were quick, and she held her sister, and then touched her forehead with her hand. It was so hot. Regardless of this, Ling Ye remembers that there is a hospital around the school. Yes, so he picked up his sister and ran towards the hospital. Ling Ye looked at her uncomfortable sister who was breathing hard in front of her chest, constantly speeding up her pace. "Really, I can't take care of myself at all, it's only a week, I really can't rest assured." If Ling Yu was sober at this time, she would definitely smile and say, "Then I have to ask my brother to take care of me all the time." Ling Ye rushed into the gate of the hospital building within a few minutes. "My sister has a fever and passed out," Ling Ye said to the nurse who came to check the situation. "Understood, leave it to us, you pay the fee first." Ling Ye watched her sister enter the ward, still worried, but now there is no other way to rush, let's pay the money first. Do you want to be hospitalized to see the situation? While waiting to pay the fee, Ling Ye, who was queuing, was suddenly attracted by the voice behind him. Dr. Chen, thank you so much, you saved our family's life. Yes, thank you, Dr. Chen, so many big hospitals are not working well, you are really a living bodhisattva. The family is bowing and thanking a young doctor. Get up, auntie, this is what we should do. Ling Ye found that this doctor was young and a bit too much. If he can really cure any intractable diseases, he can only be said to be a genius. At the same time, Ling Ye heard some other people's discussions. I heard that this doctor doesn't have any diseases that can't be cured, let me tell you. Impossible, impossible. People who don't know the truth think it's impossible. It's true, this doctor is called Chen Feng. Chapter 15, Emerging Official. I'm telling you, this doctor is called Chen Feng, and he is very young. The ant next to her started to popularize science impatiently, and Ling Ye also pricked her ears to see what was going on. At the same time, he asked 001 silently, 001, there is no containment in the database, right? Yes, host. After getting the confirmed answer, Ling Ye nodded, and continued to listen to the ant's endless talk. Don't think he's young, he has great skills. I heard that when he first came to the hospital, he was squeezed out because of his age, but when everyone couldn't help it, he saved the life of a wealthy businessman and flew straight away. Skyrocket. I also heard that he is in love with the dean's daughter. No, it's obviously the daughter of that rich businessman. Wrong. Ling Ye found that the topic was gradually crooked, and did not listen anymore. But at such a young age, how could medical skills be so good? At this time, someone in the audience raised a question. Ling Ye frowned at the same time. This is what he wanted to ask. He looked at Dr. Chen Feng in the crowd, smiling and thanking the patients. He was definitely suspicious. Since he was hit by Ling Ye, he checked. Right. After ignoring Chen Feng's matter, Ling Ye decided to investigate. Now he just wanted to know how his sister was doing. Soon, Ling Ye handed in the money and walked quickly to the sister's ward. When Ling Ye found the ward, Ling Yu was already lying on the bed, the bottle had been arranged, and a nurse sister was sorting things. Seeing Ling Ye standing at the door, the nurse sister could leave with peace of mind, picked up things, nodded to Ling Ye, and left. Ling Ye turned sideways to open the door. After sending the nurse sister out, he immediately walked to his sister's bed. Seeing her sister's still uncomfortable expression, Ling Ye felt very uncomfortable. Brother, brother. Ling Yu, who was dazed, called to her elder brother with difficulty. Seeing this, Ling Ye quickly grabbed his sister's hand and comforted, it's okay, Xiaoyu, brother is here, it's okay. Seeing his sister's uncomfortable look, Ling Ye couldn't help but blame himself, Xiaoyu, I blamed me for not taking care of you. I want to get better soon. Brother has important things to tell you. It seemed that Ling Yu's body relaxed a lot after hearing her brother's voice, and she seemed a little more comfortable. Seeing that it worked, Ling Ye sat on the side of her sister's bed, grabbed her sister's hand, and constantly comforted her body, hoping she could feel better. I don't know how long it took, after the drip, Ling Yu's breathing had calmed down long ago, and she fell asleep quietly. Ling Ye sitting beside him was also drowsy. However, a phone call suddenly awakened Ling Ye. Ling Ye immediately became sober, quickly picked up the phone and looked at his sister. Fortunately, he was not awakened. This is when Ling Ye looked at the phone, it was Mu Fan's call. What's wrong, Director Mu? I'm sorry to disturb you, Minister, there is some information that must be reported. Mu Fan's voice came on the other end of the phone, and it seemed that something important happened. Ling Ye looked at his sister's sleeping face again, and said, it's okay, let's talk about it, what's the matter, by the way, let's report anything together. Yes, Minister. During our investigation using the SCP-002 super hacker, we discovered the two names of the Abnormal Things Control Group and the Chinese Society of Abnormalities. Is it an official organization? After finally contacting the official organization, Ling Yi's sense of crisis surged again. More information needs further investigation. Super hackers are turning their energies to this aspect. However, there is a high probability. Mu Fan also thinks that these 8 achievements are official organizations, but why are there 2 and what is between them? Relationship, it's worth investigating. Minister, also, regarding the progress of the new site, we have mastered the black material of the real estate company, plus a little means, I believe it will be available soon. Mu Fan then reported. How long will it take? A maximum of 3 days is enough, but even if the subsequent renovation work is constructed at no cost, it will take about a month before it can be officially put into use. Well, I understand. Also, a doctor named Chen Feng from the Zhongcheng West District Hospital went to investigate, and he might be in possession of containment items. Yes, Minister. Mu Fan didn't expect the minister to discover by accident, but he responded without hesitation. Mu Fan, who hung up the phone, sighed. There is too much work to squeeze labor. Forget it, he can only survive by squeezing the people below. Ling Yat, who hung up, also sighed. Within 1 month and 1 month, the containment items in Zhang province in the database must be completed and transferred to Site 05, which is about to be completed. Pay attention to official movements. Now it is not suitable for direct confrontation. The best choice is to continue to hide in the dark. After solving these things, Ling Ye looked at his sister's quiet sleeping face. Her sleepiness could not help but hit again, and she could almost rest for a while. Ling Ye thought about it this way. Since he could not find a stool, he had to kneel before his sister's bed, and closed his eyes on the bed. The next moment, Ling Ye fell asleep. Playing chess with Zhou Gong. The next day, the sky was dimly bright. Ling Yuya woke up, opened her eyes, and found the white ceiling. This is not home, is it, a hospital? Turned his head and looked around, it was indeed a hospital, and the brother who was lying on the bed. I sorted out everything in front of me a bit, and recalled what happened yesterday. Ling Yu finally remembered. She seemed to have fainted when she saw her brother. Although she didn't know what happened next, her brother must have sent herself to the hospital and spent the night with her. Seeing her elder brother still holding her hand, Ling Yu blushed a little. Elder brother shamelessly took advantage of others. However, Ling Yu didn't intend to withdraw her hand, it would be fine forever. Ling Yu looked at her elder brother's face, unknowingly, getting closer and closer, or she won't get any further, anyway, she won't be noticed, just one click. Seeing the two faces getting closer and closer, suddenly, the door of the ward was opened. The shocked Ling Yu straightened up suddenly, stiffly unable to move. Little sister is awake, is she okay? Let me check. This movement also woke Ling Ye up, and Ling Ye who opened his eyes saw his sister who had woken up. Quickly asked, how is it? It's okay, Xiaoyu. Why is your face so red? Ling Yu's flushed face was seen by Ling Ye, and she wanted to reach out and try the temperature of her forehead. But Ling Yu was hurriedly stopped, and said with a little trembling, it's okay, brother, I'm very energetic, just let the nurse sister come, you are here, I am so hot, go out first, brother. Well, okay, call me if it's okay. Ling Ye was a little confused, but he still went out first. Chapter 16, Sister Who Knows the Truth. After Ling Ye went out, he first washed his face and got sober, then returned to the chair at the door of the ward and sat for a while, thinking about Mu Fan's report last night, and sorting out what he was going to do recently. Brother, you can come in now. After a few minutes, my sister's voice came out from inside. Ling Ye shook her head, put the foundation's information behind her head, and went in to comfort her lovely sister. Ling Ye opened the door and found that the sister on the bed had returned to normal. Her face was not so red, but Ling Ye still felt a little unnatural, but he didn't know where the problem was. "How is it? Feeling better?" Ling Ye asked concerned. "Well, Sister Nurse said that there is no problem at all and can be discharged from the hospital," Ling Yu said while sitting on the hospital bed, lowering her head. "Then Xiaoyu, clean up first, and I'll go through the formalities first." "Okay." When Ling Ye went out, Ling Yu raised her head and looked at the doorway where Ling Ye went out, not knowing what she was thinking. After a simple cleaning, Ling Ye returned home with his younger sister. But the two people who arrived home seemed to have something on their minds, which caused the atmosphere to freeze. Ling Ye didn't know what his sister was thinking, but he was hesitant to tell her sister what he was doing, or how to tell better. So what exactly is Ling Yu worrying about? Actually, she's just worried about her stupid brother. Ling Yu felt very uneasy, because her brother was hiding something from her, and it must be something bad, which made her think so much and absent-mindedly every day. Ling Yu felt panic filled her heart. Perhaps it was the cause of Ling Yu's illness this time, but even if she was taking care of her sick herself, her elder brother looked like that. This is very wrong. It shouldn't be like this, but Ling Yu doesn't know how to speak to my brother. Both sides held their own thoughts and worries, which caused the current situation. Of course, this situation cannot continue forever. One party will break the silence, and this time it is Ling Ye who breaks the silence. As an older brother, how can he embarrass his younger sister? So after lunch with a strange atmosphere, Ling Ye stopped his sister. "Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something." Ling Ye stopped the younger sister who wanted to wash the dishes. Ling Yu was taken aback, put down the bowl obediently, and hummed in a low voice. There was unconcealable joy in her voice. It was her brother who took the initiative to confess. "It really is the most important thing in my brother's eyes." Ling Ye sorted out his words, looked at his sister seriously, and said, "The next thing is very important. It must be kept secret." Seeing his sister nodded repeatedly, Ling Ye nodded in satisfaction. Ling Ye continued, "Xiaoyu, our world is not so ordinary, can you understand it?" Ling Yu's first words made Ling Yu a little silly, she couldn't imagine it would be like this. So Ling Yu asked cautiously, "Brother means monsters, ghosts, or something?" "Yeah." Ling Ye was about to talk to his sister about the other side of this world in detail. To be precise, it was the other side of the previous world, all Ling Ye learned from 001's database. "Xiaoyu, listen carefully, and I will tell you a paragraph first." At the same time, Ling Ye said to 001 in his heart, "Let me read the message of the previous host again." After confirmation, Ling Ye's voice sounded. "In the past, we called them gods or demons and prayed to them for salvation or forgiveness. After that, they continued to decrease, we continued to increase, and the things we feared continued to decrease. However, it is inexplicable. Things have not disappeared, they still exist." Ling Yu listened to her brother slowly speaking, without asking questions, waiting for her brother's explanation. "The existence of gods did exist in our world in the past. As for now, no one can tell where they are. Maybe someday in the future, they will show up again, but maybe the gods you know don't know much about Xiaoyu." The same. Seeing the puzzled expression of his sister, Ling Ye also understood that suddenly saying that this kind of thing would make people suspect that this person was neurotic first, although his sister would not be so obvious because of her concern for herself, but in order to strengthen her persuasiveness, Ling Ye ordered 001, 001, show your appearance, play the video with my words. "Yes, host." Then, Ling Ye raised his hand, and under his sister's incredible gaze, a shining sphere appeared out of thin air in Ling Ye's hand, and then a virtual screen was unfolded on the sphere of light. Ling Yi's voice also followed. In the past, there were two gods in the world, the god of flesh and the god of broken. The god of flesh created life, and the god of broken brought civilization, but war broke out between them. Now there is no way to know the result, we only know one, and they have disappeared since then. In the eyes of humans in the past, they were gods, but in the eyes of humans now, they are nothing but an unreasonable anomalous existence that affects the existence of human beings. They disappeared, but the more anomalies in this world have not disappeared, unexplainable things still exist, and humans will perish at any time. Ling Ye briefly introduced the other side of the world, and let Ling Yu watch a full-score promotional film by the way. Ling Yu's surprised little mouth couldn't close. Ling Ye didn't worry, and gave her sister plenty of time to react. Then, brother, are you fighting these anomalous existences? After understanding, Ling Yu probably understood what her brother was doing. This was obviously dangerous, so she asked anxiously. Ling Ye thought a little, touched his sister's head, and smiled and replied, "It's not that dangerous. The word battle is not accurate. Not all abnormal existences are dangerous. Otherwise, human beings would have been extinct. Let them not affect human development, all measures exist." Ling Yu nodded hesitantly, still a little worried. She would never doubt if her brother was making up a lie. Even if there was no magical sight in front of her, she still believed that her brother would not lie to herself on such important things, although she had also concealed it before. "It's because of myself, but because I am afraid that my sister is worried, I won't pursue it." "Then, brother, tell me now, are you okay? You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing." Ling Yu thought of it suddenly. "Just no, don't talk nonsense. If you encounter something wrong in the future, run quickly, contact me, and hear if you hear it." Ling Ye touched his sister's head vigorously. He touched Ling Yu directly. "Ah, brother, I see, my hair is messed up." Pat down Ling Yi's hand. Ling Yu lowered her head and was silent for a while, and said, "Do you have to do this kind of thing?" Ling Ye didn't answer immediately. He was silent for a while, then laughed at himself, laughing that he was still hesitating even now. "It must be done. Well, no matter what your brother does, I will support him." Chapter 17, Last Day. "Xiaoyu, I will play with you for a day today, okay?" Ling Ye knew that he would become very busy next, and saw his sister's unconditional support, and felt very guilty, so he said this sentence. Directly lead to the current Ling Ye. "Brother, hurry up. The one in front hasn't played yet." Ling Yu's brisk figure shouted in front. "Yes, yes." Ling Ye didn't speed up at all as he said so. Seeing her brother's appearance, Ling Yu pursed her lips, expressing her anger. Seeing that my brother still didn't respond, he stomped his feet, ran to his side, pushed from behind and said, Brother, hurry up." "But Xiaoyu, elder brother is very tired, so take a rest, okay?" Ling Ye said helplessly. When shopping in the afternoon, Ling Yi's big and small bags were already unbearable. Unexpectedly, when he got home and just put things away, Ling Ye was pulled out to visit the amusement park before he could leave his mark on the sofa. Moon is really not going to waste a minute. Ling Ye understands his sister's thoughts, but now she is really powerless. "I'm sorry, my dear sister, I didn't satisfy you." Seeing that her brother was already a salted fish, Ling Yu sighed and had to let her go first, but before that, she had to play with her to relieve her sigh, Ling Yu angrily thought. Thinking of this, Ling Yu put her hand on Ling Yi's waist and asked softly, "Brother, do you remember what I said at noon?" Ling Ye shuddered, feeling bad, and cautiously said, "Do I play with my dear sister for a day today? But, hiss." Ling Yu's slender fingers twisted tightly around Ling Yi's waist, and then continued to say in a gentle voice, "Brother, what do you think you want to say?" "Yes, I will go up the sword mountain and down the fire for my sister. I will never shout tired." Let's go. Let's go. The next project. Ling Ye endured the pain and assured his sister. Forget it, let you go, idiot brother, there is a chair there, let's go sit on it for a while. Before Ling Ye could react, she was pulled to the edge of the chair by her younger sister and sat down. The younger sister sitting on the chair looked at the side face of the younger sister beside her, and exclaimed in her heart, "My younger sister is indeed the best sister in the world." Of course the younger sister on the side noticed her brother's gaze, her face flushed slightly, and she forced her to look calmly into the distance. At this moment, Ling Ye was suddenly hugged from behind, so big. At the same time, a nice voice came from behind. "Leaf, it's been a long time." Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Ye was also a little surprised. He pulled the hand around his neck away, and looked back, it was indeed her. "Yu Tong, it's really been a long time since I saw you. Really, you stopped coming to school suddenly at that time, do you know how worried I am? We are sorry, something went wrong at home." The younger sister who was hanging aside watched the chat between these two people, and the atmosphere was still so ambiguous, self-thinking, she couldn't help but said, "Hey? What a coincidence, I can meet you here. It turns out that Yezi's younger sister is here too, she has become so beautiful, but some areas still need to grow." Yu Tong directly mentioned Ling Yu's pain. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Hey, old woman, what are you doing suddenly? By accident, right, Yezi?" Hearing Yu Tong's topic suddenly lead to him, Ling Ye had no choice but to agree, but was glared at by his sister. Hey, seeing the two quarreling, Ling Ye couldn't help but recall his student days. Yu Tong is a good friend of his since junior high school. The two are the top two in the class. Looking back from the competition to the reconciliation, to her best friend, Ling Yeta felt that it was her happiest time. My younger sister also met Yu Tong at that time. I don't know what happened. The two seemed to be a bit disagreeable. They made noise when they met. One called an old woman and the other called a childish ghost. They often played together and pulled Ling Ye together. But in fact their relationship is still good, Ling Ye thinks so. After that, Ling Ye and Yu Tong were admitted to the same high school together. Although they were not in the same class, Ling Ye, as a normal boy, had the illusion that Yu Tong would become his girlfriend or something. However, the sudden death of his parents dealt a huge blow to Ling Ye. The confusion about the future made Ling Ye not know what to do. He had to take care of his younger sister. Naturally, the school did not go, and finally he changed the city under the arrangement of relatives. Started working to support the family, and broke contact with Yu Tong. Hey! Recalling the previous life, maybe if there is no 001, I will live happily in such misery, and then, on that day, I was killed by a monster who didn't know what. So, what to save the world? What I want to save is only the people I care about. Brother. Xiaoyu ran behind Ling Ye, looking at Yu Tong as if to bite. Sure enough, she lost again. Xiaoyu and Yu Tong quarreled, and they never won. Is this still the case? Ling Ye looked at Yu Tong, who was looking at her softly, and her heart moved. She wanted to invite Yu Tong to play together, but thinking of her current identity and her younger sister, she chose to remain silent. Yu Tong didn't know Ling Ye's thoughts. Seeing that Ling Ye was so confused, she was a little angry and could only take the initiative to attack. He trotted to the side of Ling Ye, took Ling Ye's arm, and said, "Since I met, let's play together." "Yeah, leaves." It looked like he was asking, but he didn't give Ling Ye the right to refuse, so Ling Ye had to agree. Ling Yu was next to him, so Chao Yutong made a face and agreed to play together. She didn't really hate sister Yu Tong, she wouldn't drive her away, and she didn't want to embarrass her brother anymore. In the next time, the two people became three people. At the beginning, there was a taste of tit for tat, but when they started to play, the two women forgot about Ling Ye, who was still fighting over and over, and screamed together. It seemed that Ling Ye was the extra person who had come out. Ling Ye reluctantly followed them and was responsible for buying the toys and tools. However, how could the woman's mind Ling Ye guess that the two had just agreed to a temporary truce? After all, it is a rare deal to get along. Of course, be happy. The next problem will be solved next. When the three of them played together in the amusement park until midnight, Ling Ye felt that he was going to collapse and was too tired. Fortunately, the two women were tired from playing, and the three of them found a piece of grass, sat on the ground, and waited quietly. Not far away, the fireworks show started. It was very beautiful. The sky full of fireworks illuminated the night sky and also illuminates Ling Ye's cheeks. Under the colorful fireworks in full bloom, the girl does not appreciate the fireworks. Chapter 18, Containment Plan, Start. The next day, Ling Ye woke up from the bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, put on his clothes, and looked at Xiaoyu by the way. She was still sleeping. He must have been playing too crazy and tired yesterday. Standing at the door of the house, Ling Ye took a long sigh and said goodbye to yesterday's daily life. It was time for work. Looking at the message on the phone, Ling Ye rushed to Site 04. Came to Site 04 again. There was no impact on the plan for the new site. Of course, it will not be abandoned. It will most likely be transformed into a safe house in the future and continue to play its role. The only difference is that there are many more people on the site today. Ling Ye walked into the meeting room. Everyone had already been waiting here. Mu Fan, Wang Pei, Lin Mingzi, the captains of the two mobile task forces gathered here, preparing for the next plan. Seeing Ling Ye, everyone said in unison, "Hello, Minister." After Ling Ye nodded in response, everyone didn't waste any more time and went straight to the topic. First, Ling Ye explained the situation straightforwardly. Ling Ye looked around at the people and said, "I believe everyone has already noticed that, except for Director Mu, there are no civilian personnel present. They are all containment combat teams. Therefore, this discussion will determine the next containment plan." Wang Pei was excited when he heard it, and he was finally able to flex his muscles. Lin Mingzi probably guessed that it would be the result. On the surface, he was very calm, but his heart was still satisfied that the containment could start. Ling Ye continued, "First of all, the technical support team." "Yes." The captain of the squad reported, stepping forward. "From today, the technical support team is allowed to have full access to the SCP-002 super hacker, and its containment site will become your direct residence, under the direct supervision of Director Mu Fan, and at the same time, other people with lower level 4 permissions are prohibited from contacting SCP in any form. -002. A special agent team will be stationed at Site 04 to protect 002. "Yes," everyone said in unison. Excluding Ling Ye, now only Mu Fan holds level 4 authority, and even the captain of the mobile task force does not have level 4 authority. Therefore, Ling Ye's protection of 002's authority has reached the limit. After all, it is such a useful containment. Things must not be lost. Next, we will begin the assignment of containment tasks. The target is all the known containment objects in Zhang Province. We will divide into 3 groups to act at the same time. One group, with Wang Pei as the team leader, responsible for containing the containment objects codenamed XI, 2. Team, Lin Mingzi is the team leader, responsible for the containment codenamed Tickle Monster. For the 3 teams, I will be the team leader directly, leading the 9-tailed fox team to conduct containment operations. Everyone, do you understand? Ling Ye finished the arrangement and handed over the details of the contents to each team leader. Understand? Okay, let the supervisor of Mu Fan add an explanation. Ling Ye sat down and motioned for Mu Fan to start. Additionally, our agents have been distributed in Zhang Province in small teams. The locations of these containment objects are key areas. Therefore, your actions can be fully supported by local agents. In addition, after the containment is successful, the danger of containing the contents at Site 04 is too high, so the contents must be sent to the garrison near Site 05 to be built, where someone will pick you up. Yes. Since there are no more questions, then the action officially begins. Ling Ye made the final conclusion, and the team leaders filed out, leaving Ling Yi's Mu Fan too. Obviously there is something else to discuss. After seeing everyone going out, Ling Ye stood up and walked to Mu Fan's side. How is the company's progress over there? Ling Ye asked. The registration has been successful. As long as the 05 site is completed, you can move in and become a cover for the underground site. At this stage, the Origin Project personnel are sorting out the information in the SCP-003 dimensional U-disk to ensure the maximum use of it. Well, the Origin Project does not have an urgent need for time. There is only one. Just be careful not to expose it. Just in case, Ling Ye still reminded. Understood. It's just. Are there any questions, Director Mu? The lack of manpower has not yet been manifested at this stage, but it will soon become a problem. We need a lot of manpower and manpower loyal to the Foundation. Mu Fan raised a question that Ling Ye hadn't thought of. After all, it felt like he had just summoned a group of people out. It was not enough for so long. However, Ling Ye calculated it carefully and found that Mu Fan had no problem. I understand, but the number of people the Foundation will bring from the future is limited. The Foundation can provide a group of people in a short period of time, but it is really impossible to rely on this to solve the problem. So, Minister, I think the task of selecting people from the indigenous people and training them to become members of the Foundation is imminent. This is a long-term task. If brainwashing technology is used, can it speed up the process? Ling Ye suddenly thought. Of course, but, Minister, our current scientific research technology is basically zero, and the research on brainwashing technology may waste time, or to say, the Foundation. Yes, the Foundation has brought some technology, but the technology is missing in the process and cannot be used directly, but standing on the shoulders of giants, research is not a problem. Understood. I will draw up a plan to recruit indigenous people as soon as possible. I will submit it to you together with the armed plan. Well, there is one last question. Okay? This time Mu Fan expressed doubts. Are there any questions? Ling Ye knew that Mu Fan would be puzzled, and directly explained that the Foundation's system has already obtained information on most of the global containment objects. Of course, due to the lack of data, all the information on the containment objects has not been displayed in front of the Foundation. In terms of nature, it is enough. Mu Fan's impression of the Foundation's omnipotence has been carved into his bones, so he has no doubts about it. Seeing this, Ling Ye went on to say, some of these shelters must be contained no matter what is our goal after this Zhang province operation. However, the interprovincial operation is acceptable, and the transnational operation is one we have to face. A huge problem. Be mentally prepared first, and then we will discuss this issue in detail. Yes, Minister. The two ended this short conversation, but decided many things. In short, there are still too many problems to be faced in rebuilding the Foundation, which need to be solved one by one. In addition, there are too many plans that have been handed over to Mu Fan. Whether they can cope with it is also a question, and whether they will have any other ideas is also a question. Ling Ye thought of this, a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and he quickly disappeared, without even realizing it himself. 001 was still shining in Ling Yi's body, and it didn't seem to have changed. You are welcome to comment in the comment area. Also, the number of recommended votes has decreased recently, and the author is a little panicked. Chapter 19, Half Cat. The next day, all actions started at the same time. The target city of Ling Yi's group is not far away, so the action is also the first to start. A few hours later, Ling Ye brought the nine-tailed fox team to the gate of a community. It was an old community without such strict access control, which was convenient for Ling Ye and the others. In order not to be noticeable, Ling Ye and the nine-tailed fox team entered the community in batches. As soon as Ling Ye entered the community, he met a group of old ladies chatting with mothers with children, as if they were discussing the topic of cats. Ling Ye woke up all at once, approached slowly, pretending to be waiting, and pricked his ears nearby, trying to hear clearly what they were discussing. Have you heard that there is a cat in our community that only has the front half of the body? It's a bit scary, isn't it a ghost? That is to say, I saw the cat with only the front half of the body with my own eyes. Except for the half body, it is the same as a normal cat. Is that still alive? Does nothing flow out? Yeah, the child is still there. What are you talking about? They are discussing remarks such as this, but the good news is that most of the replies they get are that you are old and your eyes are dizzy. Don't tell your children about ghost stories. Most people treat it as a joke, no one takes it seriously, and it doesn't cause any riots. After finding a place and regrouping, Ling Ye assigned a task and said, "Intelligence shows that the cat is in building west number 3, but the exact location is unknown. Now we are ready to take action." The movement during the day is easy to attract people, so during the day, we only need to look for suspicious people, monitor the target building, arrest the operation at night, and gather here at 8 o'clock in the evening to act. Yes, everyone whispered. When Ling Ye finished speaking, everyone dispersed, leaving only the captain to protect Ling Ye personally. Ling Ye also learned the code name of the captain, Black Fox. It's just that this cat hasn't moved for so long, it's very likely that it was discovered and adopted. However, judging from the fact that the community is still in the rumor stage about this news, this person is kept secretly, which is also good news. It is better than the cat running around, causing the rumors to spread. This kind of risk exists in every container. I don't know when the state agency will react, but it will definitely not slow down. Ling Ye decided in principle not to have in-depth cooperation with any country, and the containment items must be in the possession of the Foundation. This was the original idea. Once linked to interests, it is impossible to think of what human nature will make them do. For this reason, Ling Ye had to restrain herself better and truly understand everything the Foundation did. In this regard, Mu Fan and his agents may still be Ling Ye's objects to learn, or, to put it more simply, brainwash yourself. When it was the agreed time to gather, Ling Ye and the team squatted in the hidden grass again, reporting the situation. The Black Fox has sorted out all the information and said, there is no trace of half-cat activity within the scope. If the scope of the containment object's activity is accurate, the possibility of being outside is extremely small. After asking the system again, Ling Ye said, the containment is in this building, there is no problem. In this case, we found a suspicious man who had walked in and out of this building. His behavior was very suspicious. He went to the supermarket and bought cat food. The agents tracked him down and found that he lived on the 4th floor. The Black Fox added, "Well, combined with everyone's supervision of this building, this person is basically the target, and the command of the plan is left to you, Black Fox. This kind of thing should be left to professionals," Ling Ye decides this time. "Responsible for watching?" "Yes," the Black Fox eagerly said. A group of several people touched downstairs and directly opened the corridor door. A common problem in the old community, the corridor door is broken most of the time. On the 4th floor, several people stood apart and sent 2 people to guard up and down the stairs. The Black Fox motioned to the others to avoid the cat's eyes and not to be found. He was about to ring the doorbell. At this moment, a woman opened the door at the neighbor's house opposite. She was shocked to see the scene. Ling Ye quickly motioned and said silently, "The police handled the case and went back." The hostess was a little frightened, nodded quickly, closed the door quickly, and took a breath to calm her mood. Then, lie on the cat's eyes and see what's going on outside. If the phone doesn't see anything through the cat's eyes, the video or something will definitely be taken. After confirming that the black fox was correct, he rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. After waiting for a long time, there seemed to be no sound inside the door, but Ling Ye and the others had already determined that the young man was at home. Ling Ye signaled the black fox to ring the doorbell again. Not long after this time, a young man's voice came from inside. Who? It was an audible sense of tension. I'm a property, downstairs complained about a leak in your water pipe. I'll check it, please open the door. Black Fox said to the door. I don't feel the water is leaking anymore, you have found the wrong one. The other party hesitated for a long time and refused to enter. The Black Fox continued, please open the door, we have already confirmed it, just go to the bathroom and check it, soon. The young man probably felt that his refusal would be suspicious, so he had to say, okay. After speaking, the door began to slowly open. Just as soon as it opened, the Black Fox opened the door and broke in. Ling Ye and the remaining 4 task forces also filed in and closed the door smoothly. Although the young man took precautions, he obviously didn't expect the Black Fox to be so powerful that he was dragged and staggered back and forth again and again, and wanted to call Ling Ye what they wanted to do. One of the team members stepped forward and covered his mouth to control it. The others separated quickly, looking for traces of half-cats. After a while, the Black Fox was found under the bed in the bedroom. Here! The Black Fox yelled, just about to reach out and catch it, but the cat was unexpectedly agile. Swishing out, the Black Fox reacted a step slower, watching the cat rushing towards the bedroom door. There was no way to stop it. At this time, Ling Yi's eyes were quick, and he closed the door directly. Now in this room, there are Ling Ye, Black Fox, a team member who closed the door and a cat. The arrest operation begins. Number 3, close the windows, hurry up. Black Fox said to the agent. It was too late to answer that the team member codenamed Number 3 rushed to the window and closed the window quickly and skillfully. All right, now catch the turtle in the urn and see where you go. Ling Ye and the 3 rushed to the cat and started fighting. Others outside the door didn't dare to open the door. It would be more difficult to catch if the cat was released. They could only look at each other and listen to the sound coming from inside. Inside, it seemed like the sky was turned upside down, and the sound of things falling to the ground continued to be heard, as well as the deterrent sound of cats. After half an hour in the blink of an eye, the 3 of Ling Ye sat tired at the door. Panting, looking at the cat, still licking its paws gracefully on the bed. The current situation, Ling Yi's trio found out that the speed of this cat is too unreasonable, so it has no effect. At this time, Ling Ye thought of a way. The 3 people gathered all the quilts, tied them together, and made a big net, while the half-cat watched the operations of the 3 people all the way, not knowing what they wanted to do. After Ling Yi's 3 people finished their work, they stepped back to the door and looked at the cat who jumped to the opposite side. They dragged the net across the room. The cat had nowhere to escape, was trapped, and finally caught it. Little surprise, add one more chapter. Also, a book recommended by a friend, A Long Journey of the Monarch of Xingyu, you can read it if you are interested. Chapter 20, Successfully Captured ×2. It still didn't give up resistance, and kept scratching the quilt with its paws, and the Black Fox wrapped it tightly in 3 layers inside and outside, and tied it up again. Ling Ye watched and reminded the Black Fox to make a small mouth, don't suffocate, and then open the door. When the team members waiting outside saw Ling Ye and the others come out, they took over the cat and let the 3 of Ling Ye take a good rest. Ling Ye wiped the sweat on his head and saw the young man sitting in the corner. He thought, this cat is really hard to catch, how did this young man catch it? Ling Ye walked up to him, looked at him, and said with an amiable smile, how did you catch this cat? We are the police. Don't be afraid. Tell me obediently. The black fox looked at the young man with a fierce look at the right time. The young man shuddered. This time he was really scared. Of course he didn't believe that these people were police officers, but his life matters. The young man made actions he wanted to cooperate. The player covering his mouth released his hand when he saw this, and the young man quickly said, I was walking in the corridor that day, and it suddenly jumped out. Then I was taken aback, I just thought. Ling Ye put on an unhappy expression and said, talk about the important point. The young man immediately fell down and said carefully, it seems to like to eat plastic. Eat plastic? 001, isn't this feature available? There is no record in the database, host. That is to say, either the database is missing, or the characteristics of the parallel world will change even if it is the same container. The former is okay, and the latter is, it seems that I will face the containment objects more carefully in the future. Why not be a behind-the-scenes man? Ling Ye thought that at first, but the reality is that he has too few people and the foundation is too weak. What's more, in fact, this stage is the best time for Ling Ye to learn. There are not many contained items and it is not very dangerous. He can quickly accumulate experience and be worthy of his identity. For example, although every containment operation is just a soy sauce, it is no problem to learn and practice some skills, and it can be regarded as an improvement. After a few more visits, he is almost qualified, Ling Ye planned this way. Hey, I blame this silver, oh no, the copper fingers are too real. Ling Ye still has to think of this way to improve himself. Until then, I don't know how he died. If there is a containment object, it's good to be invincible in an instant. This is also the dream of every boy. After complaining in their hearts, Ling Ye and the others were ready to retreat. The young man suddenly took the courage and said, I know you are not the police, what kind of hidden department? This world is not so simple, right? Can I join you? A series of questions were asked, showing that the young man seems to be are interested in these things. Ling Ye heard the voice, turned his head and glanced at him, and when he was about to leave the door, he said, after a while, you will receive a test. If you pass, we will consider it. After speaking, he disappeared in the youth. In sight. At this time, the voice of the system sounded again. SCP-004 half-cat contained successfully. Get 100 technology points. Containment of the first reliable container is completed. Get 200 technology points. Is the reliability level 100 points? When the disposable technology points reach 500 points, another wave can come. By the way, send 2 people to buy more plastic back. Ling Ye ordered. Then set off to prepare to return. This time the operation went smoothly. The target person was found right once, and there was no need to use any excuses such as finding the wrong person. This raised doubts. Ling Ye was generally satisfied with this operation, that is, catching the cat was real. Tired. The other 2 groups of people at this time. Because of the distance, Lin's Heiming is still on the road. And the side that Wang Pei is responsible for catching you. Almost the next time Ling Ye received the successful containment of 004, 001's voice sounded again. SCP-005 successfully contained. Get 100 technology points. In an instant, the number of technology points increased by 100 points, and at 600 points, it can be said that there is no shortage at all, in Ling Ye's view. In a small county not far from Zhongcheng, Wang Pei was still out of breath looking at the 4 strange little things in the cage. This little thing was really difficult to deal with. Time to return to Wang Pei's group had just arrived at the target location, got off the car, and entered a large melon field. Okay, uncle, say yes, this melon field will be packaged for us today, we will definitely catch this melon stolen thing for you, don't let other people come in. No problem, boy, but if you say yes, you will have to pay extra if you want to pick the melons and take them away, and you will have to pay extra if you step on them. No problem, uncle, don't worry, Wang Pei promised to send away the owner of the melon field. Then looking at the melon field, Wang Pei took a closer look, and sure enough there were traces of several unknown creatures moving fast. Suddenly, one of them stopped, picked up a watermelon and began to gnaw, allowing Wang Pei to see the appearance of this thing clearly. It looked like a puppy when compared to the data, but its head was bigger than it looked in the data. It's even bigger, giving people a bit of funny feeling, but basically it can be confirmed that this is. Let me see how ferocious you are. Wang Pei is eager to greet his agents. Get started. Target, coyote in the melon field. Yes. So Wang Pei went up. Wang Pei played GG. After half an hour of strenuous arrest, Wang Pei and several others caught a yin, or the yin looked silly and slammed into Wang Pei's arms. Several people went back to the car exhausted, locked one of them, sat on the ground directly, and began to discuss countermeasures. Captain, this thing runs too fast, what should I do? We are just a few meow people, it's not easy to handle. Wang Pei can only think of solving the problem with crowds of tactics. By the way, there are still a few that haven't been caught, Wuzi. Wang Pei suddenly thought. We have chased the entire melon field, and we can confirm that there are 3 more. The agent named Wuzi replied. Several people were silent for a long time, but still did not think of a good way. Suddenly, Wang Pei found someone hiding behind a tree not far away and frowned. What was the purpose of this person? Wang Pei pretended to continue the discussion with everyone, but the gesture indicated that the agents were behind the tree at 3 o'clock. Wu Ziyi understood, pretending to leave normally, and then touched behind the tree. Others made some movement to attract the attention of the peeping person, and it was really effective. Wang Pei watched Wu Zi pounce and caught someone, but when he walked in, he was just a child. The child was a little scared and struggled constantly. Wang Pei knew that his face was not good, so he asked another agent kindly. Children, don't be afraid, why are you here? When the child saw that these people were not as scary as they had imagined, he slowly calmed down, but he was still a little scared and said, This is my grandfather's land. You. Just when they wanted to ask further questions, an unexpected scene happened. The 3 didn't know when they all gathered around the child, touching the child's pants affectionately, seeming to comfort the child, and the effect was extremely significant. Wang Pei slapped his head when he saw it. Why was he so stupid? The information clearly stated that he would comfort the child, so wouldn't he be able to use the child to attract these things? But now it's a mistake, it's okay, Wang Pei winked, everyone understood, and then Wang Pei made a move, everyone acted together, and in an instant, all the remaining were caught. Don't, don't. The child subconsciously wanted to stop it, and began to cry. Wang Pei wanted to explain, your grandfather asked us to catch these melon-eating bad things, it doesn't matter. As a result, the child cried louder, and there was no way, so he had to switch to other elders, and everyone took turns to play. As a result, Wu Ziyi was unexpectedly good at this aspect, and everyone's eyes changed when he saw him. It took a little more time, finally after calming the child, he could leave. SCP-005-XI, containment is complete. Chapter 21, Unexpected Encounter. While the 2 groups of Ling Ye and Wang Pei successfully completed their tasks, the Lin Mingzi team here had just arrived at the target city, Zixi, which is an important city in Jiang Province. The first thing Lin Mingzi did was to get in touch with the agents stationed here and came to the temporary safe house. Lin Mingzi left the agents of his group and walked in alone. He didn't intend to stay here too long, after all. It's just a safe containment object, and it's a type that is friendly to humans. However, to say that this is a safe house is actually just a simple foothold, hidden in an inconspicuous alley in the bustling city. Lin Mingzi observed the surroundings obscurely, then walked to an iron door, knocked 5 times in a row, and the door opened automatically and gently. Lin Mingzi didn't hesitate, and walked directly in. The entrance was a long and dim corridor with a door at the end, and the walls on both sides were full of traces of time. This atmosphere is absolutely perfect. It is not easy to find such a place. Lin Mingzi can't help but sigh whether the leader of this team has any special hobbies. Pushing open the second door, Lin Mingzi finally saw the whole picture of the safe house and the person in charge. There were only 2 people inside, one was at the table sorting information, the other was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea, and there was a cup of steaming water on the small table next to the sofa, probably for myself. Seeing Lin Mingzi coming in, the agent who arranged the information stopped his work, stood up and saluted, and continued to work on himself, and the people on the sofa became more enthusiastic. "Captain Lin is here, come here, sit down." The slightly fat young man stood up and greeted Lin Mingzi. "Thank you, no, Captain Shen, what's the preparation?" Lin Mingzi continued his indifference as before. Shen Tian knew about the character of Captain Lin, so he didn't care, and continued to introduce, don't worry, the communication headset, cache, camera and floor plan are all ready. Here, just take it away." "Well, it's been hard work." Lin Mingzi gave a gratitude without emotion, and Lin Mingzi stopped staying and took his things and left. Seeing Lin Mingzi's back disappear behind the door, the smile at the corner of Shen Tian's mouth gradually disappeared, still holding the tea in his hand, motionless. The agent who sorted out the information couldn't help asking, "Captain, you and Captain Lin should be of the same level, why are you so low?" "1 level, haha, you are still young, don't understand, continue to work, I will continue to drink my tea." Shen Tian shook his head and laughed, sitting back to his seat with the tea, as if there was nothing happened before. After getting in the car, there was nothing to say. Lin Mingzi found his destination, a large shopping mall. Find a suitable parking spot, before getting off the car. Lin Mingzi began to assign tasks. "This is the floor plan of the mall, get familiar with it." "Yes." After waiting a while for the agents to become familiar with, Lin Mingzi continued, "In pairs, search the first and second floors respectively, and leave them to me on the 3rd floor. Do you have any questions?" "No." "This is a wireless headset. Contact after finding the containment item." "Yes." Then, the action begins. Pulling the car door, the 5 people got out of the car together and walked towards the mall. As they walked, they gradually separated and became 3 groups of people. Lin Mingzi first stepped into the crowded mall. "Act separately, pay attention to concealment," Lin Mingzi said to the other side of the headset while walking towards the 3rd floor. However, at the same time, inside a commercial vehicle outside the mall, a command post is hidden in it. At the beginning of the operation, be sure to search the entire mall in a carpet style. The key area is the children's area on the 2nd floor. The order was sent from the car to a team of nearly 50 people. Around the mall, the originally scattered teams began to gather at the mall. "Start the search, don't affect ordinary people, and set off." Hearing the command in the headset, the leader of the team also began to enter the mall after instructing his men. In the command vehicle, the young man sitting behind and reading the comic book looked at the woman who was looking at the screen with a serious face in front of him. He felt a bit boring and joked, "Hey, the report said, this time the alien school is not dangerous. Why are you so nervous?" "First of all, I have a name, Mirongkin, is it difficult to remember?" "Second, Comrade Gianese, you are the conductor. I am only performing the duties that he should perform for someone." Mirongkin looked at the slouchy person in front of him, angry gritted his teeth. What can be commanded for such a simple action, really, I don't know what I'm thinking. Don't be angry with the beauty of Mirong, because it's not pretty. Jiannan changed a comfortable posture while coping, and then read the comics. Seeing the look of Jianese rogues, Murongkin's pretty face became even more ugly. The young master, who didn't know where he came from, parachuted into my group. It was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. No longer paying attention to this trash man, Murongqin continued to sit back, staring at the monitor on the screen, just in case, but think about it, it's still so angry, you wait. In the shopping mall, Lin Mingzi, who hadn't found anything, returned to the escalator. When he was about to look for it again, some unusual circumstances attracted his attention. Lin Mingzi frowned slightly, realizing that something was not quite right, so he took the escalator down to the 2nd floor casually, and observed the people around him as he descended. As expected, there was a problem. There are too many people in a hurry, and they are all mature men, and with this temperament, they are definitely not ordinary people. Thinking of this, Lin Mingzi decisively ordered, "The operation is terminated, there are unknown people, do not reveal the flaws." Lin Mingzi did not receive a reply. Of course, there may be flaws in the reply. The quality of the agents is absolutely excellent, and they will not make such mistakes. After observing the group of people for a few minutes, Lin Mingzi lowered his head, thought for a while, and ordered, "The task is changed. Observe this group of unknown people and don't be discovered." In the children's area at this time. It was originally a gathering place for children and mothers, but now a group of men came in. A staff member of a shopping mall followed closely and began to apologize to the guests as soon as they came in. "I'm very sorry to bother you, moms and babies, this amusement facility has some emergency failure and needs repair. Please move to other areas first. After the inspection and repair are completed, you can open it again. Thank you for your cooperation. Please leave here. Please leave here." With the cooperation of the staff, this area was quickly emptied, and the staff were kindly invited out. Lin Mingzi witnessed the whole process, but he couldn't get in, so he could only look from a distance first, and then find a hidden place to see if he could see anything. At the same time, Lin Mingzi used a handy camera to send the photos back to Site 04. If there are brothers who want to build a group, make a comment here, and build if there are 10. Chapter 22, Risk of Exposure. In Site 04. SCP-002 Super Hacker Containment Area. The technical support team is still using 002 to perform tasks without interruption. Except for the sound of the keyboard, the whole room is abnormally quiet, but a message broke the silence. A team member responsible for receiving the message received the message from Lin Mingzi's team. After reading the news, he was aware of the problem and quickly got up and ran to the captain, reporting, "Captain, the operation of Containment Group 2 has encountered an accident. Here is the specific news." "Well, this." The captain took the phone in his hand and fell into thinking when he saw the news. "It's very likely to be an alien control group or an alien society, Captain. Can't make a final conclusion. When I wait for the follow-up news, I will notify the minister and supervisor first, and you will continue to stare." "Yes." The minister was taking shelter outside, and the supervisor basically would not return to Site 04 due to the affairs of Site 05. The team leader could only dial the 2 dedicated telephones one after the other. At that time, Ling Ye was on the way back in the car when the mobile phone on hand suddenly rang. This mobile phone does not display any caller numbers, nor does it store any information. It is a modified type specially used for communication, and now only a few people hold it. Ling Ye answered the phone, and the voice of the captain of the technical support team came over there. "Minister, it is very likely that the Containment Group 2 has encountered the official, but we have not exposed it." When Ling Ye heard this news, he immediately became extremely serious. Did the other party go for the tickle monster? Unknown, no further news has come. If you are going towards the containment, let them first, don't expose yourself, only allow minimal surveillance. If it is for us. Ling Ye was thinking about the pros and cons. He just wanted the technical support team to invade the official system immediately, knowing what was going on, but this is tantamount to exposing himself and not being able to do it. According to 001's data, the super hacker is just the strongest human being. Hackers have the limitations of being a human being, and they are not so omnipotent. Stop the soldier and wait for the next news. Also, you go and notify Director Mu. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Ling Yi's heart couldn't help but raised, hoping it wouldn't be the worst result. 001, show the real-time location of Tickle Monster. Next, the captain contacted Mu Fan. Mu Fan on the phone was thinking about the next plan in the temporary office next to Site 05. He was in a blind spot. When he didn't know what to do, the cell phone on the side rang, and the team leader notified Mu Fan of the news and Ling Yi's decision. Mu Fan also pondered for a while before saying, I see, you go and stare at the next news. Yes. His Mu Fan rubbed his brows, feeling too tired. He hadn't finished the work in his hands, and there was such a major problem. He could only put down the plan in his hands and contact Ling Ye to discuss how respond to this news. In the mall at this time. Although Lin Mingzi had tried his best to find the place to observe, in order to avoid leaving his feet, Lin Mingzi did not have many options, and in the end he did not see the situation in the children's area. Lin Mingzi leaned against the wall and saw the group of people evacuating the mall, so he ordered through headphones, keep a safe distance to follow. He changed another large floor-to-ceiling glass and looked at the outside of the mall clearly. But the group of people separated quickly after they left the mall. 2 or 3 people scattered and left. Lin Mingzi and the others couldn't keep up. At this time, in a corner of the street, Lin Mingzi suddenly noticed a car, a large commercial vehicle, which was definitely not there before they came in. Lin Mingzi waited for a while, the car suddenly started and left the scene. Obviously no one got in the car, so I drove. This timing is a bit coincidental. Lin Mingzi looked at the photo of the car in his hand and thought. The mission is over, evacuate. Lin Mingzi gave the final order and sent the information back to Site 04. For the rest, return to the base camp first. Lin Mingzi's group got on the car and drove directly in the direction of Zhongcheng. The fat captain who was waiting in the safe house was still waiting for Lin Mingzi to return his equipment. It was all expenses. Altered No. 03 and number 4, the collection is complete. Murong Qin entered the message into the database. Okay, the task is complete, I said the task is simple. It was Jianyi's frivolous appearance again. She obviously didn't do anything. She will continue to communicate with the local officials for this person. Murong Qin is not old after all. The more I think about it, the more angry. Directly questioned, why did the Yonder Society send someone like you here? But that's what they did, so don't you have to worry about this kind of problem, beautiful girl Murong. Jiannan didn't want to explain, and evaded. Obviously, the collection of foreign studies is such an important task. Your Chinese Foreign Studies Association is still the main force, and now it is such a performance. Murong Qin had illusions about the mysterious organization of Chinese foreign studies before, but was destroyed by this product. Don't say that, we and your alien control team help each other and make progress together, isn't it good? Seeing Jianyi's always behaved, Murong Qin was completely desperate. Forget it, let's do it, I guess there is no hope for my future. I'm going to bed, don't disturb my sleep. It's really tiring to come out. Yes. Murong Qin gritted her teeth and said, she really wanted to beat the man. Jianyi's closed his eyes and rested, listening to the traffic of the city, just like that, fell asleep. On the side of the foundation, he was relieved. Ling Ye and Mu Fan got all the news and communicated over the phone. It seems to be an official organization. I don't know where the Tickle Monster was found. Ling Ye confirmed that he was only going to the containment object, and he was relieved. After all, it is a mall with such a large flow of people. It is really not surprising to be discovered. Mu Fan analyzed this encounter. Well, in similar situations in the future, protecting the Foundation from being exposed is the first principle. Let everyone know. Understand, let me know right away. Also, after Site 05 is officially put into use, we need a formal meeting. Ling Ye felt that there should be a formal meeting to decide something. Yes, Minister, A&D. Is my job a bit heavy? Mu Fan took this opportunity to relieve himself of the oppression. This is indeed a problem. I will explain it to the O5 Council. It should be possible to apply for a supervisory quota. Thank you, Minister, for your understanding. By the way, Minister. Regarding the previous doctor of Chen Feng, his intelligence has been investigated and it can be determined that he has contact with the containment object. Okay, wait for the right time to get in touch. Chapter 23, Ordinary Village. Close to the boundary of Zhongcheng. There is an ordinary village here, which is divided into two by the provincial highway. Like other villages, the young people in the village all go out to work and make money, leaving the old people and children to live alone in the village. Of course, there are still some rascals who do nothing in the village all day and cause trouble, but to be honest, they can't cause any major incidents. So in truth, it might add a little bit of anger to this peaceful village. However, all the peace was broken on this day. Come on, come catch me, haha. Stop, stop, don't run, whoever runs is a fool. You are a fool if you don't run, Niuzi, can't catch it, you off, you off. The child called Niuzi looked like 11 or 12 years old, and was a little bit angry about crying. Why are you crying? Isn't it just that you can't catch your brother Wu? Come and let me stand and let you catch him. This brother Wu is also 11 or 12 years old. Niuzi wiped away his tears and grabbed Wuzi severely. Okay, it's my turn to arrest someone. Wuzi shouted loudly. The other children on the side were just watching the play, and they all dispersed and played the game again. There are about a dozen children here. The older ones are 11 or 12 years old, and the younger ones are only 8 or 9 years old. They are playing games in the open space on the edge of the village. A new round of the game started. Some children would climb the tree. When they climbed the tree in twos, they watched the other people running around. It was very pleasant. Niuzi knows nothing and doesn't run fast. Obviously Wuzi has released water on him several times, but he is about to catch him. Niuzi looked at Wuzi who was running quickly, and the other friends around him ran away in a hurry. He panicked and ran over like a bush, not paying attention to his feet. Ah! With a sound, I was tripped over. The Wuzi behind was not in a hurry to chase him, and walked slowly over, and said as he walked, I told you to be careful under your feet, every time I fell down, it's true. No. Niuzi's voice came from behind the grass. What's not, you? Not this time, you see, there is something weird. Niuzi exclaimed. The surrounding friends glanced at each other, couldn't resist their curiosity, and ran towards the grass. Wuzi was the closest, and was the first to see the strange things Niuzi said. This is a strange statue, as tall as an adult, like a gourd, but it looks super ugly. The other friends gathered around one after another, and pointed at the statue twittering. Suddenly, Wuzi felt a hand patted his shoulder from behind, and at the same time, a humble voice came, What are you looking at, Xiao Wuzi? Wuzi shook off his shoulder and turned to look at the young man who was talking behind him. They were the three rascals in the village. When the other children saw the rogue arrived, they were a little scared, and stood still, not daring to say anything. Why, Rogue Li, what's up to you? Wuzi said boldly, and the rogue trio. Hey, you kid, you dare to call an old paper rogue, don't you see me? As he said, Rogue Lee raised his hand and tried to slap the martial artist. Nyuza stepped forward, no. Pushing away the Rogue Lee's arm. Hey, you little kids, get out, get out, get out of the way. Wolao Li had already seen the statue behind the children. Pushing the children aside, kicking the statue down with one foot, squatting next to the statue, looking at the statue, it is a bit ugly, and it looks like he can't move it, but he is like having some fun. What the hell, brothers, smashed it. The other two rascals were about to move forward. Some of the children cried anxiously, and some wanted to stop Wolao Li's little brother, and the scene began to become chaotic. Wolao Li sat down on the statue, smiled and looked at the scene in front of him. It was quite interesting to play with the little kid. During the push, gradually, no one looked at the statue, and with the sight of the last person left, it was a 5-year-old girl. The click was not obvious in the chaotic scene, and no one heard it. However, the inexplicably disappearing statue under the buttocks caused Rogue Lee to sit directly on the ground. He watched the statue teleport to the side of a child with a dazed expression, and then the child fell down with his head twisted at an abnormal angle. Is this dead? He couldn't speak, and he didn't know why his body couldn't move a bit. The little brother who was playing with a few children saw the boss, and quickly pushed the children away, ran over and asked what was going on. Several children gathered together and looked at the rogue with the same hatred. At this time, Wu Ziyi noticed that something was wrong. What about Ziahua? A sentence reminded several children. The two younger brothers also followed the direction where the boss was looking, and saw the statue inexplicably appearing there, and the child lying next to him. The children couldn't think of so much, and couldn't see that Ziahua was gone, so they ran over to see what happened to Ziahua. Wu Ziyi said to Niu Ziyi, go and call your grandpa. Niuza's grandfather is the village head, and there is no problem adding him. Niuza nodded and ran towards the village with all his strength. Seeing that the situation is not good, the rogues next to them are ready to slip away first. Rogue Lee also reacted at this time. The death of a child was definitely a major event, and he didn't want to be involved in such a thing. I made a collar for the two younger brothers, and ran away, no matter how many children could stop it. At the same time, Rogue Lee looked back at the statue with lingering fears, and saw all the children turn to look at him. His conscience was a bit uncomfortable, but the next moment, damn, it's the old paper shit. He turned his head back. This action cost him his life, and the statue instantly came behind Wu Li with a click. The body that ran a step along the inertia, shook his head 360 degrees, slowly, slumped down, and fell face to face on the ground, his body facing down, his head facing up, and a piece of dust was raised. The expression on his face freezes on the hideous thing that is my ass. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and the children screamed and closed their eyes. The other two rascals saw such a scene at close range and were directly sluggish. One reacted and turned and ran. And the other kicked the statue down before preparing to turn and escape. But at this time, the escaping partner didn't look back, and the children behind covered their eyes and dared not look again. Not surprisingly, there was another sound of broken bones. The only surviving rogue heard the sound of his companion's body falling to the ground, and was extremely frightened. Mom! The more he thought about it, the more scared he wanted to see if the statue had caught up with it. Still in place, still in place. I'm about to run out, and when I turned my head back, the rogue trio disappeared. For more than 10 minutes, the children hugged each other and did not dare to look up. Wuzi heard that the surroundings seemed very quiet. Is it over? Chapter 24, Dead Village. The children cried and frightened, feeling that after a long time, the little friends who were obviously still playing together were gone, and it was an unimaginable blow to them. But in the end, the silence around made the children inevitably wonder whether it is over, whether the terrible thing is over, and I want to go home. It's not that simple. It's only a few minutes to return to the village, and Niu Ziyi hasn't brought the village head back. And the fallen corpse at the feet of this monster, the dust raised by it, is still floating. The horror has just ended. At this time, the children who were frightened and overwhelmed made an irreparable mistake. A child muttered, "I just took a look, I just took a look," although Wuzi thought it was not a good idea, since the road back to the village was blocked by a monster. They could run in the opposite direction first, without turning their heads back. The farther this monster is, the better. But at a glance, it doesn't seem to matter. Wuzi, who was thinking like this, saw the child quickly raised his head and lowered it again. Without any reaction time, Wuzi saw the monster appear behind the child. Witnessing such cruelty so close, the children were really frightened. Wuzi and most of the children's choice was to turn around and run, the farther the better, and they couldn't care less about the few children who were frightened in place. Fortunately for the children who ran away, the eyes of the few children who were shocked kept staring at the statue, motionless. However, no one will stare at this thing forever, so this also means that one of those children will definitely die. This is the fact. The stunned child recovered, crawling out with his hands and feet together, and the last one fell to the ground again. The remaining children ran without a trace and seemed to be safe for the time being. At the same time, "Grandpa, hurry up, Xiaohua has fainted, hurry up." Niu Zi circled his grandfather anxiously. "Hey, Grandpa is old and can't walk fast, Xiao Yuan, you are younger and good physique, don't worry about me, go and see." The village chief panted heavily and said with a cane, "I am in my 50s, so you can say that I am young, Niu Zi, go, hurry up and accompany you Grandpa Chen to see Xiaohua." Chen Yuan, who was called Xiao Yuan by the village head, fainted and didn't dare to face Xiaohua. Delayed, accelerated forward, and ran all the way to the clearing. Chen Yuan rubbed his not-so-sexy eyes, and looked at the person lying on the ground in front of him. What happened? He was a little confused now, and didn't know what to do for a while. Such a scene was beyond his experience for most of his life, and he took 2 steps forward, wanting to check these people. Chen Yuan, who was attracted by the corpse, did not notice a strange statue standing here. Chen Yuan saw Li Wule's face. He also lay on the ground and walked a little closer. Chen Yuan suddenly felt that there was a bit of disharmony, but he couldn't tell. Until he walked to Li Wule's side, Chen Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and he took a few steps back. He saw Li Wule's face, but his body was facing downward. "Dead, dead, then other people." Chen Yuan shook his head fiercely, ran to the children who fell on the ground, and shouted to Niu Zi at the same time, "Niu Zi, don't come over, just wait for your grandpa there." Without waiting for Niu Zi's answer, Chen Yuan threw herself down next to a little girl. It was Xiaohua. Xiaohua's head was tilted to one side. Chen Yuan carefully lifted her head. As a result, she only lifted her head and body without moving. Chen Yuan was startled and dropped his head on the ground. The long-lost fear occupied his heart. What about other children, other children? 1, 2, all are like this. Chen Yuan can't imagine losing these children and committing sins. Chen Yuan, who was a little confused, accidentally bumped into a strange-looking statue, which stood beside a fallen child. Looking at this statue, it must be the ghost of it. Chen Yuan's instinct told him so. What to do, what to do? Go back to the village first. Yes, go back to the village first, tell everyone about this, and call everyone back. Chen Yuan made up his mind to no longer care about the statue, turned around and left, and at the same time signaled the cow in the distance to go first and bring your grandfather back to the village. Niu Zi, who had been watching Grandpa Chen's actions, immediately understood the meaning. He hesitated for a while. He wanted to find Wuzi, but he waved his hand. Listening to Grandpa Chen, let's go back to the village first. Why did that statue change place? This is the last thought of Niu's short life. Boom, again the sound of the corpse falling to the ground. Chen Yuan was stunned, unable to accept what he saw. He knew how this ghost killed people, but Niuzi. Chen Yuan exerted his greatest strength in his life and ran over with all his strength. In the process, the village chief appeared. Xiao Yuan, how come you got here? It's not much better than my old man. Chen Yuan was filled with unidentified feelings, and shouted, Run! Run! All dead! All dead! Call the police! Then he rushed to the side of Niu Ziai, kicked the statue aside, and wanted to pick up the Niu Ziai. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. When his gaze shifted from the statue to Niuzi, Chen Yuan also fell powerlessly. When the village chief saw this scene, his hands could not stop shaking. The original heart attack, the medicine was there. The village chief threw down the crutches and fumbled on him. When it was in pain and uncomfortable, that strange statue gave the village chief the last ride. A child who fled back from another direction spoke incoherently about what had happened. But he was too scared. The old people really didn't understand what he was talking about. The village chief and Xiao Yuan, the two people who usually take care of things, were not there. Everyone felt that it would be better to go and take a look, so a new round of killing began. The location of the statue is getting closer and closer to the village, each time the price is alive. In just a few minutes, corpses were lying full. There were not many people in the village originally. The recklessness of not knowing the truth ruined 90% of the people in the village. The remaining people were so frightened, they gathered together, locked themselves in their homes, and dared not go out. However, there are always curious people, brave people, observing the monster through the gap. The result is undoubtedly the death of another life, and the act of holding a group for warmth has ruined many people. Of course the old people called the police, but such a bizarre incident is hard to believe, and the old people can't explain it clearly. Fortunately, in the end, the police decided to trust them and send someone. Night fell quickly, and 10 minutes after the alarm, there was no one living in the village. Perhaps some survivors fled the village, but very few. The killing lasted for half an hour, in exchange for the destruction of a village. There is only a strange statue standing in the middle of the road in the fog of the dark night. Even if there is moonlight on the corpse at the feet, it is not so clear. In the distance, a convoy of 2 vehicles is gradually approaching. Chapter 25, First Battle. On the way back, Ling Ye listened to the car radio. Recently, a junior high school in Shaanxi province disappeared collectively when organizing a spring outing for students. It is reported that Zi, an expert has discovered an interesting phenomenon. Recently, the witness reports on the supernatural have increased significantly. According to expert analysis, Zi, the international situation has changed in recent years. What are the reasons behind this? Next, this station will analyze it for you. Zi. The object that was suspected of being a meteorite suddenly disappeared in Zhang province some time ago, and it has become another mystery. Ling Ye didn't know if he was nervous, and every news he heard was related to the contents. But there is no doubt that this is something that will happen. In the future, maybe countless containment objects will be crowded on this small planet. Every bizarre and important thing cannot be separated from the containment objects. Influence, the world will definitely change because of this. Ling Ye now doesn't want the Foundation to rule the world. He only needs to maintain a balance. The Foundation in the world and the countries in the world are enough to protect the survival of mankind. After Ling Ye and Wang Pei both returned to the vicinity of Station 05, only Lin Mingzi's team was still on the way. 2 hours later, Lin Mingzi and his group approached the boundary of Zhongcheng. Captain, I'll be home soon. Following Lin Mingzi's instructions, the team members woke up the sleepy Lin Mingzi. After squinting for 2 hours, they felt that they had recovered a lot. Lin Mingzi glanced at the outside of the car. The convoy was driving on an uninhabited mountain road. There were no lights of other cars before and after. Until I saw a village built on both sides of the road, the level of modernization was obviously not enough, and there were old buildings everywhere. However, it was obviously night, but no one's lights were on. The houses on both sides were completely dark. Lin Mingzi glanced at his watch. It was past 9 o'clock. Did the people in the village rest earlier? Strangely enough, when the convoy reached the entrance of the village, a flickering shadow stood in front of the convoy. The moonlight is bright, but the fog is also a bit big, and it is not very clear to see. The agent of the vehicle in front should not yell at all. The driver said to the co-pilot, "Let's go and see." The co-pilot's agent nodded and called Lin Mingzi, "Captain, there is an unknown object blocking the road ahead, let's go take a look." "Go, stay vigilant." Lin Mingzi suddenly had an inexplicable premonition. The two nodded to each other, jumped out of the car together, "Be alert," and slowly walked towards the shadow. When they walked in, they found it was a statue, but they didn't find a single thing. Behind the statue was a corpse. "It's just a statue. I don't know why it's in the middle of the road. Let's move him away," the agent in front reported to Lin Mingzhi. Lin Mingzi felt more and more strange. Is it really that simple, the statue in the middle of the road? The agent in front didn't realize the danger at all, and went further, tried to move it, but couldn't move it. It was much heavier than expected. "I'll get a tool," one of the agents said. "Just let Brother Wang bring it for us, how tired it would be to run." Another agent joked. "You kid, really?" As he said, he went back to get the tools, and couldn't help thinking, this teaser wanted to be punished again. The remaining agents looked at this ugly statue until, blinking once, the statue in front of him came to him in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to fight back, but he only heard a click. He couldn't do it. He collapsed to the ground, his neck was obviously twisted. Seeing this, the agent in the car shouted to the convoy behind, "There is an attack." The agent who was still walking on the road yelled, "Grass!" Back to the convoy quickly, all the agents jumped out of the car, and the agents of Lin Mingzi's team stepped forward to guard the statue. Agents in the car behind also gathered around. However, Lin Mingzi said, "Two are enough, and one will go to the back and stop the next car." Then, Lin Mingzi took out a pistol, which was more than a little different from the one used before, but now it is a surprise that only the captain level can have, and he only got it before this action. All the agents surrounded the statue in a semi-surrounded manner, staring at it motionlessly, but what was very strange was that after killing one person, the statue remained motionless. Is it a matter of distance, Lin Mingzi thought, killing people at a certain distance, or killing only lonely people? I don't know, this is really a problem, but Lin Mingzi's indifferent face did not show the slightest. Said to one of the agents in a hoarse voice, "This is not far from Zhongcheng, call for support." "Yes." Lin Mingzi looked at the agents who were being contacted, and thought that the agents behind might not be able to stop for long. He hesitated, and ordered the agents, "First find a living thing and throw it in front of it." "Yes, I'm going." Immediately an agent bypassed the statue and entered the village. After a while, he brought a chicken back. At the same time, he brought back a news that everyone in the village was dead. "Throw the chicken in." Lin Mingzi was obviously angry this time, and his voice was even more hoarse. As a chicken was thrown at the foot of the statue, nothing happened. "Only kill people?" Lin Mingzi shook his head and was caught in a dilemma. Nothing happened when the two went there just now. Should you take the risk and send two people to hide this thing and wait for support? Or, directly send the agent to do the experiment? In fact, risks exist, it can only be a gamble. However, it is impossible that there are no living people in the village. As long as you survive, you will definitely call the police. Maybe the time is not so abundant. The police are likely to wait for support. Just at this moment, Lin Mingzi's cell phone rang. It was intelligence from Site 04, the police were half an hour away. Isn't it a mobile task force? Really timely news. Lin Mingzi smiled and put down his phone. Now, there is no choice. Lu Xiang, go get close to that statue. Lin Mingzi ordered without hesitation. The named agent swallowed and replied, yes. Then I approached the statue cautiously, step by step, until nothing happened in front of the statue. This is? Lin Mingzi thought for a while, and continued to order the only agent next to him, retreat with me. Yes. Lin Mingzi and the two kept backing away, and gradually, the figure of the statue was blocked by the mist again and disappeared in front of them. Your side is like? Lin Mingzi, who just wanted to contact Lu Xiang with a headset, heard a click again. Grass. Lin Mingzi couldn't help but explode. Thinking about it carefully, what the is going on? Thinking about it carefully, Lin Mingzi lowered his head in thought. The agent next to him said, Captain, isn't this ghost killing a lone person? Lin Mingzi frowned, it looked like this, but there was always something wrong, where was it? Suddenly, Lin Mingzi raised his head. By the way, the time of death is different. They are all alone. The time of death of the two agents is different. Why are they different? Chapter 26, Tribute to those who are going to die. If it's that simple, how could everyone in the village die? It would be better to send two people to lock it up, how could there be no livelihood? Lin Mingzi realized. Furthermore, the time for the two people to be broken their necks is obviously different. It is not obvious if they are different. Then, is it possible, is blinking. It is true that only one person will kill when he sees it, but to be precise, it is not to see that it will die, but that it will die if you don't see it. That person must stare at it all the time, blinking for an instant. No line of sight. The agent beside Lin Mingzi reacted. There is no choice. The two of us looked at this thing in a staggered fashion, put it in the car, and looked at it in turn. Lin Mingzi gave the order after thinking for a while. We only have 3 people left. We must give up a car, Captain. The only agent beside him reminded. Then give up and talk about the next thing. Without any hesitation, Lin Mingzi summoned the agent who was blocking the road back with headphones, while staring at the statue closely, not daring to be distracted, and then the two took turns to put the 2 sacrificed agents into the car. Drive. Lin Mingzi was sweating coldly, but he ordered calmly. Under the curtain of night, the survivors drove quickly away from the area. In the car, Lin Mingzi took out his energy to report the results of the incident to Ling Yat. It was not a good experience, but fortunately the results were not bad. I really don't know if luck favored Lin Mingzi or whether he was not pleasing to his eyes. This trip was really thrilling to the extreme. After 10 minutes of driving with a strained spirit, a voice not far away left Lin Mingzi in a cold sweat again. Beep, beep, beep. 2 police cars whizzed past and drove to the opposite place. Lin Mingzi couldn't look up to observe the situation. He could only listen to the sound of the police car slowly disappearing from far to near, before finally letting go of his hanging heart. Even Lin Mingzi now hopes that the support can arrive as soon as possible and end all this. The support is in place and the mission is started. I don't know how long Lin Mingzi wants to hear the news from the earphones, but this statue still has to involve all of Lin Mingzi's attention. I can only say that this time it is true. You can relax. The fleet instantly expanded to 5 vehicles and drove to the abandoned building area in Zhongcheng at a very fast speed. And in the abandoned building area of Zhongcheng, all preparations are ready, and every corner around the temporary observer station of the reconnaissance post along the way. In the open space in front of the temporary site, the containment device has also been prepared. A fully enclosed iron box is surrounded by a team of agents. The tactical response team left at the base is also ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Since the temporary site is a suitable abandoned building temporarily renovated, Ling Ye and Mu Fan are standing next to the abandoned building without walls, with the personal protection of the nine-tailed fox team behind them, condescendingly looking at the scene in front of them. Will this action be bigger? Ling Ye asked as he looked at the large group at his feet. Minister, this is a good opportunity to practice our contingency plan. Only through practice can we find out and fill up the vacancies. Ling Ye nodded in agreement with this explanation, and stopped questioning. However, Captain Lin's containment operation is really troublesome. Mu Fan expressed sympathy for Lin Mingzi's experience. However, as a Foundation employee, it was normal to encounter these things, and Mu Fan just sympathized. Well, let's not talk about the official forces encountered. You can encounter the containment objects on the way back. I really won the jackpot. Ling Ye felt more deeply about Lin Mingzi's thrilling encounter. Others are not aware of the existence of 001, and it is not surprising that the Foundation cannot collect information on most of the containment items. But Ling Ye didn't know how many times he had seen 001's database. Thousands of contained items were included. Once they appeared in this world, they were also accompanied by radar locations. For a while, Ling Ye felt that the contained items were nothing but the characteristics. It's much easier to deal with. As for the world-destroying level containment items reminded by 001, there is only one in the database, and there may be more. However, as 001 has already said, the appearance of containment objects is regular and easy to be difficult. This shows, what is the world death level containment? It's still far away, at least not at this stage. All things considered, Ling Ye had the illusion that there were few wild containment items, and now it was not that dangerous. Now the appearance of this statue broke Ling Ye's illusion. Someone had sacrificed, and it was still a group of people originally summoned. The next one will only be more dangerous. Ling Ye is ready to change his thinking and readjust his plan. Just as Ling Ye was thinking, the faintly appearing car lights in the distance made him regain his senses. They are back. 5 vehicles approached quickly, and when they approached, they slowly slowed down. They stopped in the open space in front of the temporary site one by one. A dozen agents jumped out of the vehicle for the first time. Among them, 3 agents ran out and immediately came to the car where the statue was and took over. Lin Mingzi and their mission. After carefully sending the statue out, Lin Mingzi himself jumped out of the car, rubbed his sore eyes, and he took a breath when he saw the formation around him and came back. When the statue was contained in an iron box, Ling Yi's ears heard the voice of 001. SCP-006 was successfully contained. Code, to be determined. Item level, difficult. Features, to be studied. Get 500 technology points. Achievement completed, the first difficult level containment object was contained, and 2000 technology points were obtained. Yep. I heard it wrong? How many? Ling Ye suspected that he had heard it wrong. Looking at Mu Fan next to him, Ling Ye pretended to be calm, and silently asked 001 in his heart, how many technological points do I have now? Host, you now have 3100 technology points. After confirming that he had not heard it wrong, Ling Ye couldn't help but turn his mouth upwards. This was a joy from heaven. Mu Fan noticed Ling Yi's strangeness. Although he was puzzled, he was not qualified to ask about 05 and didn't say anything. Then turned his gaze back down. When Wang Pei strode to Lin Mingzi, he was a bear hug. Brother Lin, it's great that you're okay. This action is dangerous enough for your mother to come back alive. As he said, he kept patting Lin Mingzi on the back. Lin Mingzi twitched the corners of his mouth. It's just a duty, thank you for the Wang team's concern. I hope I can bury my brothers first, can you? After speaking, he pulled away Wang Pei's hand calmly. Wang Pei closed his smile when he heard it, and said solemnly, of course. The bodies of the 2 sacrificial agents were carried out and placed in the center of the clearing. Wang Pei adjusted his clothes, his eyes were sharp, and he took a step forward. All members of the Foundation. Salute to those who are going to die. Salute to those who are going to die. All employees face the center and raise their right hands to pay tribute to those who are going to die. Looking at the scene below, Ling Ye couldn't help being shocked, and raised his hand. This was Ling Ye's most direct experience of the Foundation's beliefs. Group number, 114-715-8298. Chapter 27, Emergency. After the ceremony, Ling Ye still watched for a while, and then turned around and entered a small room behind him, no longer looking at the situation on the open floor, just returned safely. Mu Fan followed Ling Ye in with his heart. This room is considered the most complete room in this abandoned building, at least there are enough tables and chairs. In this temporary meeting room, Ling Ye not only had to decide on the previous plan, but also had to deal with the situation encountered by Lin Mingzi this time. Ling Ye picked up a chair casually and sat down, pressing his temple, a little bit distressed about the next question, not at all the breezy clouds when he was just outside. Sitting opposite Ling Ye, Mu Fan was also thinking, and the two of them were relatively speechless for a while. Not long after, Mu Fan spoke first. Minister, I think the current situation is still suitable to be resolved one by one. Ling Ye nodded for Mu Fan to continue speaking. The first problem is also the biggest emergency, the official forces encountered by the second containment team. It's the Chinese Abnormal Society and the Abnormal Things Control Group. Ling Ye only knew that the technical support team had accidentally discovered these 2 names on the internet. Yes, since we learned of their existence, we have been collecting their information. Before I came, I asked the technical support team to sort out a piece of information. Minister, here. Mu Fan said, handing Ling Ye a copy that was sealed. Data of. Ling Ye took the information and probably read it after opening it. There was not much information recorded in the information, but it was enough to know the origins of these 2 organizations. The Abnormal Things Control Group is an organization recently established by the government, referred to as the Alien Control Group. Because it was established by the government, it has expanded rapidly and has basically covered most areas of the country, but the specific organizational form is still unknown. The Chinese Society of Abnormalities is a non-governmental organization that is jointly established by various large companies and families. The information is also accompanied by a list of these companies and families. Other information is not yet known. Ling Ye frowned after reading the information from the Chinese Society of Abnormalities, feeling something wrong. How could an organization like the Chinese Society of Abnormalities exist, and what is its role? Ling Ye asked Mu Fan. Mu Fan also had doubts a long time ago and said, indeed, Minister, according to the situation of the Alien Control Group, it was established because the containment item appeared on a large scale recently, so even if someone has a channel to know the existence of the containment item, these how people gather together in such a short period of time, and what is the attraction of the Chinese Abnormal Society? One more point, why would the government allow such an organization to exist? Ling Ye added. Minister, it's possible that this alien society has a special containment item that attracts everyone. Mu Fan raised a little possibility. At the same time, it can't be taken away by the authorities. Of course it is a possibility, then will it be that the alien society is just a cover, with a bigger boss hidden behind it? It seems that we need to continue to increase the collection of intelligence on them, Minister. This is necessary. When the intelligence section is officially established, we will continue to invest more energy in this area. Yes. Also, Director Mu, pass on my order, hiding the existence of the Foundation is our first rule of action at this stage, and anyone must put it first. Ling Ye understands that the current Foundation is not strong enough. Or continue to grow up is the right way. Yes. The existence of official institutions has been basically confirmed. It can be inferred that relevant foreign institutions must also be starting. But these institutions, after all, are only products of intertwined interests. How can they protect mankind? This is the concept and experience conveyed to Ling Ye by the Foundation. And Ling Ye's attitude towards this was that he didn't dare not believe it. Ling Ye certainly believed in their determination to protect their own land, but that was all, not the determination to guard the Blue Star after all. 001's data has shown that there is no Foundation restriction. Containment wars will inevitably occur. Invasive, self-defense, the result is no different. Self-proclaimed just war will only bring disaster. So, what's the next thing? Ling Ye took a long sigh, didn't continue to spread his thoughts. Let's deal with the next thing. There is another document about the doctor, minister. Mu Fan then handed Ling Ye another document. This time Mu Fan directly introduced this young doctor named Chen Feng to Ling Ye. Minister, this Chen Feng is currently the Director of Internal Medicine at the Western District Hospital. According to information, Chen Feng used to be a doctor at the Western District Hospital, but he is very ordinary. But more than a month ago, he had risen to fame because he had rescued An Cheng, a local wealthy businessman, through an operation. It can be said that he has skyrocketed. But the problem is that An Cheng's illness, according to the current medical methods, can only wait to die. Also, since then, Chen Feng's operation success rate was 100%, and he even took over operations in other departments from time to time. Some people say that he is an almighty doctor, and a scalpel can turn corruption into a miracle. Scalpel. Ling Ye heard the main point in Mu Fan's words. That's right, Minister, this is also his biggest doubt. He uses only this scalpel for surgery. It is his habit to publicize. Another point is that he seems to have a close relationship with the daughter of the Dean of the Western District Hospital, and he is also very close to An Cheng's daughter An Lui. Can be our handle. While listening to Mu Fan's introduction, Ling Ye turned to the end of the intelligence and gave the conclusion. At the same time, Mu Fan said the same thing. Chen Feng is very likely to hold the containment objects, and he recommends action. Then, this matter will be completed by the containment group and the second group. Ling Ye thought for a moment and ordered. Yes. Minister, next is the progress report of some plans. Say it. Yes. Minister. The Origin project has been very effective. The company's reputation has initially started, and the reputation of its works is even higher. After the construction of the 05 site is completed, further development can be done. The recruitment plan is still being improved. The initial plan is to adopt an online primary selection and offline elimination mode, but it is recommended to limit the foundation level of recruits. Finally, the start of the research work is still waiting for your decision. I see, just let all the plans go on stably. As for the research work, when the 05 site is established, it will start immediately. Ling Ye had a count of the progress of everything in his mind, so he decided without any doubt. So, next. Just when Ling Ye wanted to end, 001's voice sounded. Host, a high threat containment item appears. A high threat containment item appears. Please contain it as soon as possible. Please contain it as soon as possible. What the hell? Ling Ye quickly glanced at the code name of the containment item, Shy Person. The place where it appears is Neon Country. Chapter 28, Destination, Neon Country. Ling Ye knew for the first time that 001 had an alarm function, and at the same time knew that the containment of this contained object must be the highest priority. Without wasting any more time, Ling Ye directly said to 001, I want to see the specific information of this contained object. Okay, host, has been unfolded. The message of this contained object appeared on the light curtain in front of me. Project code, Shy People. Item level, difficult. Characteristics, it is a humanoid creature about 2.38 meters high. The brain does not show IQ and is not considered intelligent. When someone sees his face, he can look directly, video, or photo. He will enter a state of severe emotional out of control, cover his face with his hands, start screaming, crying, and starting to make baby-like screams in incoherent and unrecognizable language, and in about a minute or two he will run to the person who saw its face. Note, it seems to be able to perceive the position of the person who saw its face, and kill it. Appearance area, Neon State Department Shaoxian. After Ling Ye finished reading it, he immediately understood the horror of the containment object, and he could not see his face, but once he appeared and spread through the internet, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Ling Ye immediately stood up and talked to the technical support team. Beep, beep. Minister. Now put down all the tasks at hand, let your team block all the networks of the Neon State Department Shaoxian County, and not allow a picture to flow out of the network. Immediately complete this task. Yes. Complete the task immediately. After hanging up the communication, Ling Ye explained to Mu Fan, Director Mu, there has been a very harmful containment object. I will go to the Neon country to contain it personally. Sit here and direct the Foundation to continue its operations. Yes. Minister. Check the fastest time to go to Neon country, we have to race against time, there is no time to waste. Yes. Ling Ye and Mu Fan walked out of the meeting room at the same time. Mu Fan immediately called someone to arrange the trip to the Neon country, while Ling Ye went straight to the nine-tailed fox in his team. Black Fox, get ready now and set off to the Neon country immediately. Also, inform Wang Pei and Lin Mingzi that the break will be cancelled and take the team to prepare. Yes. After the Black Fox stepped and saluted, he immediately led the nine-tailed fox team downstairs to prepare. 04 Technical Support Team in the site. They should be the busiest. The urgent tasks that Ling Ye assigned were not simple. Captain, what should I do? We can block the signal from the entire department guarding the town so that nothing can be sent out. A team member suggested. But it takes time, and now the most lacking is time. In this way, make a program to automatically detect the upload of pictures in the guarding area, and then intercept him. The captain finally made a decision. Even if there is 002, it's not easy. The players next to him are still a little worried. Get started first. Before you finish, send someone to pay attention to the situation on the internet, especially the information sent from the department. At this time, the team leader received a follow-up message from Ling Ye, which was about the contained object. The team leader looked at the information with a serious expression. The task was arduous, and he must not fail. The sound of typing on the keyboard did not stop in this small room. In the early hours of the morning, Ling Ye and a dozen people also embarked on the voyage to Neon country. Because of the inspection, there were only a few weapons and a few pistols that could not be carried. It was so dangerous to go to an unknown area with empty hands. Before boarding the plane, Ling Ye took out his mobile phone and wanted to call his sister's phone, but suddenly thought, it's so late now, he must have been asleep, let's send a text message. So Ling Ye edited a short text message and saw that it was successfully sent. Please put down your phone and wait for the plane to take off quietly. Ling Yu at home was really asleep. In the small room full of girlish style, the girl's lovely sleeping face was no one appreciated, only the phone screen beside the pillow suddenly turned on, bringing a little light to the dark room. The screen reads, Xiaoyu, there is no way to come back for the time being. Sorry, the living expenses have been added. If you are bored, you can go to your good friend, Su Ke, to stay for a few days, and you will bring you some delicious food when you come back. Tonight, no one is peaceful. A section of the road leading to Zhongcheng was suddenly blocked. The blocked people asked the reason, and got a unified answer. There was nothing to do with the landslide, but at the same time, there were police cars driving into the blockade. It was nothing like it. It was the appearance of a landslide, which caused everyone to talk a lot. In the center of the blockade, in a village, police cars are parked everywhere. The blue and red police lights are flashing, and the night sky is bright. Everywhere people in police uniforms are hurriedly opening and closing the doors. More and more corpses. Seeing this kind of scene, the person in charge's face was blue and scary. At this time, among the policemen going back and forth, a policeman hurried out and came to the person in charge. Team Su, the death toll is 73, but the permanent population of this place should be around 100, and many people have disappeared. Well, try to find it as much as possible. You must figure out what happened, and what's going on with the body. Su Wen, who is called Team Su, has a quiet name, but he has a standard face with Chinese characters. Majesty. All of them died from being broken their necks. They were terrified. They should have seen something terrible, but the signs of resistance were not obvious, and there were very few signs of damage at the scene. Very strange. The police officer wondered why this happened. Su Wen's face turned darker after hearing the situation. He hadn't encountered this kind of case for so long, and it was very tricky. Team Su. Another police officer called Su Wen. Following the direction of the police officer's finger, Su Wen saw a motorcade swaggering in. Then Hula La came down to a large group of people in black, and the leader walked straight towards Su Wen. Yan Song from the National Security Bureau. The visitor directly showed his ID. Captain of Zhongcheng Criminal Police Brigade, Su Wen. Hello, Captain Su, we have taken over this place, please evacuate all, this is a notice. Yes. We will evacuate immediately. Su Wen didn't mess around, he knew that his level could not be responsible for this kind of thing. Soon, in addition to the necessary police forces to block the line, only a group of people in black remained in the village and began to search around. Minister Yan, this time the alienation has disappeared for no reason. The deputy came to Yan Song and said in a low voice. It must be found, this kind of monster must not be let go. Yes. Also, Minister, the abnormal society will be here soon. Then speed up the time search. When they come, they will. Yan Song suddenly stopped talking and motioned to his deputy to direct the search. Strange things have appeared, and a Chinese abnormal society has emerged. I don't know what other monsters and ghosts will be in the future. The country will follow this way in the future. Chapter 29, Shy Person. Ling Ye was in the air, looking at the screen displayed by 001. It was the location of the shy person. He was still moving at a high speed. Something terrible was definitely going on there. However, at the speed of the special containment team, it is impossible to arrive. I can only hope that the official army of the Neon Nation can play some role. Ling Ye hoped so, but the disaster of guarding the town far exceeded Ling Yi's imagination. Department of Shaozhen. A long and thin figure leaped between the buildings, smashed through the glass, and rolled into a 3-story building. Just go to work, drinking coffee in the seat, and talking and laughing, a few social animals are discussing today's weird things. There seems to be a problem with the network, and I can't receive any news. That said, it's too inconvenient. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering came, and several people squatted down subconsciously, and found that there was nothing wrong. They raised their heads cautiously. Seeing a very tall but very thin person, at this moment, it raised its head. Grass, monster! A harsh and unpleasant scream sounded, and the killing of the monsters began again. The target has entered the house. The people who followed the monster all the way rushed there. There were only a few police cars with flashing lights, carrying more than 20 ordinary policemen, and the most powerful weapon was a pistol. However, this is the entire guard force of this humble town. The unbalanced development of the Neon country has created such a situation. The countryside such as Shaozhen is unexpectedly backward, but now is not the time to entangle these things. Hearing the screams from inside, the young police officers kept shaking their gun hands, nervous sweat dripped down their cheeks, and only one middle-aged police department still had a trace of calmness. "Don't panic, that thing seems to be a human being, so I will shoot him directly for a while to kill him." "Yes." Police department. All the police officers surrounded this small building, but they dared not enter at all. The monster had already killed many people. A little bit of time passed, and a little bit of tension and fear filled the atmosphere. Just when a police officer couldn't hold it back, a scary face appeared by the window on the second floor. The police officers present can swear to the sky that this is the most horrifying face they have ever seen. The eyes and skin are sickly pale, there is no hair, and the jaw is stretched extremely long. The monster felt the police officer's sight, covered his face, and let out a harsh scream. "Ggg!" The terrifying cry made the fear in the young policeman's heart again. Added a point, and was stunned not knowing what to do. "Shoot!" The police department was the first to react, shouting loudly, so that the policemen under his staff were awake. Boom! 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 Gunshots kept ringing, but obviously, it had no effect, and the humanoid monster showed no signs of injury. The monster jumped out, and stepped on the roof of the police car. On the sunken roof, the monster slowly turned his head and looked at the police officer nearest to him. "Nakamura!" "Ah!" The scared police officer Nakamura came back to his senses, screaming in horror without disconnecting the gun, but could only watch the monster rushing forward quickly. "Ah!" This time the cry was a painful cry before death. "Help! Run! Run!" The police officer who witnessed the death of his colleague finally collapsed and began to flee in all directions. "Stay steady! Don't run! Come back! Come back!" The police department could only call out to his subordinates weakly, but with little effect. Seeing that they could not run away, the police department was determined to stop this monster. Even if he was alone, when he turned his head back with a look of death, he only saw a terrifying face, only a few centimeters away from him. The corpse of the police department fell, eyes full of unwillingness. The monster that made all of this did not wait, and the killing that no one could stop, began. Neon Country Special Affairs Bureau. A suspected dragon-level monster has appeared in Shishou County. Support is requested. The casualties are rapidly increasing. Let all the 1st Countermeasures Division be dispatched. Yes. In the strategic meeting room at this time. Everyone looks nervous and busy. But in the highest command position, there was a man who was calm and relaxed, with arms around his chest, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Director of Special Affairs Bureau of Neon Country, Sosuke Kashima. Orders were continuously issued from his mouth. Information Countermeasures Division, control the information that appears on the internet. Director, this. What's the matter? Kashima Kangsuk's gaze turned away. Director, someone has already taken control of the network in the department's defense area, and the other party's technology surpasses us, so we can't break it. What is the purpose of the other party? On the surface it seems to be consistent with our purpose, and more needs to be investigated further. Then investigate. Yes. The Intelligence Division transfers people to assist the Information Confrontation Division. Yes. An immediate response came from the other direction. Director, do you need to prepare in advance for the self-defense forces? The chief of the war section came in from the door and immediately proposed to Kashima Sosuke. Kashima Kangsuk closed his eyes and thought for a while and said, "No." Then bother Chief Kashima. The chief of the war section said nothing, and turned around and walked out. Seeing the chief of the war division resign, Kashima Kangsuk's brows frowned concealedly. With such a performance by the chief of the war department, Sosuke Kashima didn't believe that he would obey his orders. On the surface, the divisions are at the same level, but the chief of the war division is the actual second in command, and he can even act on his own without authorization. Because his backing is the military. This can be regarded as a historical issue of the Special Countermeasures Bureau. Recently, there have been more missions of crusade and research on strange things. Kashima Kangsuk, who has the title of legend, is also a bit unable to cope, especially now that even the dragon class appeared. I hope everything goes well. His thoughts at this time are surprisingly consistent with Ling Yat. Yoshiharu Nakamura, the chief of the War Department who walked out of the Special Countermeasures Bureau, did nothing beyond Kashima's expectations. Section Chief, what are the arrangements? Nakamura's deputy immediately followed up and asked when he saw that he had just walked out. Send the self-defense force fully armed to the vicinity of the defensive town, and release all the people in Kori. Yes. Section Chief. Yoshiharu Nakamura, who was setting up the task, obviously did not notice, and there were people staring at him in the hidden place. Senior, when can I get rid of this person? A girl's voice said terrible things. Obviously she is a lovely girl, don't tell such terrible things seriously. Hehe, do seniors think I'm cute? Your focus is wrong. Hey, forget it, go and report to the director. Received, senior, let's go. I always wondered how you got into 13 subjects, Asuka. Senior, it's rude to question it like this, hehe. Chapter 30, Death. Death. Times of day. Zishao County has become a on earth. The townspeople who were still alive wanted to rush out of the town crazily, but they were all blocked. This is the first task of the Special Affairs Bureau, to prevent the spread of panic. Please line up in an orderly manner, we have set up a settlement point. Don't be afraid, everyone, our army has gone to destroy that monster. Please believe us. The head of the 1st Countermeasures Division Izumi Ryamu, tried his best to control the chaos on the scene, and Kashima Sosuke also watched everything on the scene through the screen. But the crowds who were already terrified began to attack the defense line wherever they heard it. Use strong means. Kashima Sosuke's voice came from Izumi Ryasuke's headphones. Boom. 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 A few gunshots, the effect was impressive, and the crowd was immediately shocked. Izumi Ryashao calmly put the pistol back into the holster, took out a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and watched the people slowly evacuate the crowd. Section Chief, the assembly of combat troops is complete. Ryo Izumi lit his cigarette, took a sip, and spit out a smoke ring, before he said, well, here is handed over to the support team, let the combat team go. By the way, let the guy Yamamoto sit back and don't get your head hot. Don't care about anything. Yes. A large number of vehicles were parked here on a clearing. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the combat troops and vehicles here are all in the style of special police. Among them, Kishi Yamamoto, who was the commander of the combat team, was impatient to wait a long time ago, and immediately moved on when he received the order to attack. As for his own section chief's reminder, he didn't know if he heard it and disappeared. Although the use of heavy weapons in this action was restricted, it was also a long-lost moment for the combat team, and the blood in Yamamoto Kishi immediately couldn't help it. Go! Boys! A large number of armed forces began to flood into the town. Divide into 3 paths and find this monster for me. Yamamoto Kishi looked at the map of Shishao Prefecture planned before the operation and ordered. Yes. The convoy quickly divided into 3 lanes and began a carpet search. But trouble to come to the door soon. The townspeople who had not yet escaped saw the special police and all gathered to seek protection. Even the people in the house called for help, making it difficult for the team to move. Send them away. The unified command was conveyed. Finally, after a verbal check that someone came to rescue them or simply threatened them directly, the team slowly drove into the monster's activity area. Here, shattered corpses were everywhere, and vehicles would from time to time overwhelming limbs that did not know where they were. There were blood stains everywhere, and there were horrified faces with white eyes everywhere, and they never blinked at the soldiers passing by. At first, some people couldn't bear it anymore, and they vomited out with pale faces. This kind of horror movie-like scenes really happened around them, making everyone's face extremely ugly. Rao is well trained and they have never seen such a sight. Behind the scenes, Kashima Kangsuk's face was even more gloomy. How can such a scene end? It seems that the entire system will be closed. Target found. Repeat. Target found. In the administration building. Repeat. The target is in the administration building. Administrative building, the only high-rise building in this town. At this time, more and more troops gathered outside the building, blocking the water surrounding the building. Yamamoto Kishi also watched those scenes all the way, and at this moment he wished to kill the monster immediately, and finally waited until the three-way troops were all assembled. An order was given, start to act. One combat team began to enter the building, and at the same time, more people aimed at each window to prevent the monster from escaping. Kashima Sosuke immediately cut his perspective to the combat team, but the next moment their screen went black. What's going on? Kashima Kangsuk frowned and asked. We have been hacked. Check, find out who it is. Otherwise, you, the chief of the Information Confrontation Section, will end up doing it. Intelligence Section, the confidential information will be protected at the first level. Yes. Even so, Kashima Sosuke also understands that it is unlikely to be detected. It should have been done by the same person who invaded the network guarding the town. What did he want to do? The combat team members in the building did not know that their audience was gone. Just listening to the echoes coming from time to time, the screams of the survivors, made their nerves highly nervous. This is the third team. It has reached the 7th floor. No target was found. It's over. The captain tightened the MP5 in his hand and said to the walkie-talkie. Received, the third team, you are forwards, be careful, it's over. Roger that. As soon as the voice fell, a voice came from the corner ahead. Without order, all the team members raised their submachine guns and aimed at the corner. A man crawling around and covered in blood appeared. It's a human. The captain just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. When the man saw the special policeman, he finally smiled after the disaster. But the compensation will be here soon. His smile rolled on the ground a few times. Gee, a harsh scream came. Open, fire. The tongues of fire from a dozen submachine guns formed a dense barrage. The bullet kept hitting the monster, but the monster did not take a step back. Keep firing. Change bombs. Keep the firepower. Beware of grenades. Boom. The fire dissipated, and the monster did not look unharmed, and then, at an incredible speed, came to the front of the three teams of combat members. Fear finally prevailed. One of the team members started to turn around and run away. The first one, the second one, a chain reaction. They never thought that one day they would face such a monster. It didn't make any sense except to die. There are still people holding on, but it's useless. No one could escape. The captain turned around and glanced at the escaping comrades. Behind, the monster had already arrived in front of him. 3 teams, 3 teams. Please reply when you hear, please reply when you hear. What happened? All moved closer to the third team position. Roger that. 4 teams met the enemy. It's useless, useless, and our weapon is useless, it's not injured at all. He's here. Ah. All 3 teams are destroyed. All 4 teams are destroyed. Retreat. Retreat. The second team meets the enemy. May all the jade break. Mom. Team 5, Team 6, can't stop it. Hearing the news, Yamamoto Kishi watched the continuous sound of gunfire and explosions in the building. His brows trembled in anger, and if light weapons could not stop him, he said, "Turn the anti-tank missiles over. Also, give me the counter-arm sniper." Suddenly, all the sounds disappeared for a while, and there was no more sound from the radio except for the sizzling electric noise. The deputy next to Yamamoto Kishi murmured, 120 people, the group is destroyed. Chapter 31, Resistance. The target finally appeared on the first floor. "Everyone! Aim at the gate!" Yamamoto Kishi ordered. 3 anti-tank missiles arrived at the same time and aimed at the gate. Yamamoto Kishi also carried one himself. No one dared to make a sound, the heart beats extremely fast, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, every second was suffering. Plap, the sound of broken glass sounded. Yamamoto Kishi looked up fiercely, on top. Without hesitation, he directly pressed the button. 1 missile rushed towards the monster first, and the other 2 missiles followed and hit the monster. Everyone stared at the thick smoke, hoping to see the monster's body. But in the end it didn't follow people's wishes, and the smoke had not completely dispersed. The monster that had lost half of its body rushed out of the smoke. Landing on the ground, Yamamoto's eyes widened, looking at the monster, and he stared at each other. Boom! A counter-arm sniper not far away fired, directly heading the monster. A hole was opened in his head, and the juice splashed on Yamamoto Kishi's face, but Yamamoto Kishi knew that this was the flesh of this guy, this monster, there was no blood. If that's the case, it's damned. In the next second, blood gushing, Yamamoto Kishi, the leader of the combat team of the 1st Countermeasures Division of the Special Affairs Bureau, died. Fire! Fire all! Action failed. Repeat. Action failed. Huge casualties. Request support. Request support. Listening to the roar from the headphones, Izumi Ryashao finally ordered, retreat and return to the station. This wrong decision will kill everyone here in the near future. The combatants in the 1st Countermeasure Division have basically been wiped out. Why did Izumi Ryashao dare to give such an order? Of course, he didn't want to die, nor would it be to protect the remaining combatants. The reason, of course, was that he had known the news that the self-defense forces were nearby. As a neutral faction of the Countermeasures Bureau, the chief of the War Department Yoshiji Nakamura had been wooing him, so some news can be known in advance. Izumi Ryashao sighed helplessly. This mission failed completely on his own. I can only hope that the self-defense force can save a little bit of the situation. Otherwise, the designation of the section chief cannot keep it. Once the self-defense force succeeds in stopping the monster, he will have to fall back. The military department. However, if even the self-defense force fails, on the contrary, one's own responsibility will be less, and it will not be a big problem to continue to be one's own section chief. Anyway, I am not at a loss. Everyone! Arrange the defense line. The support of the Army Self-Defense Force will be there soon. Yes. The motivational effect of having regular military support is outstanding. The stability of the people has increased significantly, and the morale of his own men has also been raised. After all, the basic total destruction of the combat group is too big. This monster, I want to see if you can resist the tank. Strategy Meeting Room of the Countermeasures Bureau. Kashima Sosuke's command section is still sorting out the situation on the front line. Because the system was invaded, the speed of grasping the situation was a lot slower, but the report was still in front of Kashima Sosuke in a very short time. The first one is the worst news. The 1st Countermeasure section is abolished, so the self-defense forces will definitely intervene. Kashima Kangsuk sat on a chair and turned his pen habitually. This is a sign of his serious thinking. No one can disturb him at this time. The self-defense force is bound to intervene in this action, so let them try the monster's upper limit, but this action must fail, and the self-defense force must fail. It's time for the 13 subjects to come into play again. Article 2, the search for people who intruded into the system found nothing and was crushed on the technical level. If you want to metaphorically, you can't get in, and you don't have the qualifications to continue the investigation. However, Kashima Kangsuk has a hunch that he will be able to officially see this person soon, maybe an organization? This is passive without intelligence. Kashima Sosuke stopped the pen in his hand and looked at the screen, which was still black, and then concealedly pressed the button of the pen in his hand. All that was left was to wait for the result. In the marching self-defense forces, a senior officer suddenly lost his mind and stayed for a few seconds. However, without anyone's attention, his mission was only a few words: to destroy the self-defense force at a critical moment. It didn't take long for the self-defense forces to see the members of the 1st Countermeasures Section who were already standing by and disguised as police officers. When 3 tanks with billowing smoke arrived, the leaders of the two sides met and quickly completed the handover, mainly because Izumi Ryashao handed over the command power, even including the only armed under his own. Although the commander of the self-defense force did not care about the role of these small pistols at all, they represented the Countermeasure Bureau, which meant a different meaning. After finishing this, Izumi Ryasuke immediately retreated to a safe place. The battle for a while will definitely not be easy, but it is still important to save his life. The deployment was quickly completed, and time passed again in the waiting, until a black explosion-proof vehicle appeared in the distance, a member of the combat team. The accelerator slammed to death and the car was driven to the fastest speed. The only survivor in the car kept looking behind him with fear. When the self-defense forces position appeared in front of them, the faces of the 2 men finally showed the surviving smiles, and they immediately survived. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The speed of the humanoid monster is completely beyond common sense. It appeared in everyone's eyes and began to narrow the gap at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone, aim! Following the order of Dazuo, the 3 main battle tanks of the Neon Kingdom, Type 10, turned their turrets at the same time, aiming at the fast-moving monsters. Fire! The 3 shells came out of the chamber at the same time, and the huge recoil and sound made the people not far away frightened. Boom! 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 The 3 shells landed and exploded almost at the same time, and similarly, none of them hit the monster. This killed the 2 people in that car. The monster jumped onto the car, opened the roof of the car, and directly divided the frightened 2 people and threw them out. At this time, Dazuo used the telescope to see the monster's movements in the audience, and could not conceal his surprise. Such speed and strength were too unreasonable. In order to obtain more information, he continued to observe the monster with a telescope, so the 2 were far apart, and a cordial look at each other came. The monster screamed immediately, "This is a precursor to the monster's murder." The people in the 1st Countermeasure Division immediately realized it, but the people in the self-defense forces didn't know yet, and didn't know if they forgot or deliberately. Sure enough, the next moment, the monster rushed towards the position with a faster speed. To be precise, it was towards Dazuo. Aim! Shoot! All firepower! Free shooting! This time, the Type X tank shell hit the monster, but the monster that had lost half of its body still rushed over at an unabated speed. Moreover, Dazuo, who was able to see clearly through the binoculars, also noticed that the monster was still healing itself quickly. Chapter 32, Arrival. Cannonballs, machine guns, pistols, and various weapons formed a steel barrage that was terrifying to humans and flew towards the monster. But it couldn't stop the monster's footsteps. Most of the bullets were missed, and Oui's hit was simply tickling, and it still rushed toward the crowd at a speed of nearly 80 km per hour. The remaining members of the 1st Countermeasures Division and the soldiers of the self-defense forces have not seen the hellish scene created by this monster. Therefore, the feeling of fear has not yet overwhelmed reason. Even if the monster rushed to the front of the battlefield, he did not step back, sticking to his duties, keeping the fire, trying to suppress the monster. Dazo's trembling hands put down the sight glasses. He could feel that the monster was coming at him. But he can't run away. As soon as he runs, the line will collapse immediately. Everyone! Surround that monster! Use grenades! And grenades, what to throw at me? I don't believe that your self-healing speed can keep up with the speed of my bombing. Fry me! For a while, the explosion sounded over the entire area, with almost no gaps. The fire blazed into the sky, the dust was flying, and the earth was shaken by the explosion. But the monster seemed to feel the crisis too, and immediately accelerated again, leaving all the explosions behind him, and heading straight for the boss. If you can't explode, the explosion will become a firework. Damn! This is not the same as imagined. This is the last consciousness of Dazuo flying in the air. The soldiers watched as their command was pulled out of the tank by the monster and threw them directly away tens of meters away. Seeing that they could no longer survive, they finally realized clearly, they are finished. After watching that monster easily dismantle the tank under his feet, his sanity collapsed. Being a soldier is a profession, they just live a life with money, but now they have to face this kind of monster. Let those who give orders go to hell. Chaos began to sweep across the garrison. Even if a small group of soldiers remembered the honor of defending the country and mustered the courage to shoot, it would not be able to restore the situation. More soldiers turned and became deserters. The majesty of the commander was nothing at this moment. They dared to point their guns at anyone who prevented them from escaping. The soldiers guarding the vehicle were undoubtedly the luckiest. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately prepared to get into the vehicle and escape. Stop! Stop! Panasonic, take me with you too. The person who is filled with fear can take care of other people, even if he is the only person in this car, even if he is his comrade in arms a few steps away. No one stopped the car. Asshole! The soldiers who were thrown down became angry and kept blazing at the fleeing vehicle, trying to force them to stop. The gunfire sounded again, but, this time, aimed at his comrades. Bullets continued to fire on the car, successfully forcing several cars to stop. Suddenly, an anti-tank missile whizzed past, hitting an escaped car, and the car exploded in an instant. Someone turned his head in astonishment. It was a hideous ensign, carrying a Type 87 anti-tank missile. Everyone understood the meaning of that expression, I can't live, and you can't run away. At the resettlement site not far away, the chaos is even more serious. The people who finally ran out of the Shao town saw the defeat of the self-defense force, and in order to continue to survive, they broke through the blockade and fled to the road outside the settlement point. However, how could the narrow roads allow so many people to escape? Crowding people, pushing people, etiquette and courtesy disappeared at this moment. Before the few SDF military vehicles that had finally escaped had time to be happy, they saw that their escape route was blocked by the Wuang people. They followed the crowd and honked their horns frantically, only to find that this made the people make bolder moves. One after another tried to climb on their car, on the roof, by the door, and in front of the windshield. All are people's goals. One person climbs up and is dragged down by another. So they started fighting again. Not long after, someone started smashing the glass and puncturing the tires, wanting the military vehicle to stop and take them on the road, completely forgetting that their behavior was paralyzing the car. The young soldier in the front of the military vehicle was sweaty, and his hands holding the steering wheel were trembling constantly. He had seen this scene where zombies besieged the city. He looked at the accelerator at his feet, and at the crazy people around him, constantly beating the car body and insulting him, but he still couldn't step on the accelerator. Losing his power, he lay on the steering wheel, felt an unprecedented confusion, and began to sob in a low voice, I obviously just want to live, live, mother, 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 where are you? However, some people were not so confused. With a loud noise, the officer following the young soldier's car accelerated with a kick and directly smashed the person in front of the vehicle. After hitting the young man's car, it started to top. Driving in the youth's car. The youth was taken aback by the sudden impact, and subconsciously stepped on the brakes. He hadn't slowed down yet, but the people were truly irritated. Seeing the people who were hit and wounded, all the crowd became angry and began to besiege the officer frantically. He was still in a big fight a moment ago, but now they are standing on the same front ridiculously. Boom! 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 The officer in the car looked at the crowd wishing to kill him with his eyes, and beat the steering wheel desperately, but it was of no use. The crowd was too powerful. Snapped! The officer's last hope was broken by the sound of the sturdy glass cracking. The moment the glass broke, he was immediately pulled out of the car. The imaginary beating did not come. The officer opened his closed eyes. I found that everyone who had just smashed the car was crawling into their car, and was a little stunned for a while. Others saw the situation of this vehicle and began to follow suit. One after another military vehicles were smashed away. At this moment, the familiar scream sounded, and someone looked back subconsciously. The monster was dropping half of the corpse in his hand and staring at this side. Run! But it was too late to start to escape. The officer sitting on the ground looked at the crowd and slowly showed a relieved smile. Let this terrible all come to an end. The dense crowds brought about faster deaths until night fell. At this time, Ling Ye and his party were trekking the mountain road in the dark, walking towards the direction of Zishao town. Immediately after getting off the plane, in order to avoid exposure, Ling Ye and the others took the tram in batches to a place nearly 100 kilometers apart from Zishao town, and then obtained the vehicles through abnormal means. When they were near the Zishao town area, they hid them again. Got up and walked towards that direction on foot. Chapter 33, Disposal Method. Through the intelligence of the technical support team, Ling Ye can now say that he has a clear picture of what happened to the department guard town, a complete failure, and then created the scene of the department guard town like a on Earth. It is an almost incomprehensible monster until the characteristics of a shy person are not clear. Ling Ye was not sure if he could accept such a scene if he saw it with his own eyes. In fact, he definitely couldn't accept it. If he escaped this time, he would inevitably encounter it next time. How can he not be ashamed in front of the employees? In other words, it is also an O5 congressman. The host doesn't have to worry about showing ugliness. 001 could know what Ling Ye was thinking, and said immediately. Why? Ling Ye asked 001 in his heart. The host's brain has been actively and passively receiving a lot of foundation materials. These materials have changed the host's subconsciousness, but the host itself is difficult to detect. Oh? It's hard to detect? It's difficult to that extent. Ling Ye felt very puzzled. Will 001 change my subconscious mind? When the host receives the image data, the host's subconscious mind will be deceived to recognize it as personal experience and retain the cognitive habit. But you didn't tell me you have this function. Why? Although it seemed to be a good thing for herself, Ling Ye still felt cheated and asked a little dissatisfied. The effect is the best when the host is not aware of this. The Tinder project is doing its best to improve the host. Ling Ye was communicating with 001, and of course he didn't stop. After turning over a gentle unknowingly, he was called back to his senses by Wang Pei's voice. Minister, look! Ling Ye looked in the direction pointed by Wang Pei, passing through the undulating slope, where there were street lights that were already faintly visible, and then extended along the lights. The place blocked by the mountain was filled with black smoke, even in the dark. Outside clearly. Already close to the destination. Find the commanding heights and hide. Ling Ye ordered immediately. Yes. The special containment team had been observing the surrounding environment as early as when they were on the move. At this time, Ling Ye gave an order and immediately found the most suitable hiding place. Except for the necessary observation posts to monitor the movement at a far distance, the 3 captains all surrounded Ling Ye, and the others guarded them in a circle. Ling Ye spread out a map of the town guarding the town, and made a circle with his hands. The town of Zishao was built in an ancient meteorite crater, surrounded by meteorite circles, and there is only one road south to the outside world. Ling Ye paused and continued, according to the intelligence, about 10 minutes ago, the support troops of the Neon Nation had arrived and surrounded the entire system along the crater, except for the road leading to the outside world. Their defensive deployment may be farther away than we are now. The shy people are there. Wang Pei continued. Yes. Although we have taken measures to paralyze the surveillance of the entire department guarding the town to prevent anyone who is too far away from seeing the shy person's face, but it's absolutely impossible to walk down the road to contain that thing. Wang Pei continued. Several people looked at Wang Pei suspiciously. Your head suddenly opened up? What excites it? When Wang Pei watched Black Fox and Lin Mingzi look at him like this, he blushed and defended, I'm just reckless, but I'm not stupid. My name is Wisdom. Wisdom and bravery coexist. Unexpectedly, Wang Pei, a reckless man, could still say such things. Everyone smiled helplessly and continued to return to the subject. Ling Ye cleared his throat and asked, So, the most important question now is how to take away shy people. For a time, several people fell into contemplation. In fact, Ling Ye had previously imagined whether to hand the weaknesses of shy people to Neon people, who would contain this monster that was too dangerous for the current foundation. But the next moment this idea came out, it was rejected by Ling Ye, and the Neon people got this thing and didn't know what they would use it for. This is, Lin Mingzi first said, bring it over. Use bait. As always, Lin Mingzi said little, but it is indeed the most effective method now. It's certainly not difficult to lure, but how to retreat after the Neon troops react? Where can we take this monster? The Black Fox asked some difficult follow-up questions. Ling Yi's thoughts were the same as Lin Mingzi's. As for the follow-up question, it seemed that he was going to be a savage in the woods for some time. 001, don't you call yourself artificial intelligence, plan the safest retreat route. Received, host. Planning, roadmap has been generated. 001's new function get. Ling Ye just mentioned it casually. I didn't expect it to be true. Ling Ye found that he had indeed ignored the identity of 001 artificial intelligence. However, Ling Ye did so for a reason. 001 can know all his thoughts and let Ling Ye inadvertently resisted, unwilling to use 001's wisdom, it would make him more uncomfortable. Unfortunately, just now, Ling Ye learned that 001 can also change his subconscious mind. This time it's okay, it can't be more uncomfortable. He had agreed to it at first, but now he can't resist, so just lie down and accept it. At least 001 didn't hide it from herself, it shouldn't be against me, right? Ling Ye, who had figured it out, no longer struggled. Looking at the roadmap given by 001, he smiled knowingly. It seemed that his plan was not bad. That's it. Ling Ye stopped others who were still expressing opinions. After everyone's attention was on him, Ling Ye finally decided, we must lead shy people to us, and then quickly evacuate. As for how to retreat, Ling Ye once again planned on the map. The mountain we are in is a branch called Miao Ai Mountain. After containment, the containment team can go all the way northward along the branch, reach the main branch, and enter the no man's land in the deep mountains. We need to split a team to arrive here along the normal route, Tottori Prefecture, and establish the Neon branch of the Foundation here. Tottori Prefecture is not far from the main line of MT Miyagi, but it is not very close, and it is close to Kyoto, making it safer in general. The team in Tottori Prefecture must find a place to contain shy people as soon as possible, and cooperate with the containment team to find an opportunity to transfer to the containment facility. At the same time, the technical support team will provide assistance for the retreat plan and disrupt the opponent's search. Have any questions? No. Then, the nine-tailed fox team, take care of it. Yes. The rest will leave all the supplies to the nine-tailed fox team, and I will head towards Tottori Prefecture. Yes. So the last is the bait, Ling Ye said to 001 in his heart. Clone D class. By the way, can you turn off the light on your chest when cloning? It's night, it's a bit conspicuous. Received, the host, cloning. Chapter 34, Escape from Yamanaka, above. Seeing Ling Ye just standing there, a person was slowly formed in front of him. Let the people present finally understand how they appeared. Although they knew that they were called out, they still felt different when they saw it with their own eyes. This is the D class as a bait, make good use of it. Yes. Guarantee to complete the task. Ling Ye looked around and said, then, the containment operation, begin. Yes. Ling Ye's team set off first and marched towards the hidden place of the vehicle. The nine-tailed fox began to slowly touch the place where the shy person was. When he reached the limit, the black fox began to carefully observe the surrounding area, waiting for Ling Ye's signal. Ling Ye on the road began to complain to 001 again, you don't have to shine, then why do you have to make my chest look like Iron Man? Host, the light generated during cloning is a normal phenomenon, and it takes extra energy to suppress the light. The explanation of 001 is always perfect. Reasonable cannot be explained by artificial intelligence. Ling Ye deeply realized this. After everyone got in the car and got on standby, Ling Ye pressed the headset and said to the driver at the same time, move. When the convoy started, the nine-tailed fox team also began to move. Hearing the sound from the headset, the black fox made a gesture to start action. The D-class personnel who had already been in place were exposed, and the team guided them to look for the shy person. When the D-class eyes stopped moving and stared at a place motionless, the black fox understood and found the target. So a few beams of lights went in that direction, and the light directly attracted the attention of the shy person. Turning his head, he saw the person looking at it. The creepy screams resounded through the night sky again and dispersed into the distance, awakening the nerve-sensitive countermeasures bureau and the self-defense forces. The shy man quickly left the corpse pile, rushed to the top of the mountain, waved his long arms, and climbed up in a few seconds. As soon as the black fox heard the scream, he ordered, everyone, bow your head. The other team members immediately buried their heads, just feeling the movement around them. Listening to the sound of the monster tearing the human body close at hand, the nine-tailed fox team remained unmoved and remained absolutely calm. When the sound in his ears gradually subsided, the black fox slowly began to lean towards the monster who had just killed and recovered his calm, step by step, approaching with almost no footsteps, tightly holding the bag in his hands. Seeing the D-class lying on the ground, the black fox had a spectrum in his heart, and he took a step forward, and sure enough, the monster's feet, or the parts similar to the feet, appeared in the black fox's eyes. The black fox concentrated all his attention and began to approach more carefully, with thin and terrifying legs, sharp fingers, and extra long arms, until, on the chest, the black fox immediately stopped all his movements when he saw the chest. He seemed to be able to feel the breath of this murderous monster from the top of his head. It was close at hand, allowing the fine sweat to cover the black fox's forehead, but his heart was still extremely calm, constantly estimating the position of the monster's head, and confirming that it would not. After the error appeared, the black fox's eyes condensed, and he made a decisive move, trapping the monster's head accurately at a very fast speed. Containment is complete. Withdraw. The black fox ordered after quickly binding the headgear with both hands. One person immediately picked up the monster, and the entire team quickly began to move into the woods. At the same time, the black fox delivered the last message to Ling Ye: containment is successful, moving, not being pursued. Then, the nine-tailed fox team abandoned all communication equipment while moving quickly, and began to officially enter the quarantine state. Ling Ye was always waiting for the news from the black fox in the driving car, staring at the information, so he saw the news of success for the first time. It was a good start. Ling Ye also glanced at the time. The team didn't take it too long. For a minute, the neon man had no time to react, but then, it was the real test. Ling Ye looked at the darkness outside the window. And the lights of the motorcade disappeared gradually. After a few minutes, the combat personnel of the 2nd Countermeasures Division rushed to the containment site of the nine-tailed fox team first, but found nothing except a corpse. As they were preparing to search the scene carefully, the self-defense forces followed, and the people from the Countermeasures Division immediately stopped the self-defense forces outside. "Asshole, what are you doing?" a lieutenant of the self-defense force said angrily. But the Countermeasures Division stood there, no one spoke, just blocking the entry of the self-defense forces. The self-defense force was very disgusted with the actions of the Countermeasures Division, and realized that there were too many people, and began to attack the Countermeasures Division. Unexpectedly, the Countermeasures Division immediately aimed their guns at them. "Raise the gun!" The self-defense force immediately counterattacked, and also raised the gun. The confrontation between the two parties became more intense, and the gun was about to be put on the other's nose. "Stop! What are you doing?" A thin middle-aged man appeared, dressed in the uniform of the Countermeasures Department, with the words of the 2nd Department written on the armband, followed by a large number of countermeasures personnel. "Mr. Section Chief, what do you mean?" The lieutenant looked at the 2nd Countermeasure Section Chief, Suzugo Sakuran, with a bad face. Ling Gozuo took a look and understood what had happened, clapped his hands, and said, "The enemy is currently fighting. What kind of style is it? Let it go." "Yes." The combat team members of the Countermeasures Division immediately dispersed, guarding around the area. Suzugo Ziuran then turned his head to apologize to everyone in the self-defense forces and bowed their heads slightly. "I'm sorry that this happened, but I have not managed it strictly. How could this group of self-defense forces think that people at the level of Suzugo Saku would apologize to them, but they showed great anxiety and a little at a loss." Seeing this, Suzuo Sakura smiled and said, "No need to do this, just let this matter pass." "Yes." The self-defense forces saluted quickly. After Ling Gozuo nodded, leaving the self-defense forces behind, he walked to the corpse. The lieutenant of the self-defense force saw that the countermeasures department here was so powerful, there was nothing he could do, and he walked out of the scene in a desperate manner. When Suzugozuo saw the self-defense forces leave on their own, the kindness on his face disappeared instantly, and he glanced at his deputy with a blank face. "I'm sorry, Chief, I'm making my own decision." The deputy immediately bowed in panic and apologized for his guilt 90 degrees. "Don't do this kind of boring thing, and get punished when you go back." "Yes. But, Minister, the hands of this military department are too long, don't we do anything?" Lingo Ziuran glanced at his deputy again. His IQ was not good, but his loyalty was commendable. While squatting down to examine the corpse, he slowly said, "The destruction of the first countermeasures department is not a good thing. I believe our Director General thought so too." But, seeing what the deputy wanted to say, Lingo Ziuran raised his hand and stopped him. He didn't want to spend any more words. This kind of person only needs to complete the assigned tasks. Chapter 35, Escape from Yamanaka, Middle. The corpse was killed by that monster, but what about that monster? Suzugozuo took out a handkerchief and wiped his bloodied hands, muttering to himself. "Section Chief, there is no obvious trace at the scene." The surrounding combat team reported after searching. "I see, expand the search range." After Ling Gozuo finished speaking, he waved his hand to let him leave. After that, Suzugozuo looked around and looked thoughtfully into the woods. According to the existing observations, the humanoid monster would stay in place after killing people. Once there were no living people around, it would not move. But now, it has disappeared, but there is no trace of damage around it. Could it be that someone could subdue that terrible monster and take it away, or that the monster's previous performances were all deceiving us? Suzugo Sakuto secretly compared the possibilities, only to find that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Search. Ling Wuxiuren suddenly raised his head, pointed his finger in the direction of the woods, and gave an order. Yes. The second countermeasure unit here quickly assembled and began a carpet search deep in the woods. Notify all the people in the combat division, now enter the woods in batches, search and prepare the logistics team for support. The helicopters take off. Suzugo Sakuto quickly issued orders one by one, and the entire second countermeasure division began to take action. As for the self-defense forces, the self-defense force that was rushed to the scene didn't wait long before it met his immediate boss, a commander-in-chief with the rank of Major General. General. They hurriedly saluted and told the general what had just happened. Lingo is a man. The general frowned when he heard the name. He knew this man and was not easy to provoke. Just as nothing happens, you follow me. The general vaguely glanced at the back of Ling Gozuo on the hillside, shook his head, turned and left. It is better to bear it down beforehand. Yes. So the mighty self-defense force soldiers returned to the station in the same way. The person in the countermeasures department who was on the alert showed a dismissive expression upon seeing this. But the self-defense forces ignored it. Before long, the general who had reported the situation in the jeep was looking at the scenery and saw that the countermeasures division began to act collectively, and the footsteps did not stop. But the general didn't care what they wanted to do. He sat firmly on the Diao Yute and just waited to see what the countermeasures department would do. It would be perfect if he could get him. After Ling Gozuo gave the order, he walked straight to the station under the hillside and passed by the camp of the self-defense force. As expected, there was no movement, just waiting to watch the show. His eyes didn't stop. Lingo went directly into his tent after becoming a man, let his deputy guard outside the tent, and opened the communication. Director. Kashima Sosoke's face appeared on the screen. I already know the specific situation, Suzugo. You want to expand the search range, don't you? Kashima Sosoke leaned on the back of his chair and crossed his hands. Yes, Director, the second countermeasures department has insufficient manpower, so we ask for support. Suzuo is not surprised why the director can know about the front line and directly asked for it. Suzugo, you clearly know that it is impossible for so many forces from the Countermeasures Bureau to turn to this place. Yes, Chief, but... Lingo, I know you are doing well, you are my smartest subordinate, but even though you keep covering up, you can't hide it, hate the military department, encounter things related to them, you will lose your sense. Kashima Sosoke straightened up, approached the screen and said to Suzugo Sakuto. I'm sorry, Director. Ling Gozuo knew what he was doing, but couldn't change it. Kashima Sosoke also knew what Suzugo was thinking, and said, I will put pressure on the military for you and let the self-defense forces over there assist you. Thank you very much, Director. Also, I would take the liberty to ask, the first subject. The section chief will be Asuka, Kashima Sosoke answered Suzugo with a smile. Suzuo Ziuren has never heard of this person's name. Based on his understanding of the director, there is only one possibility, this Asuka is a person of 13 families. Only such a person can sit in such an important position. I am afraid that the first subject will become the puppet of the 13 subjects. Kashima Sosoke looked at Suzugo's clear state, and continued, by the way, I will send you a team of reinforcements and make good use of it. After speaking, the screen went black. At the same time, the deputy shouted outside the tent, Section Chief. Someone who claims to be 13 subjects, come and report. Ling Gozuo sorted it out, and walked out of the tent, and he saw a team of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, each with a mask on his face. This is the rule of 13 sections. It is very simple. It is to keep his identity secret. Although in Suzuo's opinion, such an approach is very naive, even with a little cerebral palsy, but he does not dare to underestimate these figures. Weapon. Magician. Sledgehammer. Fihi. Ninja. After the 4 introduced themselves one by one, the magician stood up and said in a crisp, juvenile voice, 13 subjects pro team, ordered to come and assist. Lingo as a human being, your command, I will play your greatest role. I hope so, uncle. As the magician said and waved his hands, he led his team farther and farther, and went to play by himself. How unreliable it was. Seeing this, the deputy couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although the 13 subjects were well known, this kind of person was too suspicious, and he looked at his own section chief hesitantly. Don't underestimate them. Of course, Lingo Ziuran has never seen them, but he knows that as long as he is a person of 13 subjects, he should not underestimate them. At the level of his deputy, he has only heard of 13 subjects. Powerful, but where the power is, it is still very mysterious. But in Suzuo's opinion, it seems that the 13 subjects shouldn't be called humans. Fihi Jiang, I heard that the monster we are going to deal with this time is super powerful. The magician said coldly. What do you want to say, wastewood magician? A cold voice came from under the white and red mask. Of course I will protect Fihi Jiang. Roll. That monster has killed thousands of people, and the tanks can't do it, so don't take it lightly. Xiaoren interrupted. What are you afraid of? I will hit him with a hammer. I said that I will endure you with the code name Mother. He is still dressed in black. I'm afraid I didn't see you smashed you with a hammer. The sledgehammer is just like the name. Is a representative of a reckless man. Xiaoren has become accustomed to Sledgehammer's evaluation of himself countless times, and has long been out of ordinary knowledge. I was serious. I'm serious too. The magician suddenly said with a serious face. I'm serious about protecting Fihi Jiang. Be careful behind yourself when you act. Fei touched his gun and said lightly. Chapter 36, Chasing and Fleeing in the Mountains, Part 2. Suzuozuo waited for a while, and the Major General just came over as expected. Mr. Section Chief, I am instructed to cooperate with your actions. The Major General saluted reluctantly. Okay, then gather your troops now, search along the Miaoai mountain branch, and don't release any suspicious people. Lingo Ziuran ignored the attitude of Major General and directly issued the task. Yes. The Major General didn't want to stay longer, and left directly. Chief, the advance combat unit did not find the enemy, but it did find some traces, but it was very messy, and there was no way to tell which direction it was. The deputy waited until the self-defense forces left and reported the current situation to Suzugo Sakuran. Then send someone to find it in every direction. Yes. Section Chief, besides, it will take time for more equipment to be delivered, about 3 days or so, and now only remote satellites can be used. Use all available means. Go ahead and arrange it. Yes. Suzugo Zoren gave a few regular orders at random, and then sent away his deputy. In short, the purpose of this time was very simple, not to catch the monster. It didn't make much sense. More importantly, try the depth of this mysterious organization. If you can't dig out these people with all the means, then it's a big trouble. The director even sent the 13 branches, and it must be for this purpose. The organization that came out inexplicably, even the system of our countermeasures bureau can be hacked, and the possibility of being backed by the state is extremely high. Of course, it does not rule out the emergence of strange things and people who become stronger overnight, but this is not considered now. Problem. There is only one thing to do now, catch this group of people. In the dense woods. The nine-tailed fox team, which has been moving fast, is resting on the spot. The next journey, give me that monster. Black Fox said first. Yes, Captain. The team member carrying the shy person immediately unloaded it aside. We have temporarily got rid of chasing soldiers, but we have left a lot of traces in pursuit of speed. Next, the focus of the movement is to eliminate the traces and give misleading, understand? Then, the black fox squatted under the tree and arranged the next steps. Task. Also, the enemy's technological means foundation will provide help to us, don't worry. So, carpet search is our main phase, always pay attention, and do not rule out the possibility of the enemy sending advanced soldiers, when necessary, containment first. Understand? Then, keep moving. Black Fox glanced at the time and ordered. 3 days later. Report. The remote satellite has received unknown interference and cannot be located. It is trying to fix it. Report. Electronic tracking found no abnormalities in the entire area. Report. For a time, all devices reported Lingwuziuren almost at the same time, but there was only one message, and the tracking failed. Well, the opponent's strength in electronic warfare has actually been shown, which is expected. Suzugo Ziuren was whispering to himself. Report. The deployment of the self-defense force has been completed. The deputy entered the tent at this time and conveyed good news. Yet, the main purpose was achieved, and the 3 days' time was not in vain. Ling Gozuo showed a rare smile, but that smile was really crippled. The deputy is also a person who has seen the world, and he didn't lose his temper too much, so he stepped back and continued to prepare. Suzugozuo touched his face lightly, restored his expressionless state, turned to look at a map, the map of the Miyagi Mountains. The marks above are everywhere, seeming a little messy, but they also have unique laws. Looking at it as a whole, it is a huge encirclement net, making it difficult for you to fly. Walking on the of these mysterious people is something fools can do, and it is impossible to block the entire Miyagi mountain range. Then, the only way is to compress their living space, all round. Suzugo Sakuran estimated that they would not venture out of the mountains from the side, so they did not increase the density and blockade there, but set up ambushes in nearby settlements. More troops drove along the Miyagi mountain range in vehicles and rushed to the front of the mysterious group of people near Kyoto, searched back, and completed the encirclement. Of course, this task was handed over to the self-defense forces. Seeing where you are going, Lingo Ziuren picked up the pen and drew a circle on the map. This is Feiying 1, and this is Feiying 1. No target was found in number 4 area in direction 30. Repeat, no target was found in number 4 area in direction 30. Over. Eagle's nest received. Continue to the next area. Over. Received. Over. A helicopter whizzed past and hovered in the number 4 area. In addition to ordinary observers, it was specially equipped with airborne thermal imaging. After repeated observation and confirmation, it flew out of this area. After the helicopter left, the grass underneath moved abnormally, and 6 mud men suddenly emerged from it. Upon closer inspection, it was the 9-tailed fox team, which was extremely embarrassed compared to 3 days ago. But it wasn't the mud that blocked the thermal imaging, they had been spotted long ago. Captain, the command of the Neon Man is definitely not easy. What shall we do next? How much do you have to support? The black fox wiped his face. 3 days. 3.5 days, 3 days, 2.5 days. Enough. Black Fox fell silent after saying this. Captain, what should we do next? One team member couldn't help asking. I suspect that we are surrounded. According to this commander's level, we will not be so relaxed if we pursue it with all our strength. The Black Fox paused and said his opinion. He is to paralyze us, there are enemies waiting for us in front of us. A team member said subconsciously, and then all fell silent. Attention everyone. Yes. Shadow Fox. Black Fox looked at the Shadow Fox who never spoke. From now on, you are moving in the direction of 270, responsible for breaking through from the side, and launching an offensive at 10 o'clock in the evening. You have the right to act completely freely. The Shadow Fox nodded when he heard the words, and did nothing about the bait task. The destiny of the Foundation staff should have been like this. The rest. Break out from the front with me, and launch an attack at 11 o'clock in the evening. Take care to protect the monster's headgear. Yes. Going to the traces of trademark, everyone gave me the fastest speed to move and hit them by surprise. It seems that today, I will see blood. Action. Yes. The 5 quickly left the area in 2 splits. Half an hour later, the advance team from the 2nd Countermeasures Division arrived. A team of 10 moved forward in a carpet-like manner, but the speed was not slow at all. At least 2 people in a team held thermal imaging cameras and scanned repeatedly, while the others were always paying attention to the surrounding wind and grass. This is the first advance team. Repeat, here is the first advance team. No target was found in the number 4 area in the 30 direction, and no target was found in the number 4 area in the 30 direction. Chapter 37, Chasing and Fleeing in the Mountains, End. This is the first advance team. Repeat, here is the first advance team. No target was found in the number 4 area in the 30 direction. Repeat, no target was found in the number 4 area in the 30 direction. Over. Received, move on. Headquarters. People come and go here, and they are too busy to gather all kinds of information. The number 4 area in the 30 direction is classified as the green area. Yes. Jan, I said, our life is too boring. That is, does it take such a big fight to catch a terrorist? How many days have been in this ghost place? It's all mosquitoes. The 2 soldiers in uniform of the self-defense forces groaned boredly. Looking around, their state is by no means an exception. The morale of everyone is not very high, but it is no wonder that ordinary soldiers just take their wages as a job, and have no consciousness of working hard. As night fell gradually, just when everyone thought they could go back to rest, suddenly the alarm sounded at the camp, and the beep, 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 forcibly lift everyone's spirits. Set. Within a few minutes, all the self-defense forces here were assembled. Our action has begun, in that direction, a carpet search, we can't let go of a living thing. Let's go. Yes. At least you can go back after completing the task, which is what most people think. And this happened in every camp. All the troops were mobilized for a while, and the net became tightly closed within a few minutes and was rapidly shrinking. Lingoziurin looked at the strategic map spread out on the table, calmly waiting for the news from the front line, motionless. At this time, night fell completely. A line of 10 self-defense forces is advancing slowly in the dark, a little bit of wind and grass may make them nervous, and point their guns over. The light of the flashlight is not enough to illuminate the surroundings, and it is even more depressed behind this dark jungle, and Master Hui is not too strong. The moon tonight is blocked by the clouds, making it even more dim on the ground. These 10 people advanced in a standard line. The 2 looked at the rear to prevent a sneak attack. It can be said that they took into account all-round defense, but they forgot overhead. Shadow Fox has already let the 2 teams go, and the interval between each team is about 10 minutes, but there will be more people around behind. Take a look at the time, 10 o'clock, just the right time. Seeing the right time, Shadow Fox jumped down from the branch, kicked in the air directly to feint and observe the last person behind. When the penultimate person was still in a daze, Shadow Fox immediately squatted down and took out the one who was still in a daze. Soldier with pistol in thigh. Then, raising the gun to his head, it was a shot, and he took his assault rifle in his hand. The shadow fox had already stood up, and began to output stably toward the front without mercy, and the flame of the muzzle continued to illuminate the darkness. Everything happened between lightning and flint. This team did not know what happened, so they were destroyed by the regiment. Looking at the fallen corpse in front of him, Shadow Fox fired a shot at the soldier who had been kicked out of his feet, headshot directly, and then began to quickly collect their weapons and ammunition, equipped themselves, and disappeared into the darkness. There is no doubt that the gunshots here attracted everyone, and within a minute, the place where the group was killed was surrounded by at least 3 groups of people, and the lights shone on the area. All killed. How many of them are there? Where did they go? The self-defense forces here are like headless flies and don't know what to do. With this as the center of the circle, spread the search. Finally, someone gave the order. It was a second lieutenant, and everyone started to take action. Yes. After everyone had walked a certain distance, the second lieutenant exhaled and waited here for the next reinforcements. Be safe. I don't want to go out and die. The ensign lit a cigarette and smoked it on the spot. By the way, stay away from the dead, too unlucky. The thoughts in the poor lieutenant's heart hadn't been finished yet, and the smoke in his mouth fell uncontrollably. How did it feel that my head was a bit cold, and the blood gradually left behind, blurring the lieutenant's eyes, and the lieutenant realized something. I wanted to lift my foot, but found that I couldn't do it, so I could only kneel on the ground and lost consciousness. Bang! The self-defense force, who had just walked out, heard it, and another gunshot came from behind. Damn it, you got fooled. Behind, go back quickly, quickly. As soon as the soldiers returned to the spot, they found the ensign's body. Damn, gather the body of the ensign and wait for the instructions above. Yes. It would be best to stay in the safest way. The soldiers didn't want to meet such an enemy at all. However, just as the two were going to gather the ensign's body, there was a clear voice accompanying the movement of the ensign's body. They were very familiar with such a voice, the grenade's pull ring. There are grenade. Get down. But it was too late. The huge explosion of boom sounded immediately after the voice, and the 2 unethical people who were bombed died on the spot. What are we fighting with? Just when everyone hadn't recovered from the shock of the explosion, the gunshots representing death sounded again. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots. The bullets quickly passed the gap between the trees, and accurately completed his mission. 3 people fell again without warning. There! Fire! Fire! For a time, gunshots rang across the night sky, and flames from the muzzle appeared in the darkness, firing continuously in one direction. The shooting lasted a full minute. The reinforcements haven't come yet, a sergeant shouted loudly. However, the next moment, he became the next person to fall, and lost the breath of life. This time, no one even saw the flame of that person's muzzle. Reaper, he is a Reaper. Run! The morale of this group of self-defense forces finally collapsed, and they began to escape disorderly. Stupid choice. The shadow fox's eyes flashed with cold light in the dark, and he began to call his name one by one, leaving more than a dozen corpses here. Such movement is big enough, right? Shadow Fox looked in the direction of the team. No, it's not enough. Shadow Fox himself denied himself, and after replenishing the ammunition, he disappeared into the darkness again. 10 minutes later, more troops flocked to this place, and troops from other directions began to shift in this direction. The helicopter also arrived. A huge beam of light illuminates the entire area. Below are groups of self-defense forces diverging to search. Almost all the troops in this direction are here. It was still here where the terrorists first appeared, and more people gathered. A small group of people moved forward cautiously at this time, even taking care of the top of their heads. However, this time, I forgot to hear the familiar crisp sound under my feet. Boom! Chapter 38, chasing and fleeing in the mountains, true end. A huge explosion once again covered this place. More than a dozen people fell to the ground and wailed. A few of them lost their breath, but until now, they still didn't see where the enemy was. They could only spin around like headless flies. And in the headquarters nearly 100 kilometers away. Although due to the interference, Suzugo Ziuran could not broadcast the whole process live, but he still grasped every move of the front line in real time and was very clear about what happened. There was another casualty in the 5 districts in the 270 direction. The target appeared in the 4 districts. The helicopter did not find the target. One after another news came to Lingo Ziuran, but there was no good news. The self-defense forces can't hold it anymore, Section Chief, we have to go to support. The deputy was a little anxious beside him, and hurriedly suggested to Lingo. The mountain special forces of the self-defense forces will be here soon, so don't worry about them. Let all the self-defense forces move closer to the direction where the enemy appears, without restricting any means, to find people out. Yes. I will notify the self-defense force immediately. As for our people, the goal remains the same, continue to chase north, speed up the pursuit. Yes. Section Chief. The deputy was a little confused, but he did not hesitate to execute Lingasaku's order. Whether you are bait or not, I will make you hard to fly. There was a cold light in Ling Gozuo's eyes, and he took out the phone again and dialed a call. When the Shadow Fox was in full swing. The Black Fox is still waiting for the opportunity here. In front of them is a camp of the self-defense forces. Captain, it's been more than 10 minutes. A team member reminded in a low voice. Keep waiting. Black Fox replied, taking a look at the time. Yes. After waiting for another few minutes, the self-defense forces in front of them began to act. Quick, quick, ready to transfer. Ready to transfer. All the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox team are proficient in all mainstream languages. It is not a problem to understand what these soldiers are saying. The Black Fox understands that the time for him to wait has come. The third child, protect the containment. The rest of the people enter the ambush. Just bring the gun. We need to move to the assembly location within 30 minutes, fast. Fast. All members are assembled. Leave in line. Yes. The self-defense team had just left the camp and stepped into the darkness in the woods. The sound of broken bones came immediately after another, and there was no time to make a scream. After a while, the Black Fox walked out of the darkness, with a weapon in his hand. Arrange all the useful equipment and go. Yes. The team collected the needed materials as quickly as possible. The most important thing was the military's walkie-talkie and map markings. In this way, there was no need to cover their heads and blindly rush. The Black Fox compared the map and looked a little dignified. The self-defense forces laid out several blockades, deep in layers, and they faced a lot of troops. Even if they were attracted by the Shadow Fox, most of them would not be taken away. It's almost impossible to cross the blockade line quietly. After thinking about it quickly, there was no alternative. The Black Fox could only do his best to break through as concealed as possible, and it was only a matter of time before this disappeared self-defense force was discovered. The bullet was loaded, and the Black Fox finally decided on the route to break through, and said calmly, "Go." Time passed a little bit, and it came to a little bit late at night. The Nine-Tailed Fox 4-person team led by the Black Fox relied on hiding all the way, constantly shuttled through the inspections of various lights, and finally gradually approached the first blockade. The Black Fox chose a mountain path, which is relatively isolated, and support will not come so quickly. It is also relatively convenient to retreat and hide. However, the defense here is also stronger, with about 20 soldiers stationed here. The Black Fox slowly approached the checkpoint. Although the darkness was shrouded in darkness, relying on the self-defense force's own lights, the black fox probably figured out the booth layout of the checkpoint. However, looking at the number of people, there must be a secret whistle nearby. It seems that the limited solution will be solved. The black fox looked around the surrounding terrain and determined a place where the secret whistle could be ambushed. The black fox used hand gestures to assign tasks to the team members. Time is running out. The only way is to put the contents in a safe place first, and all the members participate in the battle to solve the enemy as soon as possible. The black fox is responsible for clearing the secret post, and then shoots and kills the enemy commander first, and the others shoot immediately to clean the enemy with the fastest speed, and then directly take the containment and evacuate. The support of the nearby self-defense force heard the gun. The sound will be there in 10 minutes at the earliest. Seeing all the team members nod their heads for understanding, the black fox cleared the guns in his hands and disappeared on the hillside. The soldier with a sniper in his hand couldn't help yawning. Concentrate. The enemy is not easy this time. Our brigade is dispatched by the entire army. The observer next to him reminded. Hi. The sniper forced himself to cheer up and patted his face. He has been lurking for 2 days and 2 nights this time. He is really exhausted, but he will be changing the guard at dawn, so hold on. The sniper suddenly widened his eyes and looked to the side unwillingly. His observer was already lying on the ground. And the next moment he lost his breath. The black fox worked cleanly, without a trace of procrastination, and quickly solved the remaining secret whistle in the same way. Then, it looked for the best angle and looked down at the entire level. The black fox took the gun of the sniper he had just killed, through the scope, carefully looking for the command of this group of self-defense forces, as well as the signal soldier. The next moment they fired, the 2 men must die. After a few seconds, a sneer appeared at the corner of the black fox's mouth, and he realized that because he was in action tonight, no one dared to sleep. The commander of this group of self-defense forces leaned in front of the car swayingly. The only signal soldier. Then, Reaper, it's time to take in. Boom. Boom. 2 extremely fast gunshots rang through the night sky one after another. The commander beside the car was bored, so he was shot through his head by a bullet and fell into the car. The blood quickly soaked the seat. The messenger stood up subconsciously when he heard the gunfire, but before he moved, he caught a bullet with his head and fell to the ground. Tudu, tudu, tudu. Tudu, tudu, tudu. The members of the 9-tailed fox team fired quickly, the rifle was faster, and each bullet would definitely hit one person, and the black fox shot cold guns in secret, flanking back and forth, and the number of this group of self-defense forces was quickly reduced. The remaining people were forced to hide behind the car and did not dare to show their heads, which was expected by the black fox. A shot of bang hit the accelerator, and the car exploded instantly, taking away the rest of the self-defense forces. Next, there was no need to order from the black fox, everyone followed the previous order and quickly evacuated the scene, leaving only a mess and corpse. Chapter 39, Chase in the Mountains, True End. Section Chief. Section Chief. Enemies have appeared in the northern encirclement. The deputy ran in to report in a hurry. Don't worry, talk about it in detail. Suzugozuo had already expected it, and there was no unexpected look at all. Yes. Chief. At about 12:30 in the morning, we found a self-defense force disappeared. After half an hour, gunshots came from the first blockade. Where did they break through? Here. The deputy pointed out an inconspicuous place on the map. Understood, just follow the plan as planned. Yes. After the deputy stepped back, Lingasaku made a serious expression. This group of people is really not easy. So, can you pass this last test? Lingasaku's index finger keeps on one place on the map. Knocked, waiting for the final result. The first cordon. The second cordon. The third cordon. The nine-tailed fox team constantly broke through the blockade in unexpected ways. Although there were more and more troops chasing from the rear, no one could catch up with them, and could only search for them like a carpet. The result is naturally the exhaustion of the soldiers and the decline in search efficiency, being pulled farther and farther by the nine-tailed fox team. It also gave the black fox time to stop and rest for a while. There is still half an hour away from the last blockade. Let's take this road this time, the black fox said again against the map. But this area is a bit open, Captain. Go another road, a dead end, this last blockade is a bit too tight. Yes. It's time to rest, let's go. Time, 2:10:10. The black fox and the nine-tailed fox team just arrived in the first open area, as marked on the map. After identifying the direction, the black fox is ready to continue on the road. Suddenly, the black fox's intuition made him feel something wrong. Suddenly, a very small gunshot suddenly sounded. The bullet had hit a member of the nine-tailed fox, and went straight to the heart, killing him directly. Retreat. The remaining two quickly retreated into the woods, and the black fox also quickly retreated, and used the bodies of the dead team members to block the next bullet, and finally found a large stone safely. As the black fox hit in the stone, another bullet passed by the black fox's hair. The black fox leaned back against the stone, and after observing the safety around him, he quickly analyzed the situation. A sniper, the interval between shots is less than 2 seconds, and the speed of the special bullets and bullets makes him too late to react. He is an elite soldier of Neon. Sacrificing a team member, the reinforcements behind will catch up in at most an hour, and the situation in front is unknown. In other words, the map is in an ambush, and the map is fake. Hey! Still have to try and struggle a bit. To deal with a sniper, with his current equipment, to get close, he has to lure him to shoot again, and then kill him with one shot. As for where the other ambushes are, I don't care so much now. I will solve one first. Thinking of this, the black fox suppressed the players with firepower and supported his gesture. After receiving OK, the black fox took out the smoke bomb and pulled the ring. Not far away, a sniper was aiming at the direction of the stone and was motionless. Suddenly, through the night vision goggles, a smoke bomb was thrown from the right side. The sniper's sight was shifted for a short distance, but there was no shaking. The sniper was moving. The instant the smoke bomb was thrown out, it was clear what it was. The smoke from the smoke bomb gradually began to spread, but the night vision device could not see the inside of the smoke, and the sniper couldn't help but frown. Then, suddenly another smoke bomb was thrown from the left side of the stone. When the sniper's sight moved slightly to the left, the black fox rushed out from the right at the same time, and at the same time threw 2 smoke bombs forward. Even if the sniper's reaction exceeded that of ordinary people, he immediately shot and threw the front sight, but the bullet still missed. Watching the denser smoke, the next shot missed the target. At this time, a nasty voice came from the sniper's headset, "Fi He Jiang, aren't there 2 more targets? I don't need to remind you." Fi He retargeted the woods where the remaining 2 members of the nine-tailed fox were hiding. At this moment in the smoke, the black fox lowered his body, quickly shuttled through the smoke, and approached the sniper. Until the black fox broke through the smoke, revealing his figure, the bullets of the players from the rear arrived in time at this moment, passed the black fox, and shot forward indiscriminately. It was such a perfect time again, this time it was relying on the cooperation, once again let Fi He's sniper shot empty, only hit the grass. Fi He is a little angry, she has never made such a mistake before. These people are dead. But Fi He's sanity was still there and he missed the shot. As a sniper, he had to move immediately and change his position to shoot. Sure enough, a few seconds after Fi He left, the black fox's bullets hit Fi He's original position one after another. At the same time, Fi He lost the last chance to shoot, and the black fox moved faster than expected and came straight here. However, he is not alone. Just as the black fox was about to leap into the grass in front of him, a rough voice sounded, "Asshole! Give me a hammer!" The black fox was caught off guard, raised his gun in front of him, still flying out several meters like a kite. The black fox in the air forcibly adjusted its posture in order to confuse the sniper, and could not rely on the amount of shot in advance to prevent the sniper from making up the gun. The two nine-tailed fox players in the rear were always paying attention to the situation, and shot the black fox for the first time, finally letting the black fox withdraw safely to the stone. "The man is back, but the smoke bombs are used up. How can I get out? Also, isn't that the one with the hammer really come to make fun of it? How could there be someone with this kind of weapon?" At this time, the sledgehammer who was being maligned by the black fox's belly didn't know at all, and didn't care about it. He blocked a few stray bullets with a huge hammer and stood there. It was like a gun target, but no one on the nine-tailed fox team dared to show up. After all, there was still a sniper staring at it. When the sledgehammer saw the enemy so stunned, he started taunting, "Come out! Have a fight with me! A bunch of cowards! Of course, there is no use." "So," the sledgehammer hummed twice, "then you are forcing me to shoot." On the opposite side, the times have changed. Saw the sledgehammer lifted his sledgehammer, the front of the sledgehammer suddenly opened, revealing a warhead, the missile head. "Eating my missile! Bastard!" A small missile flew straight to the rock where the black fox was hiding. The moment it collided, the rock was directly smashed by the explosion, stirring up a large amount of dust. The nine-tailed fox players in the woods were preparing to support. Suddenly, the instinct of life and death made him tilt his head subconsciously, and a bullet flew by. On top. Yesterday, the first day of signing the contract, thanks to the Fountain of Forgotten Chuan, TNG cannot be leaked, of course. The animation agents and book friends 2020621122902781 for the rewards of several brothers. There is motivation to reward the author. Chapter 40, Chase in the Mountain, Ultimate Edition. On top. It is faintly visible that a ninja-decorated person is standing on the tree, holding a pistol. The two nine-tailed fox players were about to raise their guns and shoot, but saw the ninja throw the gun in his hand casually, and drew a long and one short two-taiki from behind. Even if you have a ninja, you still have to take a sword. It's completely inappropriate. What's wrong in this world? The style of painting is not right. Even in the world where they used to dance with demons, they have never seen it like this. This thought flashed through the minds of the two members of the nine-tailed fox, but the movements in their hands did not slow down at all. The gun had been raised, and the ninja had already jumped down at one of them, and the Nagata sword slashed down. The team member was forced to turn the gun sideways to resist, but saw that his gun was cut open by the knife like a piece of paper. Upon seeing this, he immediately turned his body sideways, but was still cut off with an arm. Blood began to spurt out immediately, and pain climbed up to the expression of the nine-tailed fox player. As the ninja slashed at one of them, the ninja's danta sword shot out and went straight to the other nine-tailed fox player. The other team member pulled the trigger and fired a few shots, hitting the short dachi flying in the air, causing it to deviate from its trajectory, but was still forced to step back a few steps. Then, bang! With a shot, he withdrew from the cover of the trees, exposed to the opponent's sniper, and another nine-tailed fox team fell down. The attention of the ninja was also attracted for a moment. The team member whose arm was chopped off took the opportunity to quickly pull out the pistol with only one hand, and pulled the trigger at the ninja at a very close range. The ninja's abdomen was shot by bullets. Hit, penetrate, and finally knelt down without being able to hold it. The only remaining nine-tailed fox team smiled and opened his mouth full of blood. They were still too young. The kid raised the pistol in his hand and pressed it against the ninja's forehead. Xia Ren's cold hair stood up at this moment. Boom! The only remaining nine-tailed fox team fell down with barely standing body, leaning against the tree, the gun in his hand fell to the side weakly and closed his eyes. "Thank you," Xia Ren said weakly towards the magician who walked up to him. "Hey, this is what the captain should do. It's better to get rid of the remaining person as soon as possible and go to the treatment. Speaking of which, if you want to find a way to improve your physique, it's not enough to be so fragile." The magician is still uncomfortable. Toon state. After speaking, the magician looked at the open space in the middle, and he saw that the leader was singled out with the sledgehammer. The black fox had no idea that there were small missiles in the hammer. After being blown out, the guy with the giant hammer rushed up with the hammer directly. Without giving the black fox time to react, he was forced to fall into close combat. Be careful of the sniper opposite at all times. During this period of fighting, the team members were also wiped out, and the black fox understood that the hope of this containment operation seemed to be slim, so how could the information be spread out? The black fox hesitated for a moment, and when he had a solution, this kind of advanced soldier would solve one if he could solve one, by all means. So holding a tactical knife, he rushed towards the sledgehammer. When the sledgehammer saw the black fox rushing forward without any consideration, he lifted the sledgehammer and slammed it down, causing a gust of wind. Through the fight just now, the black fox knew that he couldn't face it hard, grabbed the opportunity with a knife in his hand, swiped 1,000 caddies in 2 or 2, rubbed the sledgehammer, and went around to the side of the hammer. But the sledgehammer swept the hammer immediately, and the black fox jumped up, and the knife went straight into the eye of the sledgehammer. At this time, the gunfire sounded again. The black fox forced himself to turn around in the air, stepped on the sledgehammer again, leaped backward and withdrew continuously for a certain distance. It is not easy to take one away. The black fox licked his dry lips, and then looked at a person coming up from behind. "Just throw the knife straight away and just stand there straight like this." This really aroused the interest of the magician. The magician asked with interest, "Uncle, what are you doing? I don't want to fight anymore, take me away." Black Fox Tan surrendered. "No way, uncle, you hurt my partner," the magician still said in a hearty young voice. "You also killed my men." "What does it matter to me?" said the magician. "I think your superiors want me to be alive." "What does it matter to me?" the magician emphasized again, this time obviously angry. "It seems there is no more to talk about." "Oh, from the beginning, uncle." Seeing that the negotiation was hopeless, the black fox was about to bend down and pick up the knife that he had thrown on the ground. But just about to make a move, 2 gunshots came from the opposite side, bang! Bang! The 2 bullets hit the black fox's arms, but the problem is that the black fox didn't see the masked boy on the opposite side shooting. The magician understood the doubts on the black fox's face, perhaps because of the show-off mentality of a young man. He even started to explain to the black fox. "Uncle, my name is a magician, not because I can do magic. What I have is a bullet that is invisible to the naked eye. I can't see when to shoot, and I don't know when to dodge. The moment I heard the gunshot, I was shot." Black Fox explained according to his own understanding. "Exactly right, uncle is really smart." "Unfortunately, sorry, uncle." The magician's voice suddenly fell cold and prepared to send the black fox on the road. The black fox suddenly raised his mouth and lowered his head, then, the boy on the opposite side, "Let God decide everything." "What?" Screams sounded in the woods behind him. No one present is unfamiliar with this call. The magician, the sledgehammer, including Fihi, all turned their sights to the monsters in the woods. Next to the monster, there was a shinobu who knew no life or death. The place where the monster was originally located was Nine Tails, who was shot by Fihi. Fox players, kills without making up the knife, this is the end. Fihi understood what was going on at this time, and made a mistake again. She couldn't take people to the head. She couldn't accept it in her heart. There was no problem in the past, but this time, he has never encountered such a determined person. And put his teammates in danger. Haha, this is our goal this time. Bullying ordinary people is nothing. Come on. Monster. The magician was a little excited when he saw the humanoid monster that killed thousands of people. Monster. Hurt my teammate. Then eat my sledgehammer. The sledgehammer took the lead and rushed forward. Fihi looked at the magician's performance, silently, and the person who behaved so young was the most ruthless person. The death of Ninja was nothing to him, and to that person was just an excuse for murder. No matter, I hate such people from the bottom of my heart. The black fox still knelt on the ground with his head down, waiting for the opportunity to make sure he couldn't see the monster's face. The three members of the pro squad on the scene looked at the monster's face, and the battle was about to start. Thanks Yeziyu Feng for the 300 rewards. And I'm the 384 reward that Sig called me the Great Demon King. Starting today, 2 updates a day, the code word Kwangmo is going online. Chapter 41, the end of the pro team. The scream continued, and the shy man rushed out. The sledgehammer took the lead in raising the hammer and rushed up, the distance between the two quickly approached. But Fihi's bullet was the fastest, hitting the monster's chest in their eyes. The monster was stopped by the impact for a moment, and the hammer head slammed with all its strength followed. The shy people had nothing to do. IQ, fully accepted the sledgehammer attack, flew out more than 10 meters. Ha! So normal. The sledgehammer slammed the hammer to the ground and said with a smug look. As soon as the voice fell, the shy person stood up again like an okay person, and continued to rush towards the sledgehammer brainlessly. This time, the speed was faster and faster than the pro team imagined. Sledgehammer. Retreat. The sledgehammer immediately flashed aside when he heard the words, and the magician took over the output. The invisible bullets hit the shy person one by one, with little effect, so the magician simply threw out a few grenades. Still can't see when the grenade was thrown, but the grenade was thrown accurately. At the foot of the shy person, boom! Several grenades exploded almost at the same time, causing a stronger explosion and impact, but the shy person rushed out of the smoke unharmed. Cut! The magician cut out uncomfortably. But at the same time he found that the shy person seemed to ignore him and rushed towards the sledgehammer. The missile on the sledgehammer has been launched, and there is no powerful weapon anymore. You can only pick up the sledgehammer again and smash it towards the shy people who are running wildly. This time, the shy person did not fly out, but caught the head of the sledgehammer with both hands. In a pure power competition, the sledgehammer was gradually under the wind. As a result, the sledgehammer pressed the button of the hammer handle. The powerful current ran through the hammer instantly, shocking the shy person. Sledgehammer understood that this could only temporarily delay the monster's movements, but there was nothing to do. At the time of the stalemate, the magician's voice came, "Sledgehammer. Go and take out the prepared weapon. Fihi and I will contain it." The sledgehammer decisively gave up the weapon in his hand and ran to the rear. Fihi's bullets rushed to the next moment. Fihi fired continuously at his fastest speed, successfully preventing the shy person from chasing the sledgehammer. The magician found that he might not be of much use anymore, and his weapon could not harm this guy at all, which made him very unhappy. What makes him even more upset is that this monster has been ignoring him, as if he does not exist at all. Then this monster must be killed. Fihi has been shooting this monster. The bullet has no false shots. It has worked. Unfortunately, it is not decisive. This monster still catches up with the sledgehammer at a speed far exceeding the sledgehammer. When the sledgehammer runs back at full speed, he is shy in the blink of an eye. The people came behind the sledgehammer, threw the sledgehammer down, and began to tear frantically. The magician arrived and kicked the shy person aside, but the monster still ignored the magician. This was not right. The magician finally realized that something was wrong. Just when the monster got up and was about to rush over again, the unique sound of the heavy machine gun sounded, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The bullet hit the shy person like a torrent, causing it to continue to retreat. The person who operated this weapon was Fihi. After she found that her weapon was not working and the sledgehammer could not be reached, she took out the weapon prepared for them by the insidious section chief, even though it was heavy. With machine guns, Fihi's hit rate is still shockingly high. They are all heavy weapons with a complete range. They were only used as a spare in case at the beginning. After all, as the 13th Pro Squad, they are extremely confident in themselves, but this monster is obviously beyond all the enemies they have dealt with so far. Even the predecessor team of 13 subjects. However, just as Fihi continued to suppress and the magician checked the sledgehammer's injury, a discordant gunshot suddenly sounded amidst the da-da-da sound of the heavy machine gun. Fihi only felt a cold in her chest, and looked down incredibly. Her chest was bleeding and blood was flowing out of her body. She immediately covered the wound with her hand and tried to continue shooting with the other hand. However, the barrage stopped for a moment, allowing the shy person to seize the opportunity, and it is very angry now. It broke out at a super fast speed again, and instantly surpassed a distance of nearly 100 meters, and came to Fihi. Fihi only had time to flash to the side. The heavy machine gun was smashed into scrap by the shy person. And then without any pause, the shy person reached out and grabbed Fihi's neck and lifted Fihi up. Fihi understood that the monster's power was astonishing, and the sledgehammer couldn't be more powerful. Instead of struggling to break free, he raised his long legs with his waist as a fulcrum, kicked it heavily on the monster's head, and clamped it with his legs. The monster's head tried to twist its neck. Unfortunately, this was just useless work. Upon seeing this, Fihi wanted to pull the pistol from the holster on his leg and give the monster a zero-range headshot. In the moment of life and death, Fihi couldn't bear it anymore. Besides, this monster is not a human being. Just as Fihi's hand stretched to the holster, the shy person's hand suddenly used force, and then forcefully slammed Fihi to the ground. Fihi was hit by the blow and he vomited blood and dyed his mask red. Fihi was weak at this time, unable to move, and could only watch the monster in front of him raise his fist and smash it down at him. "Are you going to die?" Fihi's time in the laboratory appeared before Fihi's eyes. After a long absence, the corners of his mouth were upturned. "Goodbye, Dr. Hanyu." With the sound of the mask piercing into the flesh, the shy person kept punching the face of the person in front of him, until it was no longer formed, and the unknown mixture filled the ground. What happened to Fihi seemed to be very long, but in fact, it happened between the electric light and flint, so that the magician did not even have time to rescue him, and witnessed Fihi's death. "You bastard!" The magician hurled out the bullet frantically, but the previous battles had shown that it was useless. Strangely, the monster seemed to be no one, motionless, letting the magician attack. The magician who kept venting finally stopped his useless attacks. He suddenly looked at the instigator of everything, the Black Fox. The shot just fired by the Black Fox. The Black Fox noticed the magician's gaze, dragged the two broken arms, and smiled provocatively, "Although I haven't tried shooting with my feet, I still shoot quite accurately." "You bastard! You bastard! The mission failed. My value, so what is my value? No. No. I can't be abandoned." The magician trembled and muttered. "Wait. I see. As long as you don't look at this monster, nothing will happen. Right. Right." The Black Fox wanted to give him a black shot while he was like this, but this person's body was still tight, and the Black Fox understood that he would never have a chance to shoot. Chapter 42, Breakthrough. "I understand. As long as you don't look at this monster, nothing will happen. Answer me. Answer me." The magician roared at the Black Fox. "How did you come to this conclusion?" The Black Fox asked slowly without any anxiety. "I'll let you answer me." The magician raised his gun after saying this. This time, he didn't use invisible bullets. He just wanted to threaten the Black Fox to tell the weakness of the shy person. No. Black Fox still gave the answer calmly. How is it possible? How is it possible? You are lying to me. Then why don't you dare to look up? Why is the monster ignoring me? The magician pulled off his mask, revealing a green face, and lifeless eyes. Anyone who looks at it will understand that it is a blind person. The Black Fox didn't speak. Although he was shocked by the blind man who was such a strong and non-human fellow, he could only bring the information of the Foundation into hell. It's useless. The magician suddenly calmed down, raised his gun, and said lightly. Hearing this, the Black Fox said nothing, but said to the magician, "Poor man." Bang! The last shot rang through the night sky. The magician's corpse collapsed. In the darkness, the Shadow Fox came out with a sniper rifle in his hand. The Black Fox looked at the walking Shadow Fox. "I owe you my life. I took it down." Shadow Fox was not at all polite. Looking at the fallen corpse of the magician, the Black Fox had some doubts as to what kind of place could such a warrior be cultivated. He sighed, and the Black Fox stopped struggling, and just brought the information back and handed it over to the minister. "I don't have to think too much. Shadow Fox, take in shy people again, the chasing soldiers will be here soon, let's go." "Yes, Captain." Within a moment, the surviving two of the nine-tailed fox team left the messy battlefield. Since then, the two black foxes are still cautiously approaching the fourth blockade marked on the map, especially the black fox is now injured in both arms, despite the simple bandage, but the gun is still very reluctant. However, when the two black foxes arrived, they found that there was no blockade in front of them, and there was no trace of defense all the way, and the Shadow Fox looked around and found no ambush. It seems that that special unit is the last of the Neon people. Guaranteed. There is an endless jungle in front of me, that is to say, the plan is completed. At this point, it finally broke through and ended this long chase. In the same way, this can be said to be a shame for the Neon people. Half an hour after the two black foxes left, the helicopter rushed to the battlefield first. The lights of the helicopter illuminate the mess below, and there are signs of destruction everywhere, obviously after fierce fighting. The 2nd Countermeasures Division, which was responsible for continuing to chase north, arrived at the scene, leaving some people to organize the battlefield and gather the corpses, and more people continued to chase north. However, what they are betting on is useless. In the frontline headquarters, Suzugo Ziuran is still waiting for news quietly. The other party first blocked the signal of the entire system guarding the town area, and now it interferes with the satellite signal of the Miaoai Mountain. Looking at Miaoai Mountain is like falling into the mist, making them en view. Like flies, the time to learn about the situation is much slower. Finding that there is no way to fight against the opponent's electronic warfare, Suzugo Ziuran initially placed the headquarters outside the area of the defensive town, and now only waits for the intelligence of the 13th branch team. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the report to reach Lingo Ziuran, who only saw 3 words and failed. Lingozuo collected his thoughts and returned to his tent. Before entering, he said to the guards, "Don't let anyone come within 50 meters. Yes. Section Chief. Lingo Ziuran entered the tent, sat at the table, thought for a while, turned on the screen in front of him, and the communication started. A meeting room appeared on the screen. The director of the Bureau of Countermeasures was in the first place, and there were 11 seats filled with people. They were the chiefs of all other sections. Except for the sacrifice of the first section chief, even the 13 section chiefs appeared, but still don't let people see his true face. Section Chief Lingo, let's report on this incident. Kashima Sosuke said on the screen. Yes. Chief, this time the Shaozhen disaster caused more than 2,300 civilian deaths, more than 20 police deaths, and more than 400 deaths in the self-defense forces, including the casualties in the follow-up Miaoyishan pursuit. More than 100 people died, most of them were members of the 1st Division, and 4 of them were killed in 13 divisions. Hey! The children I sent out are dead. The section chief of the 13 department interrupted abruptly, his voice slightly old. Sorry, Mr. 13. The section chief of Section 13 was troubled by the code name, so he simply called 13. It's nothing, it's because they are not strong, but it's a bit unexpected. That mysterious organization did it, a section chief said. High probability, yes, I suspect that their target was this strange thing from the beginning. Suzugo Sakuran said his guess. It's only for a monster to make such a big fight? Someone asked. Perhaps this strange thing has some benefits that we don't know. I am not interested in this strange thing. I just want to know how much we know about this organization. Kashima Sosuke turned his attention to the chief of the intelligence section and the chief of the information countermeasures section. Sorry, Director. I don't know anything. We have completely lost in the electronic warfare. So far we have only conducted a number of tentative attacks. More in-depth confrontations will expose our news. The head of the Information Countermeasures Division stood up and apologized. According to the information we have, all organizations with this level of technology have not participated, and we will continue to keep track of it. The head of the intelligence section also stood up, implying that he didn't know anything. Don't blame you. Kashima Kangsuk understood that this was a gap in hard power, and there was no way. There is also the corpse sent earlier. It has the characteristics of a Zhongzhou citizen. But no one in our database matches it. You must know that the database of the Countermeasures Bureau is by no means only the identity data of the nationals. They are in a deadlock, that is to say, they only know that the opponent's electronic confrontation is very strong, and the people are not weak, or very strong, and they can destroy the 13 teams. Director, there is another news. We found not only the bodies of 13 subjects, but also 3 male bodies. It was from that organization. Kashima Kangsuk said. Yes, it is. It seems to be our only breakthrough. A section chief added. No, I don't think there will be any progress. What we have to do is to investigate all the people who have recently gone to Shishou County and grasped their tracks. Suzugozuo objected. This method consumes a lot of resources, but just do it this way. Kashima Sosuke thought for a while and decided to adopt Suzugo's plan. Yes. All section chiefs stood up and saluted. Chapter 43, 13 Subjects. A few days after the death of the pro team. Outskirts of Tokyo. In a humble shrine. A car stopped under the long stairs of the shrine. A person walked out of the car and took a closer look. It was the section chief of the 13 section, who was still dressed up when he attended the meeting a few days ago, leaning on a cane and slowly walking up the stairs. At this time, the cherry blossoms had already withered, and the long stairs were no longer as beautiful as before. At this time, a maiden greeted me from the shrine and stood next to the torii gate. The maiden had the height of a neon woman with long hair. Behind her, she was supplemented with red and white witch costumes, making it even more beautiful. Mr. 13 is back. Came back. The child of Fihi, I haven't seen them come back for a long time. The witch asked politely, but she still couldn't hide the worry between her eyebrows. 13 didn't stop, walked past the shrine maiden, and walked like a shrine, until he was about to disappear from the shrine maiden's sight when a voice came. Children, on the road of Santakuan, maybe, this is the best for them. The witch lowered her head when she heard this, and a few tears fell on the ground. After all, she could not escape this fate, but Mr. 13 might be right. In such a life, death is liberation. At this point, the maiden wiped away her tears and sorted out her manners. Although she was still unable to hide her sadness, she was much better than before. She was going to pray for the children and wish them to live like ordinary people in the next life. Shizun walked all the way through the corridor of the shrine, and came to an inconspicuous small house. After pushing open the wooden door, there was nothing inside, but Shizun did not stop. He stepped forward and walked into the house, opening the door. It turned off automatically. When the wooden door heard the disharmonious sound of metal moving and closing, the ground under 13 feet began to sink slowly. After sinking in the dark for a few minutes, the ground underneath stopped. At the same time, the earth wall in front of 13 opened from the middle, revealing the space behind it, a corridor composed of white paint and blue lights. On the wall of the corridor is a coat of arms. The coat of arms is very simple, with white characters on a black background. The white word is exactly 13. Someone has already been here to greet their own section chief, who is greeted by the person in charge of the operation of this underground base, the second person in the 13 section, the chick. Section chief. You are back. The chick bowed 90 degrees. Well, how about the inspection of those children? 13 asked as he walked inward. The nestling followed 13 and replied, if the section chief asked about the pro team, there were indeed some discoveries. Oh? What did you find? 13 approached the end of the corridor, and the electronic door opened automatically, and came to a larger space, a space connecting various major areas. The doctor checked the corpse of the pro team and determined that all the monsters died in the county. Other than that, no wounds caused by other humans were found. It seems that the above question can be dealt with. Of course, Section Chief, I have never doubted that the weapons of the 13 branches can fight against people, but this failure does remind us whether it is time to develop more targeted weapons. 13 laughed but did not speak, although others could not see him smiling. Seeing this, the chicks didn't say a word, and the two of them walked towards the experimental area in silence. The experimental area is the most securely secured area in the entire 13 division. There is no one. 13 came this time just to meet someone. Even the boss and the second person at the 13th branch base still carried out strict inspections when they entered the experimental area. The security forces with guns and live ammunition said sorry to Shisanhe chicks, but the subordinates were not at all ambiguous. After checking inside and out, the two talents were able to enter this mysterious place for many people in the 13 subjects. 13 had a goal early on. After entering, he walked directly to the first laboratory. The nestling wanted to say something, but 13 ignored it and could only keep up. At this time, in the first laboratory, a brainwashing was being prepared. A child was taken onto a recliner, and at the same time, on the other side of the single-sided glass, several people in white coats were preparing to operate. A person broke in suddenly and stopped the experiment. Dr. Hanyu. Please go out and don't interfere with my work. Dr. Kitahara, this is different from what you said. You can't brainwash that kid. Hey, the failure of the pro team this time is the best example. Dr. Hanyu, your direction is wrong. In that case, I won't compromise anymore. Shut up. Kitahara. You don't know anything about those children. You are mixed with too many personal emotions, aren't you? Dr. Hanyu. I want to reflect your thoughts to my superiors. The quarrel between the two became louder and louder, and there was no intention to stop. Just when Dr. Hanyu wanted to forcibly push away the operating researcher and stop the experiment, Shizun and Hatchling walked in. Okay, don't make any noise. Shizun said when he came in. Mr. 13. The two doctors stopped arguing immediately and bowed to Shi. 13 glanced at Hanyu, who was still aggrieved, and turned to Dr. Kitahara and said, the experiment will be suspended first, and the child will be sent back. Biwen showed an expression of dissatisfaction when he heard Shizun's words, then glanced at the chick secretly, and found that the chick did not express, but just watched quietly. Biwen had no choice but to agree to 13, yes, Mr. 13. Hanyu, you accompany me to a place. 13 achieved his goal, so he stopped staying and left the chicks and went out by himself. Watching Dr. Hanyu go out, the chick who hadn't said a word dragged over a chair, sat on it, and said to Kitahara, that guy is still the section chief of the 13 branch, let this kind of thing pass. Yes, I can understand, but, Sir Nestling, this is not in the interest of the 13th branch. Patience, be patient for a while, it will be fine. The chick said these words meaningfully. There are legends about how terrible the Countermeasures Bureau is and how mysterious the 13th subject is. As a result, even my own affairs are not handled well. 13 was walking along the corridor with Hanyu, and suddenly a word came out, making Hanyu do not know how to pick it up. Seeing Hanyu's embarrassment, Shizun smiled, haha, Hanyu, I forgot that you are not good at such topics, let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. After this, the two fell into silence again, only the sound of 13 crutches knocking on the ground. Hanyu looked at Mr. 13 who was walking in front, hesitated to speak, hesitated and walked all the way to a door, but finally did not speak. Looking at the familiar iron gate in front of him, Hanyu hadn't spoken yet, and Mr. 13 said, pay attention to your own state. Immediately, 13 took out his ID card and opened the door. Chapter 44, Little Girl. The door opened, and what you saw was a room that a little girl must like. The room was decorated in pink, with cute dolls and beautiful little decorations everywhere. The sudden appearance of such a room in the 13th division seemed so unconventional. The purpose of 13 this time is to sit on the princess bed in the center of the room and look at the little girl in the illustration. It can be said that this little girl is the most beautiful little girl in the world. She has a small body, fair skin, and her cheeks are as compact as a doll, and stars can be seen in her bright eyes. This little girl is the most important existence of 13 Kori, possessing a powerful charm that allows all human beings, regardless of gender, regardless of age, to have an affinity for them. Also, among the 13 subjects, the most powerful humanoid weapon. Shuiying, are you good at this time? 13 greeted the little girl named Shuiying in a cordial and caring tone. Ah, it's Grandpa and Uncle Hanyu. Shuiying missed you so much. Shuiying heard the voice of her familiar grandpa, and turned her attention away from the picture, and jumped into 13's arms. Grandpa, let me tell you, Shuiying is very good, and when Sister Asuka takes me to terrible places, I am not afraid at all. Shuiying let go of 13, with her hands on her hips, her head raised up, with a very cute look, but she wanted to show her bravery. He clearly said that it was a terrible place, but stubbornly said that he was not afraid, and Hanyu showed a smile on his side. Woo, uncle, you laugh at me. Shuiying pouted at Hanyu with my super fierce expression. Ah, uncle is wrong, don't be angry with Koihoki Sakura. Hanyu quickly coaxed my little angel. No. Shuiying is very angry. Shuiying turned her head altogether this time, saying that she didn't want to see Hanyu. Then Xiao Shuiying is not angry with her uncle. Hanyu knelt down and touched Shuiying's hair. Then, I want my uncle to play with me for 7 days. No. 3 days. Shuiying shook her head, shaking off Hanyu's big hand, still pretending to be angry. Hanyu hesitated and did not agree to Shuiying, but began to think seriously. Seeing Uncle Hanyu's appearance, Shuiying immediately pursed her small mouth, knowing that she was embarrassed by Uncle, and then waved her hand pretendingly, forget it. Forget it, I forgive Uncle, and play such things with Uncle. Shuiying is not looking forward to it either. He looked like a small adult, it would be better if he didn't glance at Hanyu's reaction quietly. Hanyu looked at Shuiying's performance and couldn't help but laugh, and said, yes, I still wanted to play with Xiao Shuiying for a whole week. I didn't expect that Xiao Shuiying would hate her uncle so much. No, once Shuiying doesn't hate Uncle Hanyu. Shuiying's anxious excuse, and seeing Hanyu's smiling eyes, she immediately understood. Grandpa, Uncle Hanyu bullied me. Shuiying immediately found her 13 grandpa and taught Hanyu a lesson. Good, good, Grandpa went down to help you teach him a good lesson, and even bullied our lovely Shuiying. Also, it doesn't need to be as heavy as a lesson, just confiscate the uncle's snacks. Okay, Grandpa will confiscate all your Uncle Hanyu's snacks when he goes back. Hee, Grandpa, when will Sister Fihi come back? I haven't seen her for a long time. Sister Fihi, it will take some time. When she comes back, I will let her come to us Shuiying. Well, there is, I want Brother Sledgehammer to play with me. Well, when they come back, I will all call to accompany Shuiying. Thank you Grandpa. Shuiying jumped excitedly. Okay, let's take this medicine first. Seeing that Shuiying is in good condition, Shizhen took out a box from her clothes and opened it. It was a black pill. Don't worry, Grandpa will be with you. Shizhen coaxed Shuiying with a kind voice. Shuiying took the medicine, her little hand hesitantly didn't want to deliver it to her mouth, but after hearing her grandfather's assurance, she finally closed her eyes, put it into her mouth, and swallowed it in one bite. Shuiying is so good. Take a good rest. Yet. Shuiying climbed onto the bed obediently, closed her eyes, her eyelashes blinking. 13 squatted beside the bed, so that Shuiying could feel that she was by her side. The effect of the medicine soon came on, and Shuiying fell asleep deeply with a smile of peace of mind. After confirming that Shuiying had gone to sleep, 13 got up, the door behind her was also opened at this time, and several female researchers hurried in with various inspection equipment. 13 stepped aside and said to a long-haired young female researcher passing by, Asuka, take care of Shuiying. Yes, Mr. Section Chief. The 13 who had been instructed retreated to the door, and said to Hanyu who was still in a daze, Hanyu, it's time to go. Hanyu was awakened by Shizhen's cry, and subconsciously followed Shizhen and walked out. This time, Hanyu was no longer silent. He brewed his emotions for a while, and said to Shizhen with a heavy tone, Chief, did you come back this time specifically to test your new medicine for Shuiying? 13 did not speak. Chief, do you really bear to watch those children being brainwashed into emotionless machines? 13 still did not answer. Chief, do you remember what you said to me? 13 still did not speak. Section Chief. I need answers. 13 looked at Hanyu who was getting more and more excited, and the face behind the mask sighed and raised his hand to signal Hanyu not to speak anymore. This is not a place to talk. Let's go back to my office. Shizhen said, looking at the guard in the distance. Hey, okay. When he arrived at Shizhen's office, Hanyu closed the door smoothly and assumed a posture waiting for Shizhen's explanation. 13 smiled helplessly, and began to explain one by one. Hanyu, the medicine I developed can inhibit Shuiying's ability. This is a good thing for Shuiying, and I am also doing her good. As for the children, 13 got up and took out a photo album, which was opened page by page, full of photos of the children. I can't control the current fate of these children, I can only try to make them a little happy. Aren't you doing this too? But you are the section chief of the 13 departments. Hanyu, you entered the 13 subjects because of your research talent, but you still can't agree with this. This is a good thing, and it shows that your conscience is still there. Why do you think I can sit in this position? It is more in line with the interests of 13 Division to brainwash the children into murderous machines with no emotions. However, our existence can make this killing machine run like a lubricant. This is the reason for our existence. So this is what you really think, Sir 13 Section Chief? Yes. 13 was silent for a moment and admitted. Sure enough, this is just a den of demons. After speaking, Hanyu slammed the door and left. Only 13 looked up at the light overhead, and did not move for a long time. Thanks to the book lovers for their kind rewards. Yesterday I promised the readers in the group, today 3 more. Chapter 45, Entering Tottori Prefecture. When the time came back to the beginning of this foundation operation, the team led by Ling Ye was driving to Tottori Prefecture. Fortunately, there is basically no surveillance in the neon countryside, and the nine-tailed fox team has attracted most of the attention. Ling Ye and his party basically don't need too much concealment, just be careful not to contact unrelated people too much. However, the magnitude of the Neon Man's reaction was a little beyond Ling Ye's expectations. After the first 2 days of calm, Ling Ye and his group's vehicle began to encounter the Self-Defense Force helicopter flying through the air at high speed, and it seemed that the target was pointing straight to the direction of MT. At the same time, the car radio began to broadcast news in a loop. Residents living near the Myooi mountain range should be aware that the Myooi mountain range will be temporarily closed due to military exercises in the near future. Please do not try to cross the exercise area. Ling Ye realized that the situation on the nine-tailed fox team might not be optimistic. Thinking of this, Ling Ye contacted the technical support team again. Minister, is the voice of the captain of the technical support team. The new mission is to invade the communication of the Miaoishan Self-Defense Force. I want to know what is happening there at all times, pay attention, and cannot be discovered. Received. Minister. The task is expected to be completed in 3 hours. Okay, I am waiting for your news. Ling Ye can only decide what to do if he knows what happened in MT Miyagi. However, the most urgent task now is to set up a containment site in Japan according to the original plan. In this way, the Ling Ye team approached Tottori Prefecture. Just before entering Tottori Prefecture, the convoy stopped in a hidden place, and all members got out of the car, waiting for the next order. Ling Ye's problem now is that these cars were stolen and they must not be driven into Tottori Prefecture. Therefore, one option is to conceal the car near here and abandon it, and walk into Tottori Prefecture on foot. However, in fact, this is not much different from the risk of driving directly into Tottori Prefecture. After this incident, the Neon people will definitely carry out a carpet-like investigation without letting go of any clues. Once they find that a vehicle has been stolen, was also abandoned near the Miyagi Mountains. Following this line, Tottori Prefecture is likely to be exposed. If you check outsiders, the station here will not be kept. Therefore, Ling Ye can only choose the second option. Lin Mingzi, you lead a team of 4 people to take these cars to Tokyo. Of course, your first task is to take these cars out of this area and then abandon them. The second task is to be stationed in Tokyo to prepare for future actions. Your actions are completely free, but you must protect your own safety. The technical support team will complete your temporary identities when you come to Neon this time to ensure that there are no loopholes. In the next period of time, hide yourself. Yes. Minister. Lin Mingzi took his newly added team members to salute Ling Ye, maintaining his vigorous style, and directly led the team members into the car, started, and drove towards Tokyo. Ling Ye watched the vehicle disappear into view, and ordered the rest of the people, go, enter Tottori Prefecture. Wang Pei continued to be depressed on the sidelines. What's wrong, don't he have human rights? Every good action doesn't have him. The only decent action is to catch a few unidentified creatures called. There has been no battle so far, and he feels he exists, the meaning is gone. However, the process must not be easy to pick up the shy person later. It is always my turn, Wang Pei said in his heart. Half an hour later, Ling Ye led Wang Pei's team with a total of 6 people, and entered this unremarkable Neon County in a low-key manner. Compared with Isamura County, the entire Tottori County is located on a larger plain, with flat terrain and relatively developed development. Better. So, first of all, it took a lot of time to find a suitable place. 4 members of Wang Pei's team were arranged to buy bicycles, and one of them stayed to protect Ling Ye. Yes, bicycles. In a short period of time, this is undoubtedly a good means of transportation, and, in a small county like Neon, cycling is a very normal thing, it will not appear to be a violation. When they went to buy a car, Ling Ye first bought a map of Tottori Prefecture, found a pavilion in the agreed small park, sat down, and began to study. The entire Tottori Prefecture resembles a rectangle. The central part is basically a residential area with scattered commercial districts. Hot springs gather in the east and there are many people who want to come. But the school and hospital are in the west, which is another problem. Ling Ye was thinking for himself, and the agent sitting next to him who was protecting Ling Ye suddenly patted Ling Ye covertly, and Ling Ye understood that someone was coming. So Ling Ye looked up and saw a boy about 13 or 14 years old standing there, looking at Ling Ye, a little at a loss. Ling Ye probably understood what was going on, and greeted the child to come over. The child was a little introverted, but he went into the small pavilion step by step. "Is this the place where you have been playing?" Ling Ye wanted to ask the little boy in as kind a tone as possible, but found that he can't speak Neon language. Although his English is stumbling and communicating with him, he can communicate with Neon language. Basically not. Ling Ye stopped talking, glanced at the agent next to him, with hints in his eyes. As a result, the agent shook his head helplessly. For the agents, English is the absolute standard, but that's all. Most agents can only master it. Basic bilingual, unlike the task force, 8 languages per capita. It's a bit troublesome. Ling Ye said unknowingly. The little boy suddenly raised his head underneath and looked at Ling Ye with some surprise. Looking at his reaction, Ling Ye asked tentatively, "Are you from the rabbit country?" "Well, I came here to study abroad." When the boy met the rabbit countryman, he was obviously cheerful. "Have you been playing here?" "I'm sorry, we will leave right away." Ling Ye said as he stood up and was going to leave, still didn't want to communicate too much. "It's okay, it's okay." The boy shook his head repeatedly. "Are you here to travel in Tottori Prefecture?" The boy asked next. "Yeah, it's a bit annoying, where we are going, we actually want to find a place with few people to explore, of course it's best to be in the city." Seeing the boy's appearance, Ling Ye simply pretended to be a tourist by the way, and then asked by the way, if there is any useful news. Unexpectedly, the boy really started to lower his head to think about it seriously. Without saying more, the boy raised his head and said, "Brother, I know that a school dormitory is abandoned. It seems to be haunted. There is absolutely no one at ordinary times. Meet your requirements." "Where is it?" Ling Ye asked. "Here. It's not on the map." The boy pointed to an empty tunnel near the edge of Tottori Prefecture on the map. "Thank you Ye Ziyufeng for your 200 rewards." Chapter 46, Look for. "Here. It's not on the map." The boy pointed to an empty tunnel near the edge of Tottori Prefecture on the map. "Well, it looks like a good place, thank you, if we have a direction, then we can set off, bye." Ling Ye and the boy said goodbye. "Goodbye, brother." The boy also waved to confession to Ling Ye who was gradually walking away. Walking out of the park, the agent next to Ling Ye asked, "Are we really going there?" "Use it as a spare, the plan remains the same, but I do want to go to that area to take a look." "Understood, Minister." After everyone has gathered, Ling Ye began to arrange the direction he was looking for. One group, Wang Pei followed to protect Ling Ye, a total of 5 groups. The rest were one person, one direction, and Ling Ye himself was going to look at the boy's book first. With an order, the agents all set off, and Ling Ye and Wang Pei also rode on their bicycles and drove towards the destination according to the map. There is also an episode. Wang Pei's body type rides on this bicycle, and he always feels that the bicycle will soon be unable to hold it, causing the people around him to pay attention. It seems that something went wrong with the low-key side establishment plan. Ling Yefu thought helplessly, but there is no good way to find a suitable location as soon as possible. Ling Ye subconsciously accelerated the speed of cycling. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer buildings on both sides, and passers-by began to sparse. Until Ling Ye went deeper, sure enough, except for a road that had been built, there were no signs of people moving on both sides. Even this road, due to lack of maintenance, looks a bit dilapidated and weeds are spreading. In the end, after climbing an uphill, the abandoned school building appeared in front of Ling Ye. Ling Ye looked back, as if he could have a panoramic view of most of Tottori Prefecture. The topography of this school building could be regarded as the tallest building here, perhaps it could be called a hill. Looking at the school building in front of me, there were no closed doors or even walls. It was just an empty 4-story concrete building. Most of the white paint had fallen off, revealing the grey background inside. The weeds on the ground covered the entire open space. Not only did the vines lie on the walls, but there were also many windows protruding into the broken glass windows. In short, they seemed to fit the characteristics of all haunted places. For insurance, Ling Ye asked 001 in his heart, there is no containment here, right? Not found in the database, host. 001's answer is telling Ling Ye that I don't know the contents that are not in the database. Ah, this. Ling Ye was not afraid, but what if by any chance, right? What if there is an accident by himself, so Ling Ye felt that he would not go in first. Let Wang Pei send a wave first. No, it is necessary to investigate a wave, so I will walk around the school building and take a look. Ling Ye thought this in his heart, and ordered, Wang Pei, you can go scouting this school building, and I will look around. Yes, Minister. But, will you let you act alone? Wang Pei expressed concern about Ling Ye's safety. Don't worry, it's just a while, I'll take a look nearby. Yes. Minister. Since the minister said so, Wang Pei had no choice but to walk into this dilapidated school building by himself. However, in order to return to Ling Ye's protection as soon as possible, Wang Pei prepared to use the fastest speed scouting the entire school building. Watching Wang Pei walk into the school building quickly, Ling Ye walked directly to the back of the school building by himself. There seemed to be a lot of space there. Bypassing the school building, the space behind Ling Ye came into view. It was a basketball court. It seemed that it was the place where the original students played. Behind the basketball court, there is a forest. It looks absolutely not small, I don't know. Why does it appear unexpectedly here? It stands to reason that with the terrain of Tottori Prefecture, this forest is likely to be artificially planted, but it is a bit strange that such a large forest is artificially planted without any development of the park. Ling Ye was suspicious, and walked into the woods. He didn't expect that he hadn't walked in for a long time before Ling Ye discovered a very inconspicuous path. Ling Ye went along the path and walked for a few minutes. Suddenly, what was in front of him everything suddenly became clear, and there was no longer a dense wood, but a small piece of open grass, and there was no land at the end of the grass. Ling Ye walked to the end of the grass and looked around. Below, the beautiful scenery of the neon countryside, scattered houses and highways across the entire field of vision. Suddenly, a place in the corner of his eye attracted Ling Ye's attention, and it was another path leading down to the now. Ling Ye had walked here, how could he give up, and immediately walked down the path, but the short path was beyond Ling Ye's expectation. Before taking a few steps, the path under her feet disappeared. At the same time, what Ling Ye saw was a hidden flat land embedded in this high slope, or a cave. This is not important. In short, to Ling Ye's surprise, there is a small wooden house built here, which has obviously been abandoned for a long time. It was really a good place as a secret base. This was Ling Ye's first reaction when he saw this place. But Ling Ye's rule was still not to trespass. After exploring this place, Ling Ye didn't have the idea of entering this small wooden house, and went straight back the same way. Just before arriving at the school building, Ling Ye met Wang Pei, who had finished investigating. After confirming the structure of the school building and it was indeed abandoned for a long time, Ling Ye took Wang Pei and left here temporarily, to see if there were any suitable places in the surrounding area, and to indirectly understand the legend of the school building. Until 7 o'clock in the evening. Everyone arrived at the meeting place on time and began to summarize today's harvest. That is, nothing gained. Tottori Prefecture is not very big, and one day is enough for the other 4 people to travel most of the places, but they still haven't found any suitable places. Of course, there is not enough time for one day today, so Ling Ye plans to look for a day tomorrow before drawing conclusions. As for Ling Ye's group, through acting as tourists, he learned the story of the school building. It was nothing special. After a girl was bullied and jumped from the building, the place was abandoned. And the haunted legend did not know what it was. Time passed. There is also the question of the forest that Ling Ye wants to know. It has also been answered by the locals. It was the private property of a person before. He spent all his savings during his lifetime and bought land to plant such a forest. After his death, he buried himself in it. I heard that I had been talking about the snow fox and other things, the meaning of which was unclear. Then he made a will and did not allow anyone to move the forest. There has been no development, but he did allow people to enter the forest. It's a strange person to say that he doesn't want to make him feel lonely, but this sentence makes people afraid to go there. Chapter 47, Site 06. After knowing the situation of the school building and the woods, Ling Ye felt that although the school building still needs to be considered, the wooden house could indeed be used as an option for the site. First of all, the wooden house is definitely concealed. Secondly, not to mention that they must have more in-depth contact with the locals when they find a suitable place, which will increase the risk of exposure. Even if they find it, renovation is a troublesome thing. But it's too early to make a decision, and it's not too late to wait until tomorrow's search is over before drawing conclusions, if luck is good to find a suitable place. After a comprehensive analysis of everyone's situation, it is time to rest, but the question is, will finding a hotel increase the risk of exposure? It is really frustrating everywhere. There is no way, I can only make a living here for one night. Everyone! Rest on the spot! Ling Ye ordered. Yes. The few people leaned against the wall with nothing, leaned against each other and started to rest. It seemed that they were really homeless uncles, the capital was miserable. Hey, every time this happens, I have to sigh the Foundation's current weakness. When will it become the real dark side of the world like the foundation of the previous world? After ordering everyone to rest, Ling Ye took out a map alone in the dim light, the map of the Miaoai mountain range. On the way to Tottori Prefecture, the technical support team has been sending Ling Ye a communication from the Miaoai mountain area self-defense force. Ling Ye recorded a lot of key information along the way, but he didn't have time to sort it out. Now that he was free, Ling Ye was going to start sorting out the previous records to see what happened to Miaoai Mountain. Ling Ye first spread out the map and began to mark the areas delineated by the neon people. The division is really fine enough, almost every few kilometers is an area, and then divide the area again according to the direction, and then check the past area by area. But Ling Ye's painting is okay here. When it really feels wrong, it is the next time when I start to draw the Neon Man's defense position on the map. Ling Ye knew that a large number of self-defense forces were advancing quickly along both sides of the Miaoai Mountains, and the goal was likely to be to encircle the nine-tailed fox team still in the forest. But when it was actually drawn on the map, Ling Ye saw the messy but hidden regular layout of the entire dense army logo, and couldn't help but worry about the nine-tailed fox team. I don't know if the black fox can see through the arrangement of the neon people, Ling Ye thought solemnly. Ling Ye had mastered all the information himself, and could easily see it after marking it on the map, but the black fox was trapped in it and saw that the difficulty of the enemy's arrangement was greatly increased. The situation is not optimistic. Ling Ye feels that it is time for him to start thinking about preparing for support. Once the situation of the nine-tailed fox team is not optimistic, he can immediately take support. Or, just give up this team of nine-tailed foxes. Ling Ye fell into infinite entanglement, weighing the pros and cons, and stayed awake all night. Early the next morning, the first ray of dawn appeared on the side of the day. Ling Ye rolled up the map that he had turned over countless times at night, and stood up. Nine-tailed fox team, save it. The point is that the purpose of Ling Ye and the others in the Neon operation is to contain shy people. Abandoning the nine-tailed fox team means giving up sheltering shy people. This is absolutely impossible. Therefore, the nine-tailed fox team cannot be abandoned, so how to rescue them is something that Ling Ye has been thinking about this evening. Safely contain shy people, do not expose them to the Neon site, and a group of people can retreat safely. It seems like an unlikely task. What should I do? Ling Ye had an idea, but whether it could be successful, Ling Ye still had no idea. It was really an extremely difficult test. While Ling Ye was still thinking about the feasibility, the team members woke up one after another, but Wang Pei didn't actually rest all night. He didn't dare to fall asleep before Ling Ye had a rest. In order to protect Ling Ye, he just pretended to be like this, lying next to each other all night. At this time, waking up with the team members, ready to start today's search task, Ling Ye also noticed it for the first time, patted his face to wake him up, and was ready to start today's task together. Wang Pei came to Ling Ye and asked with concern, "Minister, do you need a break?" "I'm fine, let's start." "It's just staying up all night, it's a big deal," Ling Ye thinks. "Yes." Seeing Ling Ye's words, Wang Pei was also able to obey orders. One day blinked past. Ling Ye returned to where he stayed last night. This time, Ling Ye and the others went through all the places that can be reached in Tottori Prefecture, and synthesized 3 spare addresses. However, apart from the different directions, the 3 addresses are almost the same. They are all independent places ready to move. Houses. On the contrary, there is a hot spring hotel that is about to close down. Although it is said to be hidden in the city, you just had an accident in Miaoai Mountain, and a stranger bought a hot spring hotel. If it is investigated, it will be over. In fact, the other 3 places have the same problem. Doing business with the locals will involve oneself in this matter, making it difficult to get away. Therefore, after Ling Yesi thought about it, the hidden cabin can be used as Site 06. As for whether there is any ghost, let his agents or simply throw a D-class in, and you will know if you have a try. After making the decision, Ling Ye didn't want to waste any more time, and directly led the agents to the school building. It just happens that the night is when ghosts are infested. Check it out and the task of finding the site can be completed. Came out of this school again. Wang Pei looked at the school building in front of him and asked suspiciously, "Minister, do we want to set up a site here?" "No, it's not here." "But..." Ling Ye called out a D-class as he said. Then he said to the D-class, "Go in for a stroll. Come out in half an hour." The D-class unconsciously began to follow Ling Ye's orders and walked in step by step. Ling Ye took the agents to pinch time outside, waiting quietly. After more than 20 minutes, the D-class came out intact, and it seemed that there was no danger for the time being. Looking at the sluggish D-class, and then thinking about what he was doing, Ling Ye still wanted to laugh, and even believed in a local campus legend, but who made this world like this? With a sigh, Ling Ye explained to Wang Pei, "This school building has a legend in the local area. Maybe there will be excitement. It won't work here. Come with me." Ling Ye took a few people all the way through the woods, to the grass, and found the extremely hidden cabin. Standing in front of this dilapidated wooden house, Ling Ye said with arms around his arms, "This is our Site 06. Thanks to the book lovers for their kind rewards." Chapter 48, Divorce. Spent one night at the brand new Site 06, the next day. Ling Ye contacted the technical support team, informed them of their plans, and let them start preparing. Ling Ye himself planned to simply renovate Site 06 in the last 2 days before making preparations for the implementation of his own plan. Originally, Ling Ye thought so. However, as night fell, the sudden communication from the technical support team disrupted Ling Ye's plan. Minister, the self-defense forces have started their actions ahead of schedule. What? Is the information correct? Ling Ye was a little caught off guard. Judging from the communications of the self-defense forces, they had just arrived at the designated location. It was expected that they would not launch an attack 3 days later, but now they started directly. Yes, Minister, just now, the communications of the Neon Self-Defense Force suddenly began to issue instructions to encircle the Nine-Tailed Fox team. I understand, continue to pay attention, and notify me immediately if there is a change. Also, send it as soon as the task assigned to you is completed, don't ask me. Understood, Minister. It's time to act immediately. Everyone, put down all the current tasks and move on to the Miaoai mountain range. Ling Ye immediately summoned Wang Pei's team and prepared to set off. The only transportation problem was solved by Ling Ye. It should be said that this is what Ling Ye has gained this day. 2 second-hand cars were abducted. It was bought in a serious store, and it could definitely stand the check. After leaving a fake identity, I took out the car in full. The only thing I did was to change the license plate number to a fake one. Ling Ye originally wanted to buy it back in advance and prepare to support it 3 days later, but he didn't expect to use it as soon as he started it. However, it was finally time to buy them. Ling Ye took Wang Pei's team into 2 cars quickly and drove towards Miaoai Mountain. Sitting in the car, Ling Ye always listened to the news of the self-defense force brought by the technical support team and analyzed the situation there. When I chose Tottori Prefecture before, it was because it was not too close to the Miyagi mountain range. In other words, it would take at least 10 hours for Ling Ye to rush past. There is no way to quickly support the past, so Ling Ye is so concerned about the situation there, hoping that he will not be late and directly bankrupt all the plans. Within the first few hours, Ling Ye spent time in anxiety, tapping his fingers on his thighs constantly, waiting for news. Finally, waited until the technical support team sent another communication. Minister, according to the SDF's communication, the Nine-Tailed Fox team just ambushed the SDF, causing heavy losses to the SDF. Oh, did you discover the encirclement in advance? It is a good sign. What about the casualties of the Countermeasures Bureau? Ling Ye suddenly asked about the casualties of the Countermeasure Bureau. The Countermeasure Bureau was not involved in the battle, I understand, Minister. The technical support team immediately understood what Ling Ye meant. No problem, then do it. Yes, Minister, the letter is expected to be transmitted in 15 minutes. It's too late, no problem. As for what the faith is. 15 minutes later. The military department couldn't be more clear. At this time, in the mobile phone of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, there was a message that was transmitted anonymously to all senior military officials. General. The Countermeasures Bureau is using the Ground Self-Defense Force. They are using the self-defense forces to cover up their mistakes. Looking at this news, as the commander of LUZI, how should I react? In fact, no response from the commander was needed. After a while, the phone calls came in one by one. The commander did not answer, and directly opened the online meeting, putting everyone together. The video opened, and when all a dozen high-level officials appeared on the video, the commander was straightforward. My colleagues, what do you think of this news? Is it our spies? A general asked the most critical question. But this question is not answered. How can I believe such a letter of unknown origin? The general said immediately. The origin is unknown, indeed, but as long as what he said is true, there is no problem. A general objected. What do you think of General Matsuda? The commander said. First, it's not easy for this letter to be passed to us. My dedicated mobile phone was hacked, and my technicians didn't notice any traces. I believe everyone here is the same. The generals nodded one after another, agreeing with Matsuda's judgment. Second, what the letter says is unfortunate. It should have happened to me. I believe that everyone has heard about the monster from the previous few days. Someone took the monster away. I still don't know who it is. Is it possible that it was the person who sent this letter? Several generals began to discuss it. After all, it was said that such a dangerous monster was taken away without injury. It was definitely a big earthquake at that time, and no one didn't know. Guys, the guy in Kashima wants me to send troops to help him arrest, and he also took out the Prime Minister to press me. There is no way. I sent 2 brigades over. I believe the commander knows about this. Yes, I passed the transfer application. What happened there? Humph. I just received a report that the troops who arrested me have suffered a heavy loss this time. All of that guy's subordinates are watching the scene behind them and let my people go and die. Matsuda knocked on the table fiercely. So, combined with this letter, there is no doubt that it means that the Countermeasures Bureau deceived us in this matter. The monster may not be a strange thing at all, but they made it. But the monster out of control. And, I want us to bleed to kill this monster. Matsuda got more and more excited, his emotions a little out of control. General Matsuda, you need to calm down. Prejudice made you take away by this thing. The commander held up the message on his mobile phone and said soothingly. At this time, a general wearing glasses said, actually, there is no point in guessing who issued this letter as to whether this letter is true or not. The point is, what kind of reaction we will make. The commander smiled and nodded when he heard this. Yamashita is right. When we get this news, we will be jealous of the countermeasures, and then we will question, quarrel, and finally withdraw from the operation in Miaoishan. And we must not do this. Yamashita interrupted. Then we continue to let the people who Kashima sent us to die. Matsuda still couldn't tolerate the behavior of the Bureau. Of course not. If the order is passed on, the self-defense forces will launch a search and arrest operation and maintain the encirclement instead. Let them do the dirty work by themselves. Yes. I'm going to order. It's rude. Matsuda was still acceptable to this result and immediately went offline to arrange. But, Commander, the countermeasures? Asked another general. It's just courtesy. Yamashita helped his glasses and said lightly. Chapter 49, Self-Defense Forces Decision. The order of the Army Self-Defense Force was quickly conveyed to the front of Mt. Miyagi. At this time, after the Pro Squad was completely destroyed, the Black Fox and the Yin Fox successfully broke through. The Self-Defense Force once again began the process of clueless carpet search, but now it has entered the main line of the Miaoi mountain range, and the search difficulty has risen sharply. It is not enough to throw in as many people as possible. The headquarters of the frontline self-defense force. The commander and deputy commander, also the brigade commanders of the 2 self-defense forces brigades, are venting their dissatisfaction with this operation. Although there are nominal directors and deputy, the 2 commanders are actually equal, and there is no gap between them. Let's not talk about the previous casualties. When will we find such a big place? The deputy commander took the command stick and tapped the hanging map several times, complaining. Yes, in fact, we are just doing useless work. It is a fantasy to find 2 people in such a big place. The commander-in-chief was not so excited, but still thought it was useless. Especially the above actually gave the command to a section chief of the Countermeasures Bureau. Even if we catch it, what credit can we get? It's just coolies. The deputy commander continued to complain. The people above have their own considerations, and it's okay to obey, but it's really not the way to find it like this. What should I do? Seeing that the deputy commander's complaints were sent to his superiors, the commander quickly changed the subject. Encircle them like before. Slowly reduce the scope. The deputy commander believed that the previous actions were indeed effective, but there was a little error in the execution. Then let them break through again. No, didn't they suffer casualties? But the area we want to encircle is more than tripled. The commander-in-chief pointed out the biggest problem of encircling again. If the other party wants to fight guerrilla with us, it is impossible to find them under the premise that our scientific and technological investigative methods are not available. It is really a difficult problem. The commander said to himself. Right. Do you know what the Countermeasures Bureau is doing? The commander-in-chief suddenly thought. The deputy commander shook his head, and then looked at the map. As expected, there was no indication of the location of the Countermeasures Bureau. Adjutant, what's going on? The deputy commander immediately called the adjutant in. The adjutant standing by outside heard this and went into the tent to salute. Brigadier Commander. Why is there no countermeasure local team on this? The deputy commander asked. Report, because the Countermeasures Bureau only sent a very small number of combat troops, and the Countermeasures Bureau refused to disclose their positions. It seems that there is something to be done again. It's really not easy for Suzugo to be a man. The commander-in-chief immediately realized what the Countermeasures Bureau was going to do. What should I do? Continue to let the people in the Countermeasures Bureau do it? Absolutely not. Seeing that the Countermeasures Bureau threw all the hard work to himself, the deputy commander became even more angry. The commander-in-chief did not speak, but then asked the adjutant, where did most of the rest of the 2nd Division of the Strategy Bureau go? Report, I'm very sorry for the need to connect to the Guardian side. The adjutant bowed and apologized. Then contact now. The commander-in-chief said. Yes. After a while, the adjutant came back with news. Report. According to the records of the garrison, the specific whereabouts of the Countermeasures Bureau is not clear, but they did separate at noon during the day. Understood. Commander, do you want to check their whereabouts in detail? No need, go down. Yes. The deputy commander thought about the commander's intention to ask these questions, and then he understood. It seems that they did move, but we are still the bait that we sent, and this hasn't changed, hasn't it? Regarding this, the commander-in-chief could not refute, but they really could not do anything. Even if they guessed it, they couldn't do anything. Just when the two fell into helplessness, the order of the army command came. Report. Command from the headquarters. The messenger brought a piece of order. Come here. Vice President Wisdom waited for the unclassified messenger to pass it, and rushed to grab the paper. Yes. Go down. Yes. The deputy commander quickly read the order and couldn't help laughing. Haha. I knew it. How can the military let its soldiers do hard work? Ha ha ha. What's written on it? The commander-in-chief was very curious about what order the headquarters had issued at this time. Look for yourself. The deputy commander handed the paper over. The commander-in-chief took it and read it carefully, not as happy as the deputy commander-in-chief, and put it on the table again, with one hand resting on his chin and thinking. What are you thinking? Isn't this just what we are thinking about? Besides, we are not leaving directly, we will directly rearrange defenses on the periphery. I want to say that this is what they should do on their own, and give them back. That's it. The deputy commander said as he saw the commander-in-chief. It's really okay for us to do this, but, have you forgotten that the Countermeasures Bureau is going to make a big move? We are afraid that there will be problems with this withdrawal. The commander-in-chief said with some worry. You think it's complicated? If their plan fails, they will do another one. Anyway, we are not retreating directly. If we are guarding the periphery, the group of people will not be able to escape, and the action will not fail. What's terrible? The deputy commander continued to persuade. This time the deputy commander said that there was no problem. It was also an order from the higher level. The execution was right. The commander no longer thought so much, but... However, let's leave a little symbolic force to continue the search. The commander-in-chief added. Of course it's okay. Return the other body by the other way. I didn't expect you to be able to do this kind of thing too. I just want both sides not to be too ugly. The commander-in-chief was helpless, and he absolutely didn't intend to humiliate each other. It's not important anymore, let's start to rearrange the defensive position of our troops. Let's start. The two commanders quickly finalized the defensive area for each unit. Then, Adjutant, the deputy commander said loudly. Yes. Brigadier Commander. The adjutant, who was still on standby, came in and saluted. Notify all troops to abandon the current search mission and gather as a battalion. Move to a new location according to this arrangement. Yes. Also, notify the Countermeasures Bureau of this matter. Yes. Brigadier Commander. The current Suzuo Ziuran hasn't realized that his plan has not yet started, and he is going to go bankrupt. At this time, he was in the new headquarters, closer to the main line of the Miaoai mountain range, commanding his subordinates. At the same time, Ling Ye and Ling Wuziuran received news of the transfer of the self-defense forces at the same time, but their reactions were completely different. Chapter 50, Meeting. After Suzuo Ziuran received the news from the self-defense forces, his expression immediately became gloomy. These bastards! Chief, what shall we do? The deputy said angrily beside him. The plan remains the same, don't worry about them. Such a sudden situation still didn't make Ling Gozuo panic. It's just that Suzuo Sakuran was unhappy with the self-defense forces' behavior. I personally direct this action. Ling Gozuran said solemnly. Yes. Section Chief. The deputy went out immediately to prepare. Suzuo Sakuto slowly sat on the chair, and seemed to take a sip of coffee calmly, but the fingers that tightly held the coffee cup showed that Suzuo Sakuto was not so calm on the surface. At the same time, Ling Yat, who was in the car about to arrive at the scheduled location, was in a different mood. Knowing the news of the mobilization of the self-defense forces shows that his letter still worked, and it really proved that Ling Yi's guess was not wrong. After seeing the Neon Man's deployment in Miaoai Mountain, Ling Ye had doubts. It was obviously the task of the Countermeasure Bureau, but most of the search tasks fell on the temporary self-defense forces. Coupled with the few words of the senior officer in the communication, Ling Ye was even more certain of his guess. There is an absolutely irreconcilable contradiction between the Neon Self-Defense Force and the Countermeasures Bureau. In short, one's own goal is achieved. It is best to allow the self-defense forces to withdraw directly. Once again, such a large-scale mobilization is also acceptable. Ling Ye had maintained a serious expression over the past few days, putting on a smile for the first time, and then, as long as he continued to implement the rescue plan step by step, it was all right. Less than an hour. Ling Ye arrived at the predetermined location, and after stopping the car in an inconspicuous place on the roadside, he began to wait in the car for further news. There are almost no cars on this road, because everyone knows about the Miaoishan exercise, so no one will take this blocked road. And Ling Yi's vehicle, if you turn one direction further, you will encounter the checkpoint in a few minutes. Minister. The mobilization of the self-defense forces has begun. Information came from the technical support team. Ling Ye immediately concentrated and ordered, "Go." The vehicle that has not stalled started directly and drove towards the Miaoai Mountains. It didn't take long for a checkpoint to appear in front of you, with only 3 self-defense force soldiers guarding here. A soldier by the barrier saw 2 cars approaching and waved them to turn back, but received no response. Upon seeing this, the 3 soldiers immediately raised their guns and entered a state of alert, waiting for the 2 vehicles to slowly approach until they stopped in front of the barrier. They saw from the windshield that the person inside raised their hands and slightly lowered their vigilance. A soldier stepped forward and knocked on the driving glass, wanting to inquire about the situation, and then let them leave quickly. However, at the moment when the glass was shaken, Wang Pei in the driver's seat grabbed the soldier's head into the car with a strong arm and gave him a punch. I was not idle, and immediately stepped on the accelerator and ran into another soldier. The rear car also stepped on the accelerator at the same moment and directly slammed into the last soldier. Wang Peiyan completed the double kill in an instant. The last soldier reacted promptly and escaped the collision of the car, but was resolved neatly by the co-pilot after getting out of the car. Take their weapons and drive towards the assembly location. Ling Yat, who was still in the car, gave the order immediately after the soldiers had been dealt with. Wang Pei led the team to quickly clean up their weapons and equipment, and got on the car and continued to gallop towards Miaoai Mountain. The excitement on Wang Pei's face while driving was extremely obvious. It was finally his turn to play. When he just picked up the rifle, Wang Pei hadn't touched the gun for a long time. He couldn't help but touch it a few more times, and let it play next good one's own power. However, through the rear-view mirror, no one noticed a pair of eyes watching Ling Yi's behavior through the goggles. Seeing the two cars getting farther and farther, the man put down the sight glasses and pressed the earphone to his ear. The target appeared at the 17th checkpoint. The two white Hinos have already driven towards Miaoai Mountain. It's over. Understood. Waiting in place. Over. Received. Over. Ling Yucha received a piece of information from the technical support team at this time. The speed of Ling Ye and others had reached the limit, and finally arrived at the agreed meeting place when the self-defense force was still in a state of chaos when changing defenses. The car has just come to a sudden stop, drifting to a perfect stop. Not far behind the tree, Black Fox and Shadow Fox walked out from behind the tree carrying the shy people. The agents immediately got out of the vehicle and prepared to guard the surroundings. The Black Fox and Shadow Fox directly threw out a large pack of weapons, arming everyone present. Even Ling Yat, who had never touched the gun, chose to take a pistol to deal with the next accident. When Shadow Fox was binding the shy people again, Ling Ye continued to learn about the actions of the self-defense forces in real time through the technical support team. Ling Ye took out the map and compared it to see if the guards could not keep up with them. But the Countermeasure Bureau disappeared inexplicably, and there is no news from them until now. Even if the search task is given to the self-defense force, it is impossible to do nothing by himself. Moreover, the technical support team did not find any communication about the Countermeasures Bureau in MT Miui. All were silent, or was it not in MT? Combining the intelligence of the technical support team just now, the Countermeasures Bureau definitely had some conspiracy. The previous countermeasure chief's time was dropped and Ling Ye subconsciously ignored them. It was really a misstep. But it's not too late to realize it, just start to prepare now. Standing on the clearing ground, Ling Ye touched the pistol in his hand, and read to 001 in his heart, clone 20 D-classes out. The light flickered, and 20 D-class puppets were created and cloned. If it's not too much, it would be difficult to control. Ling Ye really wanted to make him 100 D levels directly to show what it means to be an army by myself. Anyway, it is free. Looking at the sluggish eyes in front of him, Ling Ye suddenly felt that there was something wrong with calling them the army, but it was barely qualified as a decoy. Wang Pei, give them some guns. Ling Ye shouted to Wang Pei. Minister, you can let Shadow Fox lead them with these D-classes. Black Fox stepped forward and suggested to Ling Ye. Ling Ye pondered for a while, and said, okay, so be it. Yinghu, bring the D-class here. Yes. Then Ling Ye pointed out the location to Shadow Fox, then whispered a few words next to him, then looked around, and said, everyone, temporarily hide. Except for the Shadow Fox leading 20 D-classes in the direction specified by Ling Ye, all the others went into hiding on the spot, and began to squat in the grass to wait for the opportunity. The Shadow Fox guided these puppets forward, unable to raise the speed at all. Looking at the markings on the map, the Shadow Fox quickly planned out the nearest route and began to move towards the destination. Chapter 51, Escape. After half a minute, Shadow Fox finally brought 20 D-classes to the edge of the woods. Outside the woods, it was another level. That's right, Ling Yi's plan is very simple, make a noise. In the meantime, Ling Ye was not only waiting for the Shadow Fox to reach the designated position, but also waiting for the Self-Defense Force or the Countermeasures Bureau to discover the level they had just rushed through. For this reason, Ling Ye did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts, but generously let them know that he only had 2 cars. This bait was real enough, they absolutely never thought that Ling Ye could conjure so many more people. The result was not beyond Ling Yi's expectations. During the time they waited, here at the 17th checkpoint of the Self-Defense Forces, 2 waves of men and horses were ushered in. First of all, Ling Yi's combat personnel from the Countermeasure Bureau that they knew just after breaking through arrived. More than 24 combat personnel arrived quietly one after another, hiding themselves, and did not alarm anyone. Then it was discovered that the Self-Defense Force had lost contact here, but because the large units were all in the mountains, only a 10-man squad came here, just to take a look at the situation here. The 10-person team drove to the 17th checkpoint after observing that there was no one on the jeep in the distance. Upon arrival, the captain of the 10-man team commanded the team members to gather the bodies of their comrades while contacting their superiors to ask what should be done. The captain here pressed the headset to talk to the superior, but the Secret Countermeasures Bureau pointed a gun at these people. It was not until they confirmed that these people were indeed the Self-Defense Forces before they moved their guns away. The captain, who had reported to his superiors, didn't know that a black gun was pointed at him just now, and he continued to say to his team members, "We are going to be stationed here. Anyone coming out of Miao Ai Mountain will shoot directly. Do you understand?" "Yes." After moving the bodies of the dead comrades aside and temporarily covering them with cloth, the 10-man team began to formally guard the 17th checkpoint. Checkpoint number 16, which is next to checkpoint number 17. Originally 3 people were responsible for blocking the roads here, but now that the 16th checkpoint was breached, another 5 people were urgently sent. Not far from the extension of the road, behind a bush, Shadow Fox hides here with 10 D-class personnel. "Get down. Hold here. Hand forward. Place your finger on the trigger here." Because D-class puppets can only understand and make simple movements, the Shadow Fox can only guide them a little bit to make a shooting posture. Of course, I didn't expect them to cause any harm. Basically, it was to make up the number of people, and the output could only be given to Shadow Fox. "Everything's ready." Shadow Fox aimed at a human head and ordered, "Pick your index finger." In an instant, nearly 10 rifles and pistols fired at the same time, and countless bullets flew towards the 16th checkpoint. The sound of metal collisions hitting the barrier and the vehicle rang in the ears of these self-defense forces. Of course, there is also the sound of bullets entering the flesh. Shadow Fox took the assault rifle and fired quickly. After killing the person who had been aiming, he quickly shifted the target and killed 2 SDF soldiers who were too late to react. The other 5 soldiers reacted fortunately and immediately found a hidden place to counterattack. At the same time, they immediately requested support from their superiors. The Shadow Fox controls the rhythm of his firing, and does not intend to end the battle quickly. Suddenly, a bullet appeared on the side, which directly blasted a D-class head. Shadow Fox immediately shifted his gun, and the combat personnel in black clothes were from the Countermeasures Bureau. "Is this the hidden force the minister said?" Fortunately, there were not many people, and the Shadow Fox probably judged that the opponent was only about 10 people through the gunshots. Therefore, the remaining D-class is responsible for the frontal self-defense forces, and Shadow Fox alone suppresses these countermeasures. From time to time, the Shadow Fox used continuous bursts of fire to attract the firepower on the opposite side, and used precise shots to take away everyone who showed their bodies. Just after Shadow Fox had another headshot, another combatant from the Countermeasures Bureau got up and prepared to throw a grenade. Shadow Fox's eyes were quick, and immediately slammed a bullet and exploded the grenade, and the explosion of boom instantly made the countermeasures misfire. After hitting the grenade, Shadow Fox also took out a grenade and made up another one in that direction. Taking advantage of the chaos brought about by the explosion, the Shadow Fox crawled forward quickly and quietly retreated to the woods, leaving only the continuously falling D-Class to continue to make bait. Shadow Fox found 10 other D-Class personnel, made the final arrangement, and replenished his equipment and supplies again, and plunged into the woods where he had stayed for many days. The 16th level is full of enthusiasm here. Naturally, the whole body was affected, and everyone started to take action. The two commanders of the self-defense forces immediately issued an order to assemble all the surrounding troops to the 16th checkpoint and support the past with the fastest speed. The Countermeasure Bureau is here. Suzugo Sakuto also moved the combat troops that had been ambushing on this side in advance to the 16th checkpoint. However, he ordered that the combat personnel on the 17th checkpoint should not be allowed to make any movements, and they should still be there. When Ling Ye heard the rain of bullets in the distance, he gave the order to act. He didn't choose to drive the car directly, this kind of car simply couldn't stand the constant burst of bullets. Therefore, Ling Ye took people ahead of time and touched behind the concealed combat personnel of the Countermeasures Bureau next to the 17th checkpoint. "Minister, how did you know there was an ambush here?" Wang Pei asked subconsciously. But immediately realized that it was not the time to talk about this, and did not continue to ask. "We will get rid of these people and drive them in their cars for a while." Ling Ye also didn't care and said to everyone, "Yes, Minister. Ready to shoot." Ling Ye gave an order. 5 assault rifles fired almost at the same time, and the bullets spun out of the chamber, hitting the back of the combat personnel of the Countermeasure Bureau with incomparable precision. Ling Ye also relied on the techniques he learned by holding the Buddha's feet temporarily, aiming and shooting with a pistol one by one. 20 combat personnel of the Countermeasure Bureau suffered a huge attrition in an instant, almost wiped out. The few survivors had just bowed their heads on the ground and escaped the shooting. When they were about to raise their heads to fight back, Wang Pei took the lead and rushed out, leading everyone to quickly approach them. At the same time, relying on firepower suppression and precise shooting prevented their counterattack ideas from being realized. After a person was headshot just after appearing, the few surviving people could no longer lift their heads. In the end, there was no way, they could only take out the grenade and threw it out, but Wang Pei was still a step ahead, and they could only see the grenade under their feet. Boom! The explosion took away the combat personnel from the final Countermeasures Bureau, but Ling Ye and the others hardly stopped. Quickly got into the Countermeasures Bureau car. Although one car was enough for all of them, Ling Ye still divided the people into 2 waves, got in 2 cars, and headed straight for the 17th checkpoint. Chapter 52, Chase. The bulletproof police riot car is really extraordinary. Ling Ye and others rode the borrowed car and directly broke the barrier, broke out under the bullets of the self-defense force soldiers, and galloped away. Watching the 2 cars break through, a member of the self-defense forces asked the captain anxiously, "Captain, are we going to catch up? Send the news to your superiors first, and we will chase after them." "Yes." Afterwards, 2 military jeeps galloped out in the direction where Ling Ye and the others were going. However, after the 2 waves of cars left, another civilian car drove in the same direction. The driver above was a black fox with bandaged arms. The speed limit made Ling Ye and the others unable to get rid of the self-defense forces behind. At this moment, before Ling Ye and the others drove to a fork in the road, they chose to stop temporarily. "How far is it from Tottori Prefecture?" Ling Ye asked. 3 hours drive. After Ling Ye got to know the situation, he listened to the movement of the self-defense force and the Countermeasure Bureau, compared the distance, and it was almost done. Minister. If you go further, you may encounter ordinary people's cars, and the monitor will appear. Wang Pei remembered the road conditions when he came. Buy mine here and blow up the chasers behind. Yes. Wang Pei drove the car to the side of the road and hid it, set up an ambush, and concealed all of them, waiting for the chasers of the self-defense forces behind. Within a few minutes, 2 military jeeps came into view. The soldier in the jeep saw 2 forks in the road, and when he didn't know where to go, an obvious tire scratch appeared on the road on the left. The soldier didn't think much, and drove directly to the left. Without thinking of moving, the vehicle exploded with a boom. The car behind had no time to brake and directly hit the rear of the car in front of the explosion. Wang Pei led the team to fill up their guns immediately, not giving the self-defense forces a chance to make waves. Let's take the road on the right. Ling Ye gave the order without wasting time. Everyone immediately got in the car and turned to the fork road on the right and continued to retreat. After a few minutes, the Black Fox's white car came here, a dozen directions to the left, and gradually went away. The road on the left is the road to Tottori Prefecture. The Neon Force at this time. Of course, Suzugo Ziuran got the news that someone broke through on the 17th checkpoint. But he looked at the 20 unclothed corpses in front of him, and he couldn't figure it out. Only 10 people attacked the 16th checkpoint, but the reinforcements were intercepted by another 10 people. Where did they come from, so many people? There are obviously only 2 civilian cars that broke through the 17th checkpoint. Now there are so many people who are still unclothed. What tricks are they doing? And this kind of sound is too obvious and too simple. Suzugozuo thought for a moment, and put his hand on his chin, saying, "Talk to the self-defense forces to strengthen the manpower involved in this direction. Since you want to guard the periphery, you should guard it." "Yes, Section Chief. Also, our people are trying their best to chase the people who rushed out of the 17th checkpoint. The people who had been ambushing in various settlements before have all gathered for that." "Yes, Section Chief." "Wait, ask if the electronic warfare satellites can be used." "I'm going now." The deputy continued to deliver the order, but Suzuo Ziuran was still thinking about this unreasonable thing. According to the self-defense forces, 2 vehicles broke through the 17th barrier. This organization can be transformed out of thin air. Suzugo Sakura used his own imagination, and felt that it was not impossible, and no strange thing would appear. Then the threat level of this organization has to be raised to another level. Suzuo has been a little annoyed after a long absence, for this weird world. Not long after, the deputy brought back the news of the contact, Section Chief. "The satellite has failed, and the electronic warfare division is working hard. I can't count on it, let them check all the monitoring along the road to see if it is of any use." The electronic warfare division is doing it, but they said that although the other party did not control the surveillance behavior when it came to support, they still don't know what will happen this time. "Well, then I still don't guide the professionals, let them do it, and let me know if there is any useful news." The overall backwardness of electronic warfare in modern warfare is really uncomfortable, and Suzugozuo can really feel it. Just when the deputy was about to retreat, Suzugo Sakuran suddenly realized that he had missed something. "Wait a second." Ling Gozuo called out his deputy. "Chief, is there anything else? What car did they drive when they broke? Was it our car?" "Yes, that's what the self-defense forces intelligence said." "How did they know my ambush ahead of time and take the lead in getting rid of my person?" Suzugozuo asked immediately. "This." The deputy could not answer at all. "Even the communications of our countermeasures bureau was hacked. This is the ability they have been hiding. The encrypted communication technology of the Countermeasures Bureau is the world's top, or in other words, the world's first, because behind this technology is a strange thing, which is why the Electronic Warfare Division can be based on. For a long time, the absolute lead of this technology has made Suzugo Sakuran a little numb, and he has not thought about it in this direction at all. However, if this is not the case, it can only be that the Countermeasures Bureau has spies from the other side. This is probably even more difficult to accept. No, the other party dared to formulate such a plan, that is, it can understand our location in real time if it is accurate, but I only know the complete plan. Suzuo Ziuran found the blind spot. Damn it, so we are all in their eyes. Will it be planned from now on? Is it too late? Ling Gozuo understands that he is just struggling now. He has failed. Section Chief. What shall we do then? The deputy was stunned by this conjecture, and asked quickly. Of course it was implemented according to the original plan. Suzugozuo had calmed down at this time. However, the other party doesn't know where we are. The deputy said in a puzzled way. Silence will make us blind ourselves and find people like this. Let's go. Ling Gozuo finally explained and drove away the deputy. Yes, Section Chief. I'm going to prepare now. The deputy started to deal with the task of pursuing with a more serious expression than before. The section chief just meant to be more serious in his understanding. Do your best to chase down the person of the mysterious organization. At the forefront of the pursuit, the chasing convoy of the Countermeasures Bureau first arrived at the fork in the road. The two helicopters in the sky did not hesitate, and flew in two directions respectively. The large underground chasing troops were also divided into two troops at the same time, speeding up to chase in two directions. As the only intelligence monitoring, nothing was found at this time. Every monitoring seemed intact, but no suspicious car passed. Chapter 53, Shy People, First. Level 16. Suzugo Sakuto sat on the only chair at the scene, arms crossed, legs cocked, lying on the back of the chair, eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the deputy came from the communication vehicle, squatted next to Suzuo Ren, and relayed the news that the Electronic Warfare Division had no gain. Ling Gozuo was not surprised at all, but silently hummed, maybe this news was immediately known by the other party. Also, the section chief, the director delivered an order. The deputy said after the report. Say. Ling Wuziuran said lightly when he heard that the director did not directly approach him, but asked the adjutant to convey that it shouldn't be an important matter. The director's instruction, if this continues, it will affect the ordinary people. Moreover, the problem of keeping the town has not been resolved. This is the most important thing. The deputy conveyed the director's order carefully, not dare to say anything. Mistakes. Does the chief think I'm too extreme? Ling Gozuo straightened up and said silently. After all, once a gun battle breaks out, the blow to the government is too severe. If the other party makes a desperate move to release the monster, I am afraid it will be difficult to end, section chief. The deputy followed the director's words and expressed his concerns. Unexpectedly, he hadn't seen this deputy to understand. Suzuo laughed at himself, his vision was narrow. In this game, I have been thinking about how to catch this group of people, using all kinds of methods, but I forgot to think about whether the matter itself is worth it. The secretary's reminder was really timely, and his deputies have also grown up. What you said is okay. You don't need to be so fanatical. Tell the chasing troops on the front line that you don't need to catch the opponent. Just try your best to figure out where they are going. Yes. Section Chief. The deputy was affirmed by his own section chief. He was a little excited and ran to inform the mission with high morale. The frontline Countermeasures Bureau chasing troops quickly received the order, and the combat team leader in charge of the command shrugged and executed it. Armored car U-turn. Put away all the weapons. The pursuit mission has been changed to a destructive search. So the murderous pursuit troops immediately made themselves harmless to humans and animals, as if they were just passing this road. But the helicopters in the sky are not affected, and they are also responsible for confirming the direction of the enemy's escape. Because the countermeasures bureaus at the intersections that entered the town along the way had already sent people to guard here, and immediately pushed out along the road after learning that the 17th checkpoint was breached. In fact, the possibility of the opponent entering these towns is reduced, that is, the direction of the search is reduced, and even if the opponent runs away, it will not throw the countermeasure too far. At that time, as long as the investigation is carried out secretly, there will be no problems of influence. Ling Yet, who was on the road, knew the latest order of the Countermeasures Bureau the first time. But whether he chased or not, he had to get rid of them quickly, it made no difference. And Ling Yi's 2 decoys are aimed at Kyoto. Important cities like Kyoto are the most suitable for Tibetans. With the interference of the technical support team, it is almost impossible to find Ling Ye and the others. Ling Ye looked at the monitors that flashed from time to time outside the car window. The images inside had long been replaced with fake composite images, and he would not have any notice of their passing. But these passers-by are different. They also flash by from time to time, as are the cars of ordinary neon people. Time just passed by a little bit. 1 hour. 2 hours. No suspicious people were found in the towns near Mt. Myoi where there were personnel from the Bureau of Countermeasures, and the other party was still escaping further away. The pursuit of Ling Ye and the others is still not over, but they are already a little weak, and the scope is getting wider and wider, especially after a certain distance from Miaoai Mountain, they are completely blind and touch the elephant. Each path must be divided into a force. No matter how much manpower is, it is not enough. This is especially true for the helicopters flying in the sky. There are just a few helicopters. Although the speed is definitely faster than the other party, they are getting farther and farther after finding the wrong direction. Level 16. Suzugo Sakuto faced this situation and was thinking of countermeasures. The deputy was next to him and didn't know what to do, so he mustered up the courage to ask Suzuo his own question. Section Chief, the surveillance did not find any suspicious cars, could it be that the other party didn't leave at all? The highway. Suzuo Suoran heard the deputy's nervous question, and said in a generally indifferent tone, "It's just to put forward your own opinions, don't be nervous." The deputy hurriedly bowed and answered yes, but thought in his heart that I wouldn't dare to ask questions if the key wasn't in this tone. When Suzugo Sakuran finished apologizing to his deputy, he explained again, how can the other party's technical skills not behave in monitoring and control? It is meaningless to expect this. However, the other party may still not take the road, Section Chief. If you don't take the road, and you can't drive to a place with humans, it means that the other party can only abandon the car, then the other party can't run too far. The self-defense forces responsible for the periphery can't find it. Chronic suicide is impossible. Ling Gozuo said, playing with a pistol in his hands. Understood, K. Before the deputy's words were finished, a voice interrupted him. Section Chief, I found it, shouted an agent who got off the communication vehicle. What did you find? Ling Gozuo stood up and said seriously. A surveillance camera captured our robbed car. It was on the side road of Highway 423 near the Osaka Economic Circle. Monitoring? What's a joke? Can that kind of thing really capture things? Suzuo didn't trust the news at all. However, what did the other party want to do? After a short period of thinking, Suzuo ordered, let's go there to check and ask if the passers-by have seen our car. Yes. Section Chief. Minister, according to the plan, we have already let the surveillance reveal your location. Ling Yi's headset was the voice of the technical support team leader. Understood, you have worked so hard, continue to wait. Yes. After all, Ling Ye ended the communication and asked Wang Pei, how far is it from Kyoto? Minister, we will reach the administrative area of Kyoto soon, and we can abandon the car. Okay, I understand. So, is it finally over through this disaster? Ling Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. SCP-007 was successfully contained. Code name, Shy Person. Item level, Difficult. Get 500 technology points. Prompt, the host has accumulated 3,600 technology points, please even convert to the power of the Foundation. After abandoning the car, under the erected highway, Ling Ye and others were walking towards the downtown area of Kyoto not far away, and heard the long-lost voice of 001's successful containment. It seemed that the Black Fox arrived at Site-06 smoothly, and Ling Ye finally showed a real smile, and the containment was successful. Chapter 54, Give Up Hunting. After 10 minutes, Ling Ye and others finally saw the outline of Kyoto City from a distance, and the high-rise buildings were seen from a distance. But because they had to take care of Ling Ye, an ordinary person with complete physical strength, Wang Pei and the others couldn't speed up and arrived in the city quickly. However, according to the information about the location of the Countermeasures Bureau from the technical support team last time, they will definitely not be able to catch up, and they are not in a hurry. At this time, the vehicle of the Countermeasure Bureau abandoned by Ling Ye and the others was discovered. Several children joking around on a field road, they accidentally ran into two special police anti-riot vehicles parked under a small soil slope. The children are very curious. The police cars that have only been seen on TV can be seen here, and they circle around the car. Some bold children jumped up and slapped on the glass, trying to see what it was like inside. However, a group of children played here for a long time and did not see the police uncle come here. Some children felt that this was not right, and began to propose to find an adult. Although there are a few mischievous children who want to be secrets and enjoy the happiness of finding a police car by themselves, and don't want to find an adult, a little girl ran back to the village and called an adult. After the adults shouted to no avail, of course they chose to call the police. After that, a few people were left here to watch, and the rest took back the noisy children. Although the call was successfully made, such sensitive news was quickly intercepted by the Countermeasures Bureau, and several cars drove directly in this direction. Suzugo Ziuren also got the news immediately. But in fact, a while ago, the arrangements made by Suzuo Zoren worked. Suzuo Suo asked his subordinates to ask the people along the road near the surveillance site. Sure enough, someone had seen two special police cars and learned the general direction of the other party. When he was about to continue to ask in that direction to search, Suzugo Ziuren received the news that the two cars had been found. Section Chief, our people have arrived at that place and found the two cars. The scene has been sealed off, but the investigation team is still on the way, and the identification work needs time to start. The deputy carefully reported the situation there to Suzugo Sakuran. I see, give me the map. Yes. Section Chief. The deputy was puzzled, but immediately handed over the map. Suzugo Saku opened the map, pointed his finger to the approximate place where the vehicle was found, confirmed it, and reached a conclusion. There are a total of 4 towns in the surrounding area, and there is also a Kyoto, all of which may be Tibetans. Chief, we should send someone to investigate immediately. Of course you should. You should go first. You are solely responsible for the Kyoto investigation. Contact the local police station and conduct a low-key investigation. Yes. Section Chief. Linga Sakuran waved his hand to arrange for the deputy who was about to flex his muscles, and sat on the chair again. Raising Erlang's legs, Suzugo couldn't help but sneered. It was really unlucky. He touched his hair by the way, and his toes kept tapping on the ground. Suzugo Saku's thoughts turned quickly. His second subject can no longer be trapped in this quagmire, and it is the right way to leave. It's useless to find someone to double their second subject unless they are given a year and a half, but at that time they would have run away long ago. It is possible to ask for support in a complete blockade, but there is too much movement and it is impossible to pass. So, in short, the task of hunting down the mysterious organization is an impossible task for the second division. Then, there is only one choice: quit. Of course, it can't be so direct. Thinking of this, Suzuo Ziuran stood up again, took out the mobile phone for the dedicated line, clicked a few buttons, and dialed the number of the director, Kangsuk Kashima. "What's the matter?" Kashima Sosuke's voice came after being processed. "Director, I think it is meaningless to continue this pursuit. In fact, when they break through the encirclement of my design, it is meaningless." Suzuo said straight to the point. "Oh? What do you want to do then?" "Director, please allow me to take over the follow-up processing of the department, and the second section will join the electronic warfare section and the intelligence section to secretly investigate this organization." "Suzuo, you know that this kind of investigation is done on a yearly basis, so do you want to abandon the current search?" Kashima Kasuk's tone suddenly became serious. Suzuo was not frightened, but insisted, "I'm sorry, Director. But yes, the second division can no longer take on such a task." Only 2 seconds later, Kashima Sosuke broke the silence and said, "Well, since Suzuo has proposed it, it is as you wish." "Yes. Thank you, Director." After saying that, he hung up the phone. The result of this is no surprise for Ling Gozuo. His second subject is an indispensable force for the director, and it is impossible to lose it here, otherwise it would be meaningless to get the first subject this time. Now, it is the limit of the second division, and you can also give it to the self-defense force. If they hadn't mobilized without authorization, how could the opponent pick up the people in Miaoai Mountain so easily? The rest of the matter will be handed over to the local police station, with his own deputy supervising from the side. I believe it can still play a role. That's right, the deputy was scammed by Suzuo. The investigation that the deputy thought would be severely shrunk. The high probability is that he will bring a 10-man team to deal with the police in Kyoto. This is the so-called low-key investigation. Suzuo Sakuto walked to the communication car, and the deputy had already set off in the car for Kyoto. So Suzuo Saku personally asked the agent in charge of communications to preach. All members, except for the team led by the deputy chief, all the other members immediately end the task, repeat, and end the task immediately. All members must assemble to the departmental resident. Repeat. All members must assemble to the departmental resident. Most of the 2nd Division personnel immediately turned around and returned to the guard town. The only one who was a little behind was the personnel who found the 2 cars and was still sampling the cars with the intention of discovering some clues. The most daunting thing is that the deputy received such an order as soon as he was on the road. He wanted to cry without tears, but this was the task given to him by the section chief. Kyoto City Center. Ling Ye was hiding in the crowd, surrounded by several agents Wang Pei who seemed scattered, but actually centered on Ling Ye. Walking on the street like a normal person, no one noticed anything unusual. Suddenly, Ling Ye received a piece of news that he didn't quite believe, and the Countermeasures Bureau actually gave up on the hunt. Although Ling Ye hopes this is the case, it is still somewhat unacceptable. In any case, for safety, they still have to continue to act in the safest way, but they can't fall short in the end. Just hid like this for a few days. Ling Ye never noticed any threatening searches. The content of the communication received by the technical support team is also the news that the Countermeasures Bureau has returned to the department. Then, the time seems ripe, it is time to complete the last small order and return to China. Chapter 55, Another Accident. It took a while to prepare the pre-work for cloning. Then he found a hidden place, and under the cover of the agent, Ling Ye was about to start cloning again. 001, Clone List. Yes, host. The specific list is as follows. 50 technology points for basic mobile task forces, except for special types. Tactical reaction team, 5 people, 30 technology points. Agent, 5 people, 10 technology points. 10 Technology points for junior researcher, not worthy of having a name. Intermediate researcher 20 Technology points, named Dragon Set. Senior researcher 50 Technology points, extremely scarce talents. 50 Technology points for basic site operators. Site director 100 Technology points. Division head 500 Science and Technology points. D-class personnel are free, a puppet without human rights. Ling Ye thought about it briefly. After a burst of light, a total of 10 people from the two teams were cloned, and it took a drizzle of 20 technology points. After these people sorted themselves out and lined up, Ling Ye gave what should be the last order in Neon this time: you go to Tottori County immediately, gather here, and someone will pick you up. Ling Ye said and passed it. A marked map of Tottori Prefecture was out. Also, the person who takes over you is your temporary supervisor. Yes. The person Ling Ye was talking about was naturally the Black Fox, and there was no way. There were only 2 people left in the Nine-Tailed Fox team. Ling Ye felt that letting them take on other positions would be more useful than regrouping. The current site is said to be a site, but there are no departments. The ability of Black Fox is definitely enough to manage more than a dozen people. And in Neon, there is a person familiar with Ling Ye who controls the overall situation, so Ling Ye can go back with confidence. The arrangement was finalized. Ling Ye sent away the newly cloned agent, and was also about to return to China. Minister. We have observed carefully and haven't found any suspicious people at the airport. Wang Pei came to Ling Ye and said. Ling Ye, who came to the airport, first let Wang Pei go in and investigate. It seems that the other party really gave up, or did we not expect us to run away directly? The technical support team found nothing, and it seemed that it was 80% safe. Just as Ling Ye was about to walk into the airport, the accident happened again. Host, a high threat containment item appears. A high threat containment item appears. Please contain it as soon as possible. Please contain it as soon as possible. 001's voice sounded again. Ling Yi's footsteps stopped suddenly. He was completely blinded, and let people not stop. 001, tell me where is it? Ling Ye swallowed and asked carefully in his heart. Neon. It's Neon again? Are so many disasters and hardships? Ling Ye couldn't help muttering and interjecting. Kyoto. 001 finished. What are you talking about? Ling Yi's shocked native dialect came out. Is this too coincidental? This made it hard for Ling Ye not to think too much. The host need not worry, this stage is bound to come. After calculation, the emergence of difficult level containment items will inevitably be faster than the development of the foundation. Please the host to develop the foundation as soon as possible to solve the problem. Is that the reason you urged me to spend the technology points before, but now I can't spend it anymore? Just take advantage of the trend and establish a Neon branch? Ling Ye could only admit his fate. Then asked, then how dangerous are the contents this time? The contents of the contents are as follows. Containment object code, ghost domain. Item level, difficult. Characteristics, it swallows people who enter its area, and as the number of swallowed lives increases, its scope of influence will gradually expand. Suspected of being supernatural. What is suspicious? Ling Ye frowned and asked 001. The data in the database comes from the research of the Destroyed World Foundation. There are many incomplete research reports. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it was damaged when crossing the parallel world. 001's mechanical voice replied. Then I send Foundation agents to die, it's impossible. Host, according to specific archive records, when the Foundation discovered the ghost domain, its area of influence had expanded to a radius of 20 kilometers. Foundation researchers speculated that the power of the supernatural beings within it would expand with the impact. After analysis, it is necessary to dispatch the containment in the initial stage. For details, the host can view the research report. Then show me the report. Yes, host. Looking at the numerous files about ghost domains projected on the retina, Ling Ye opened the report he needed in a familiar manner. Ling Ye didn't know how many such reports and files he had read when he was in the country of Rabbit, so it was naturally easy to find them. After a few seconds, the whole report appeared in front of us. SCP-731 Ghost Domain Project Appendix. Research Report No GQ3. Written by Dr. Dirmad. Our research on the project has fallen into a bottleneck. Any attempts to enter the project have all ended in failure, but we still achieved some results. At 17:30 on May 11, 2057, a chicken entered the project and did not return. At 17:30 on May 11, 2057, a group of researchers entered the project, communication was severely disrupted, and they were completely disconnected 2 minutes later. At 17:05 on May 13, 2057, a small tactical response team entered the project. The enhanced communications also received severe interference and lost contact after 10 minutes. At 17:05 on May 20, 2057, the dispatched Mobile Task Force Ghost Squad entered the project. Communication was severely disturbed again. At 17:35, one person was removed from the project. Successfully returned internally. But its spirit has been hit hard. Combining the experimental results, we know that after each loss of connection, the scope of the project's influence will increase, and it seems that the living things that enter the project are the source of its power. The sighting of the only survivor, Wek, is the most important clue today. Treatment is still in progress at this stage, but the ghost end core he keeps muttering seems to point us in the direction. Regarding communication issues, we are applying for the right to use SCP-071 invincible walkie-talkies. The last world was not the familiar world of SCP Foundation, otherwise Ling Ye wouldn't know the characteristics of 173, so I just picked the number randomly. After reading the report, Ling Ye had to admit that 001's judgment was correct. Indeed, now seems to be the best time to contain this infinitely expanding ghost domain. However, Ling Ye looked at the place where the ghost domain appeared on the radar, in the urban area of Kyoto, that is to say, the expansion speed of this thing will not be slow, and the number of missing people will increase rapidly. Although the method for successful containment is very simple, just don't let people come close, but Ling Ye can't do it now. People who are missing will be investigated. Once Ling Ye is investigated, they will be discovered immediately, and containment is impossible at all, unless, cooperate with the Neon people. Anyway, this containment object is not as a weapon like 007. Tell them the harm of this thing. They will not have any problems if they hit the wall a few times. Ling Ye thought about feasibility. Chapter 56, Ghostbusters. In the end, Ling Ye still intends to put this choice at the end. If there is really no way, it can only do so. Now that this is the case for the shelter, Ling Ye thought for a while, letting Wang Pei and the others in is not safe enough. If it is to be foolproof, it is time to send professionals. Ling Ye scanned around the airport and whispered to Wang Pei, "There is an emergency, the plan to return to China is cancelled, and continue to be on standby in Kyoto. Also, you inform Mu Fan that there is no need to respond. Bring our people and retreat." "Yes, Minister." Wang Pei also realized that something important had happened again and acted immediately. Under a bridge hole, Ling Ye led Wang Pei's team to find a temporary foothold again. "Wang Pei, find a temporary stronghold in 2 days." Ling Ye felt that there must be an official stronghold in Kyoto, but now the time is too tight, let's find one temporarily. "Understood, Minister." Wang Pei beat his chest to express his determination. "Watch the surroundings and don't let people come close." Ling Ye added. "Yes, Minister." Wang Pei immediately beckoned and led his agents to stay forbidden. After Wang Pei went on guard, Ling Ye took out a pile of clothes, and didn't need to think about what Ling Ye was going to do. Sure enough, Ling Ye directly said to 001, I want to clone a mobile task force Ghostbusters, how many technology points do I need? 001. 150 technology points host. 001's mechanical sound rang in his ears. Why so many? There are 3 nine-tailed foxes. Ling Ye didn't expect this price, it was a bit high. Host, the following is the information about the Ghostbusters. A level 5 confidential document was unfolded in front of Ling Ye, and it read: Ghostbusters are specially established to track, analyze, and contain souls or invisible manifestations and other like entities, especially containment objects with perception, intelligence, or other intelligence and adaptation. SCP-555 Ling Ling Yuyun directly contributed to the establishment of Ghostbusters. For details, please refer to the SCP-555 project file and Ghostbusters operation log number 000. Because of its particularity, the Foundation is equipped with a large number of anti-spiritual equipment, and can use a special ammunition to suppress most spiritual bodies. The following detailed introduction is of no use to Ling Ye, these are enough for Ling Ye to ask questions. 001. The Ghostbusters I cloned don't have any equipment. Even if they have rich experience, they won't be worth 150 technology points. In the long-term confrontation between the members of the Ghostbusters and the spirit body, the brain has been unknown development, and has extremely high sensitivity and resistance to such containment. 001 answered Ling Ye's question. This is the main reason why Ghostbusters are expensive. No matter how strong the nine-tailed fox is, it is also an ordinary human, but Ghostbusters has already acquired a certain evolution. Ling Ye expressed understanding, then, let's start cloning. A burst of blue light shone, slowly disappearing, revealing the faces and robust bodies of 5 middle-aged Westerners. After cleaning up, Ghostbusters officially reported to Ling Ye. Sir. Ghostbusters report to you. The man in the middle stepped forward and saluted Ling Ye with a fluent rabbit national dialect. Ling Ye returned a gift and started to assign tasks without delay. Ling Ye scanned the 5 people once and said half-jokingly, your containment target should be old friends this time, SCP Ghost Domain, I believe you also know how powerful it is. The Ghostbusters' complexion has not changed, but their heart is indeed stunned. Now that this kind of unequipped situation is very likely to be sacrificed for the Foundation in the face of the Ghost Domain, how can we survive to pass on information? Then Ling Ye solemnly said, but there is another good news. The Ghost Domain is still in the initial weak stage. I hope you can complete the task of containing it, and I hope you can complete it. Guaranteed to complete the task. Ling Ye's emphasis made the Ghostbusters work hard to complete the task. Then, without further ado, let's go. Ling Ye waved his hand, and the containment operation of SCP Ghost Domain officially began. Ling Ye spent a few days seemingly peaceful. Suzugozuo was not so much better. At this time, he was still dealing with the follow-up of the disaster in the department, and from time to time received the latest investigation progress from Kyoto from his deputy. But the pressure he really faced was brought by the military. Now, Suzugozuo is sitting in an office in the heavily damaged administrative building of the town, sorting out the whole incident, hoping to find some details that have been missed before. It's not that he didn't want to direct the resettlement work of the defensive town, but was snatched by the military. Time to go back to the time when Lingo Ziuran gave up on the hunt. After that, he returned to the garrison of the guard town with the 2nd section members who followed him, only to find that the military department had dispatched an additional force, reaching the size of a brigade. At that time, Suzugo Sakuran's convoy drove to the cordon of the Shishou town, passed through countless reporters who were blocked off the line who smelled blood, and entered the Shishou town area. There were too many soldiers on the ground self-defense force. Suzugo Saku found out immediately, and already had a guess. Until he came to the station before the 2nd Division, there was definite news. Half a day ago, he stayed here to deal with the disaster when the 2nd Department Logistics team was cooperating with the self-defense forces to deal with the disaster scene. Suddenly a large number of troops came and took over here with the military's order. Due to the disadvantage of the number of people, the 2nd Department was naturally taken over. Squeezing out to the edge can only lay hands on disaster management. Suzugo Ziuran got the news and didn't go to the command of the self-defense forces. It didn't make sense. Instead, he said to the head of the logistics team, "I'm back, they won't dare to stop you anymore and collect as many monsters as possible." Material. Yes, Section Chief. The logistics team leader stepped back to execute the order. However, Suzuozo had to think of a way. The military's intention to do so was obvious. He wanted to make himself bear the responsibility of this action and force himself to dismount. This action is undoubtedly the responsibility of the Countermeasures Bureau, but the first section chief it is dead, and only oneself is the best goal to be liquidated. Perhaps, the military will also take the opportunity to request something from the Countermeasures Bureau regarding the loss of its own troops to supplement their own weak and special handling department. For Suzuo Ziuran, the position of this section chief is not important. Anyway, when he dismounts, he won't be able to sit in the military department. Besides, he can push his deputy out as a scapegoat. The military department knows it well. Just want to seize every opportunity to bite the game. But perhaps, I can follow their intentions. A cold light flashed in Ling Gozuo's eyes, and another thought emerged in his heart. So, let's go to the administrative building first. Chapter 57, Ghost Domain in the Room. Night falls. Kyoto residential area. Here is a high-rise apartment building in neon and it's ordinary, you can see it everywhere. Several young men in suits were walking into the apartment with a smile, holding cans of beer, leaning back on their shoulders, and walking to the room on the 6th floor. At a glance, they could tell that they were social animals who had just graduated from college and entered the society. Under the mountain, hurry up. The 3 people walking in front tilted their heads and said to the man with the last eye, "Fukuda, you threw everything to me, and you were even embarrassed to urge me. Didn't we come to your house as a guest?" The mountain was carrying a lot of things and gasping. "That's right, Fukuda, you are so outrageous." Another person interrupted, probably the most handsome person here in terms of appearance. "If you can carry something in your hand, it will be more convincing, Kaihoyu." The bottom of the mountain murmured expressionlessly. "Ha ha, ha ha." Kaihoyu said ha ha to hide her embarrassment. "Well, isn't it Yamashita, did you lose the bet?" The last person blew gum and said lightly. Yamashita looked at the most irrelevant Sorita before him, gritted his teeth and said, "Who did you think made me lose?" "Mr. Sorita." Sorita still pretended to be fine and said, "Ah, who is it?" "Who knows?" "That's right, Sorita, you are really angry with everyone for doing this kind of thing," Kaihoyu said suddenly. Fukuda also immediately turned his spear on Sorita, using his tone of voice, "It's too much, I didn't even know that there is such a thing, Sorita, you are going to apologize for it. You bastards, eat my long knife." Sora slashed towards Kaihoyu with a hand knife, and then suddenly turned down the mountain. Yamashita was caught off guard, startled, everyone began to laugh. Then, Yamashita finally couldn't bear it, and shouted, "Sora, I'm fighting with you." I saw Sora put on a sulky pose, and said in a pretentiously deep tone, "Hey," desperately, "this is describing a battle between people of equal strength. You are not qualified." Then, Sorita held his right hand and said in pain, my king's power, is about to awaken." Fukuda and Kaihoyu couldn't help covering their faces, saying that they didn't know this person, and Yamashita directly gave in. "Ha, sure enough, I am the strongest." Sora's proud expression was really uncontrollable. A perfect interpretation of what it means. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's the other people who are embarrassed. Cough, cough. A thick voice came from beside the four of them. Several people looked back and saw that a middle-aged man opened the door and looked at them dissatisfied. It was obvious that they were too noisy and disturbed others. The four people quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm very sorry to disturb you, I'm very sorry." Then I walked up to the 6th floor briefly, and came to the door marked 601 Fusion on the number plate. A few people entered in no hurry. The four of them leaned against the parapet of the corridor, looking at the street scene outside, blowing the night breeze. Suddenly drank a beer in silence. "Thank you." After a long silence, Yamashita spoke first. "Thank you for what? Aren't we brothers?" Sora said immediately. "I have long heard that social animals are very aggrieved and will definitely encounter this kind of thing. However, if you are in a bad mood, brothers will come to help you." Kaiuyu also said silently. "You are too numb. Let's not say, go in." Fusion threw the key, and a group of 4 people rushed into Fusion's small room. "I'm back!" Sora yelled as soon as he entered the door. "What's your name, and no one? Do you want a beautiful girl to say welcome home?" "It's over, Yamashita, Kaiuyu's delusion is a bit serious." Fukuda couldn't help but complain. "Hey, are you different, single dog?" Kong too humbly looked at Fusion, telling the cruel facts. "Ah, why did you say such a thing?" Fukuda was shocked and knelt down. However, just as a few people were arguing, a gust of wind blew through the curtains, but the windows were obviously closed, and no one noticed that something abnormal was spreading. The 4 began to sit around the small table, continue to drink beer and cook, chatting with the boss. As time went on, Fukuda finally felt something wrong. Fukuda glanced at his bed subconsciously and then at his room again. There was nothing wrong with it. However, there was such a sense of violation that always stuck in his heart and made Fukuda unable to feel at ease. Others naturally saw that there was something wrong with Fukuda, but Fukuda didn't notice anything. They could only feel that they were a little sensitive or drank too much. They said it was okay, and then they picked up a can of beer and toasted the brothers. Suddenly, Fukuda felt a tingling pain in his head, and his hand held his forehead unconsciously. After a few seconds, the pain faded. Fukuda shook his head and raised his head again. "But I found that the mountain and Kaiuyu in front of me had disappeared, and before Fusion realized that something had happened, the air was too humble and humble voice sounded in his ears. Fukuda, what's wrong with you? Isn't it necessary to awaken your strength? As a senior, I have to take care of you. Sora, you." When Fukuda heard Sora's voice, he felt calm in his heart, and quickly turned his head to look at Sora, wanting to know if Yamashita and Kaiuyu were going to do some mischief. But the moment Fukuda turned his head, he saw that in front of the wind-blown curtain, Sora was holding a knife from nowhere in his hand, stained with red blood. Fukuda was a little silly looking at the blood dripping on the ground. At this moment, Sora suddenly yelled with a hideous face, and did not hesitate to raise a knife to Fukuda. Fukuda's head was blank. He was just facing life threats and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But as soon as he took a step back, Fukuda tripped over the small table, lay on his back on the small table, and pushed a piece of beer over. Seeing Sora's terrifying eyes and the knife approaching, Fukuda closed his eyes in fear, waiting for death to come, but 10 seconds, 20 seconds, he didn't feel it for a long time. Fukuda opened his eyes cautiously and found that there were dancing curtains in front of him. How could there be the terrible Sora before? Fukuda swallowed subconsciously, and wanted to wipe off the cold sweat just left with his hands. Fukuda just wanted to raise his hand, but found that he was holding a knife in his hand. The knife was as smooth as new without a trace of blood. But why is he here? Fukuda Sora's dim voice suddenly sounded behind Fusion. Fukuda shuddered, and subconsciously raised the knife and swept backwards with all his strength. That was the feeling of the knife hitting it. Fukuda did cut something. So Fukuda immediately jumped up, leaned to the window, and at the same time turned around and raised the knife with trembling hands. The scene in front of him directly frightened Fukuda. Chapter 58, Expansion of the Ghost Domain. The sight in front of him caused Fukuda's pupils to dilate sharply. What did he do? On the other side of the small table is Kaiyu. At this moment, he is staring at Fukuda incredulously, his right hand is holding his neck in pain, but the blood inside is still pouring out. Kaiyu is trying to breathe, struggling, but it was useless. Kaiyu, who had lost too much blood, gradually became confused, unable to support her body, and fell on the table weakly. The right hand dropped unconsciously, no longer covering the wound, the blood spewed faster, and gradually stained the entire table red, and flowed to the floor like a waterfall. The bright red blood quickly covered the entire floor and surrounded Fusion's feet. But it is still rising, flooding Fusion's feet. At this time, Fukuda lost his judgment on everything that happened in front of him. He did not realize that such a scene could never happen in reality. He only knew that he killed Kaiyu and realized that Fukuda's fingers here lost their power and were stained with blood. The knife slid to the ground, dripping in the blood, splashing the blood. Fukuda was at a loss and began to back up slowly until he leaned against the window. Fukuda no longer had the strength to support his body. He sat down slowly, watching the blood rising, his eyes were hollow. In the corner of the room, Kanta and the corpse at the foot of the mountain did not know when they floated above the blood pool, but Fukuda had no response to this. Under the illumination of the light, the blood pool continued to rise, not passing Fusion's chest, neck, mouth, and eyes, until the last point disappeared in the blood pool, and the blood pool finally stopped rising. The lights on the roof began to flicker at this time, and within a few moments, the room was completely dark. In the darkness, by the moonlight outside the window, it seemed to be able to see that in 601, there was no sign of anyone coming in, the small table, the sky is empty, so the light in the room hasn't been turned on before. No one will know anymore. With the nutrient absorption of the 4 people, the ghost domain began to officially expand. The people in one room after another began to disappear unknowingly, without a scream, they disappeared abruptly. At the same time, the speed of the expansion of the ghost domain is getting bigger and bigger, until it reaches the 3rd floor of the apartment. The scope of influence of the ghost domain suddenly expands to the entire apartment, which means that anyone who steps into this apartment will disappear. Before the scope of influence of the ghost domain suddenly expanded, in this apartment, there were still survivors who were aware of the problem and were struggling to survive. On the 4th floor of this apartment, a couple had just prepared to go home. The key was turned. As soon as the door was opened, the man clearly saw a woman in white standing inside the house in the dark, but strangely could not see her face. After seeing the couple at the door, the woman suddenly floated on the spot, with her feet off the ground, and floated straight towards the door. The boyfriend of the couple reacted promptly, made a decisive decision and slammed the door shut. Then came the sound of constant knocking behind the door, knocking very regularly, but never opened the door. It seemed that he had shut the weird ghost-like woman inside, and the man thought of it in fear. In fact, it was just that the ghost domain had not spread to their feet at that time, and the couple was just lucky enough. But both lovers were taken aback by this ghost. Before he could think about it, the man hurriedly pulled up his girlfriend and rushed downstairs. Before, he felt that the apartment was a bit too quiet today, and it was very unpleasant. Feeling comfortable, I didn't expect to really hit a ghost. At this moment, the lights in the corridor began to flicker. The man took the scared girlfriend but didn't have time to care about the light, so he ran away with his head covered. The 2 who were fleeing quickly went down to the 3rd floor without stopping, and continued to run down the stairs, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, still going down the stairs. There is no end of the ladder. Haven't gone downstairs yet? This is very wrong. The man finally realized. He looked up at the wall. 3 floors were written on it. The girlfriend also followed her boyfriend's eyes and noticed the numbers on it. The 3 characters reflected on it hit the girlfriend again. She screamed loudly in fear, and clung to her boyfriend's arm and refused to let go. The sound spread in the silent night, but there was no response. It was quiet here. Terrible. In reality, encountering a ghost hitting a wall is really creepy. The man's heart is hairy, he hugs his girlfriend tightly, and looks around nervously. The night cold wind blew from time to time, and the man suddenly heard footsteps behind him, and immediately turned around to protect his girlfriend behind him. The girlfriend also obediently hid behind her boyfriend and did not dare to look up. "Who are you? Who are you?" The other party and the man said the same thing at the same time. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, and the footsteps behind were made by another young man and a middle-aged man. "What are you doing?" the man in the couple asked sideways without letting go of his guard against the 2 of them. "Why, haven't you encountered any ghosts?" The young man was a little confused but immediately realized that it was not the time to talk about it, so he would escape first. "Run, there is absolutely something wrong here, we have to run out, we can't stay here." The young man took his own words, hurriedly urging the couple in front of him, and almost pushed them away. "For those who can't get out, we are already trapped on the 3rd floor." Seeing the young man's performance, the lover reminded him kindly. "How is it possible? How is it possible?" The young man didn't believe it, didn't want to believe it, pushed away the couple and went down. The lover man also drew away with interest. He couldn't get out anyway. He wanted to see how he got stuck on the 3rd floor. The middle-aged man on the side seemed unusually calm. He didn't believe that there was anything like a ghost at all. Someone must be operating it. Moreover, his position is obviously to guard against everyone present. In this case, he will not believe anyone he meets, and he is wary of everyone, who knows if it is a ghost. It's just that his brows are still frowning, and he doesn't know what to do with the current situation. He can only look at the young man's situation and make plans. Sure enough, the young man ran to the 2nd floor below, but appeared again from the stairs above the 3rd floor. The young man naturally saw the scene he didn't want to see, the least the 3 people waiting on the 3rd floor. "Now, if you don't want to believe it, you have to believe it." The young man hammered the wall angrily, vented a bit, and obediently returned to the 3 of them, surrounded by several people, paying attention to the surrounding wind and grass, while trying to think about how to get out. "Where have the others gone? Have you seen it?" the lover asked first. His girlfriend couldn't listen to what he was afraid of, and could not discuss with her. The young man shook his head and said no. Chapter 59, Meet. The middle-aged man directly followed the problem of the couple man and said, "This young man and I happened to meet each other by chance. I hadn't seen anyone before. Many doors were open and there was no one. I also went to the building. I've seen it below, and there is no sign of anyone running out." The middle-aged man said all the news that he might need in one breath. Although he can't trust these people, it is not a bad thing to gain their trust, and now it is possible to exchange their own news. I am the same. I was staying at home and suddenly a woman in white clothes appeared at me. I pushed her away and ran out." The young man echoed. "Push her away? Can ghosts be touched?" the lover asked. "I don't know, I resisted subconsciously, and I did feel that I had touched something," the young man added. The middle-aged man listened to the young man's description, and he was more affirmed of his own guess. If someone plays a trick, how can he do it if he can't get to the 3rd floor? The middle-aged man looked at the other people for a while, but he didn't walk by himself. "Then these people are not a group, come and lie to me." The doubt in the middle-aged man's heart is getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, there was another sound of footsteps and voices coming from the stairs above. The attention of the lovers and young people in the discussion was instantly drawn to the past. This time, many people came. A total of 5 people came down from the 4th floor. An old man's legs and feet were not very agile, and the man next to him was his son. There was also a woman in pajamas, who seemed to be frightened by ghosts. Her face was pale, and she walked steadily. There are 2 men who are fat and thin, but at a glance, they know they are standard otaku. They wear a support suit and don't drop the support stick. They are all in their arms. They look like they want to be a precaution. One acts as a light source. After a little trial again, the 2 sides formed a 9-member group. When the 2 women met, they finally improved a little bit of peace of mind. The 2 comforted each other and talked, and they were not so scared. Of course there were still people who didn't believe that they were trapped on the 3rd floor. It was the old man's son with a stubborn face and a look of spiritlessness. When the lover told him that he could not go, he suddenly became irritable. "Stand up! Don't try to lie to me! Bastard!" He tried to drag the old man downstairs with his mouth. This time the middle-aged man also decided to walk with him to see what tricks he had. "I'm going to watch him." The middle-aged man found a reason and followed them. Until the middle-aged man stepped on the stairs, no one stopped him. Is he so confident? The middle-aged man thought. The result is of course not surprising. The middle-aged man returned to the 3rd floor without feeling anything. The decadent man became more irritable because he could not get out, and vented himself for a few minutes. When he calmed down and sat by the wall, everyone began to figure out how to get out. "Don't you think it's weird? We have stayed here for so long and haven't seen anything like ghosts. Why don't you come to us?" the lover said in confusion. No one came back to answer. "Did everyone see a female ghost in white clothes in the room?" the middle-aged man asked. It seemed that the answer was affirmative, but the 5 newcomers shook their heads. The fat otaku said, "Do you know Thulhu? In short, it's a very strange monster. There is no way to describe it. My figures in the room are covered with that kind of stuff." The thin otaku nodded and felt that his friend's description was okay. The new woman just whispered, "No, it's something else." So she stopped talking, and the others just thought she was scared, and didn't ask. In the end, it was the decadent man. He leaned his head against the wall, staring at his father, and said, "That thing looks like a of death, black robe, sickle, in short, that's it. Sounds more dangerous than others. How did you get out?" "I thought at first that the of death had finally come to take them. I didn't expect that I was also attacked and had to run away," the decadent man said indifferently. "You bastard! Cough cough cough, if it weren't for your mother, cough cough cough, can you run out for you to block that thing?" The old man on the side was angry when he heard such words and said it was unsatisfactory. "If it weren't for me, you would stay there. You should thank me for my kindness, old man." The decadent man still looked indifferent. Couple men and middle-aged men do not plan to interrupt in other family affairs. However, there are a few more pieces of information, and there are many ghosts. At this time, the cold outside wind blew again. The lover girl suddenly thought. He grabbed his boyfriend's arm and said eagerly, "My dear, the 3rd floor is not high, can we just jump down?" This sentence awakened everyone. The corridor was just a 1-meter-3 retaining wall. If you jump down, you don't need to take the stairs. However, no one knows what will happen, and dare not try it first. "Old man, you are so old. Of course, you have to be the first to send you out." "That's okay." The decadent man was the first to speak, but it was not himself who wanted to go down. "You." The old man pointed to his trash son, speechless. The decadent man looked at the old man in front of him, stood up abruptly, took 2 steps forward, grabbed the old man's arm, and pushed out of the retaining wall. The old man was pushed back and forth, leaning against the retaining wall. The lover man on the side really couldn't stand it anymore, so he went up to pull the decadent man away. Although the decadent man is not as strong as the couple man, he still pushed back and forth with him, and continued to curse. What do you care about? Who is he? Why don't you recognize him as your dad? The words directly angered the couple men, and they escalated into fights, just when others were about to come up to persuade them to fight. One foot accurately kicked the decadent man's waist. The decadent man was in pain, and backed back again and again, and just leaned against the retaining wall. The subsequent attack immediately followed, and both hands directly pushed the decadent man outside, so that half of the decadent man was directly suspended in the air. At this time, the couple man took a closer look and found that it was the middle-aged man. It turned out that he had been watching with cold eyes on the side, waiting for the opportunity, and someone had to jump down to find the way, so he made a decisive move, and instantly pushed the decadent man to the edge. Now, as long as he releases his hand, the decadent man will definitely fall. Ha ha, come on. Push me down. Asshole. You can't run away. You all have to die here. The decadent man has long lost hope in life, and it doesn't matter anymore at this time. So, fulfill your wish. Chapter 60, Crying Ghost. The middle-aged man did not hesitate at all, and directly let go of his hand, fulfilling the wish of the decadent man. Although the decadent man gave up the idea of life, the body still reacted involuntarily. He waved his arms subconsciously, trying to grab the middle-aged man's arm, but he caught nothing. Accompanied by the scream, the decadent man fell from the third floor. Almost everyone watched the process of the fall intently, hoping that this method would work. At the scene, only the old man stood there stupidly, with a few tears flowing out of the corner of his eyes, but maybe only him, hope, the decadent man will die. The distance between the third floor is not high. As long as the fallen decadent man has a proper posture, he may not be able to bear any serious injuries. However, the decadent man did not land in any way that everyone imagined. He directly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Just before landing, he just disappeared in front of his eyes without any sound of landing. In other words, jumping off a building will not work. Everyone has been mentally prepared for a long time, but still can't help but feel disappointed and can only think of other ways. I can stand against the wall and jump from the outside to the second floor to have a try. The middle-aged man suddenly proposed another plan. But I can't do it. The woman in pajamas immediately quit when she heard this plan. She was afraid that she would be left behind. The couple women felt the same way, and looked at her boyfriend with a worried expression. While comforting his girlfriend, the couple feels that it's okay to give it a try. With so many men, picking up two women down the second floor is just a small problem. The middle-aged man didn't care about anything, jumped onto the retaining wall and looked down. Feeling that there is no problem, he jumped down, grabbed the edge of the retaining wall with both hands at the same time, and shook his body with force with both arms. Then the middle-aged man saw the right time, and when he let go, he jumped to the next level. The moment the middle-aged man fell to the ground, the sound of the surrounding footsteps made him realize what he realized, and when he looked up, it was those people who looked at him in surprise. Did I jump off the fourth floor? The middle-aged man knew what was going on without even thinking about it. Everyone nodded. The middle-aged man walked to the retaining wall again, poked his head out, and looked up. There was nothing. It's over, what should we do? Those ghosts will be found sooner or later. The fat nerd, trembling the flesh on his stomach, sat down weakly, as if giving up. Could it be that this level is special? What tasks do we have to complete before we can go to the next level? The thin otaku put forward his own opinions, although it is an old game house. It doesn't sound very reliable. The lover vomited. He still plays games and can understand it, but in reality it is different. But we can only do this. The middle-aged man agreed instead. That's right, waiting for death is the stupidest thing. The lover man was immediately persuasive. Together or in groups? The Zongnan man asked. Let's go together, Don't you die if you separate in the movie. The lover said cautiously, unconsciously using what she saw in the movie. Then let's go together. The middle-aged man made a relaxed decision, became the leader of the whole team, and started to take action. However, when everyone got up and was about to set off, all the sounds around suddenly disappeared in an instant. The sound of wind, the sound of leaves. Everything is in silence. As if time has stopped. But everyone can still move. Everyone felt this change in the first place. Waiting for someone to ask questions. A little girl's voice rang in everyone's ears. That voice is very cute. Very lively. There was a short poem in my little mouth. Ghost. Crying ghost. All crying. It's here. Ghost. Noisy ghost. All noisy. It's here. Ghost. Scary ghost. All scary ghosts. It's here. It's here. Go to death. Go to death. The lovely voice was saying something terrible. Everyone's nerves tensed immediately, turning their heads around looking for the source of the sound. But no matter which direction it was facing, the little girl's voice seemed to be in her ears, and she couldn't get rid of it. Several people gathered together, looking for a sense of security. The lights in the corridor went out without warning, and suddenly, the darkness fell. Ah! The two women hugged each other tightly and screamed loudly. Fatty, your support is great. The middle-aged man's calm voice sounded. Yes, here. The fat nerd also reacted, but he was a little messy and didn't find the switch for a while. Until a few seconds later, the lights came on again. Everyone quickly checked their surroundings, no one was missing, and nothing strange appeared. Really, I was shocked, scared. The lover tried to say something relaxing to ease the atmosphere, but halfway through the words, he seemed to be choked, his eyes were staring at the front and motionless. The middle-aged man looked down his eyes. An open door. Showing a little girl's head. The little girl with a cute smile. Looking straight at the few people here. Not moving at all. It's really the kind of motionless. Feeling like a doll. The horrible poem sounded again. Ghost. Crying ghost. All crying. It's here. Cry baby? What do you mean? The middle-aged man murmured. Woo, woo. The cry of crying sounded timely, the voices of the two women. The little girl heard crying. Suddenly stepped forward a little bit. Everyone was shocked and quickly made a defensive posture, except for the woman who was still crying. But when everyone's eyes are still on the little girl stepping forward, the little girl suddenly flashed in front of the lovers. The middle-aged man did not react at all. Before his consciousness turned his body, a cute voice of the little girl came from beside him. The little girl looked at the scared woman in front of her. Stretched out his little white hand. Gently touched the woman's cheek. The woman trembled at the moment of contact, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Cry baby. It's here. The little girl smiled happily. Then the little hand slides down. Pinched the woman's neck. Click. The woman didn't even have a chance to struggle, and her head dropped 90 degrees, her wide-open eyes revealing incredibleness. All of this happened in an instant, and the men had no time to react. When the couple man and the middle-aged man turned around, only the corpse of the couple woman was slowly falling down, and the little girl disappeared again, wondering where she went. Ah! Hanako! The lover man knelt beside his dead lover, raised her head in disbelief, but only raised one head. The lover man was so scared that he threw his head down, and then turned his grief and anger towards the little girl. Get out of here! Get out!